Chapter 4, Part 1 The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adamkoebel. Chapter 4, Part 1 The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Chapter 4 The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Page 145. During the spring of 2007, the surge of U.S. forces, General David Petraeus's change in strategic guidance, and Lieutenant General Raymond Odierno's shift in operational posture combined to alter the balance of security in the Baghdad region and halt the advance of sectarian forces that had been underway for more than a year. During the same months, coalition commanders compounded these modifications by enabling, or in some cases coercing, the Sunni population of central Iraq to switch sides and take a stand against al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and other Sunni extremist groups. From Multinational Forces Iraq, or MNFI, down to the lowest tactical level, coalition commanders worked in concert to expand the awakening that had begun in Anbar and used it to amplify the effect of the surge. A wave of local ceasefires was about to sweep across western and central Iraq, bringing tens of thousands of Sunni insurgents into a new alliance with the coalition troops they had fought for almost 4 years. The expansion of the Anbar Awakening. Page 145. As he prepared to take command of MNFI, Petraeus had noted with interest the significant changes taking place in Ramadi, where a city once dominated by AQI and its allies had become a stronghold of a new anti-AQI Sunni movement. During his first weeks, Petraeus encouraged his subordinate commanders to watch for opportunities beyond Ramadi to strike local ceasefires with Sunni fighters to turn one-time enemies into allies, or at least into neutrals. If local Sunnis indicated their willingness to come to an agreement with coalition units, then Petraeus believed coalition commanders should take advantage of the opening. At MNFI, some of the coalition's senior leaders already had been on the lookout for such overtures. As MNFI's British deputy commander since September 2006, Lieutenant General Graham Lamb had begun exploring the possibility of reaching accommodations with select Sunni insurgent leaders along the lines of the awakening. The former Special Air Service commander believed in negotiation with even staunch enemies. To fellow coalition commanders who might be skeptical about dealing with insurgents responsible for the deaths of American soldiers, Lamb argued that it would be foolish to bar influential resistance leaders from wading into the political process because they had, quote, blood on their hands, end quote. To press his point, the British general often remarked that he himself shared the same condemnable quality, having fought terrorists in Northern Ireland with whom he later negotiated. Creating a small cell of analysts and military officers on loan from the Special Operations Task Force and intelligence agencies, Lamb mapped out the widening rifts in the Sunni insurgency and looked for opportunities to pry loose, quote, reconcilable, end quote, factions willing to make a separate peace with the Iraqi government from the, quote, irreconcilables, end quote, not inclined to do so. In keeping with his unorthodox character, the British general occasionally arranged for captured insurgent leaders to be transported individually to his living quarters in the Green Zone to have a discussion over tea and assess whether their release might lead to ceasefires with the groups they led. In December 2006, Lamb arranged for the first, quote, strategic release, end quote, setting free the detained Ansar al-Sunnah cleric Abu Wail without conditions in hope that his return to the insurgent group would lead to a rift with AQI. Petraeus encouraged Lamb to continue his efforts and confirmed the coalition's basic approach to reconciliation as, quote, targeting the irreconcilables of either sect to reduce their capability and influence while simultaneously reaching out to those who are reconcilable, end quote. Lamb's outreach extended to enemy fighters still at large. Treading lightly to avoid antagonizing Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki and his advisors, Petraeus and Lamb would keep an eye out for Sunni resistance leaders who recognized the potential for reconciliation at a time when the insurgency seemed increasingly divided. The main effort of MNFI's Sunni outreach in 2006 had been the U.S. Embassy and Major General Rick Lynch's high-level talks with exiled insurgent or pro-insurgent Sunni figures in Jordan and Syria. But under Petraeus, MNFI's main Sunni outreach efforts would shift to a more bottom-up process in which the senior coalition commanders authorized brigade and battalion commanders to follow the openings that presented themselves in their local areas. As those opportunities emerged, the coalition commands in Baghdad would support them with funding or political top cover and would run interference with the Maliki government as the need arose. The course of the awakening in eastern Anbar changed the way Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, approached its operations as well. When Odierno had assumed command of MNCI in late 2006, he had seen reconciliation primarily as a top-down process by the Iraqi government to gain Sunni allegiance through key legislation and improved essential services. However, as reports of armed Sunni groups seeking agreements with U.S. units floated up the chain of command, he recognized the awakening of the tribes in Anbar as significant and explored with Petraeus and Lamb the prospect of reproducing that phenomenon elsewhere. Though MNCI's collective mindset remained skeptical, and though it would take Odierno a few months to interpret this new development and, quote, decide whether we thought it was real or not, end quote, he would soon seize the chance for tactical military leaders to broker local ceasefires and work with former insurgents to defeat AQI. Visiting Anbar during his first week in command, Petraeus learned of the unexpected progress made in the provincial capital of Ramadi. Days from turning the area over to his successor, Colonel Sean B. McFarland related how dramatically the security situation had changed since the arrival of his 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division in June 2006. Daily attacks on U.S. and Iraqi forces in Ramadi had plummeted. With local tribes dispatching their young men to serve as policemen and hunt down AQI operatives, McFarland reported that his brigade had, quote, an embarrassment of riches, end quote, compared to the meager local Iraqi cooperation it had found when it arrived 6 months earlier. Quote, we have more friendly forces than we almost know what to do with, end quote, McFarland related. He described the Brigade Combat Team, or BCT's, tactical approach. Quickly establish combat outposts in the city, deliberately expand a forward presence, and cement it with an aggressive information operations campaign. Petraeus approved. Most notably, though, McFarland's brigade had isolated Ramadi and cut AQI's lines of communications by reaching an accommodation with Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha and other local leaders whose tribes comprised the awakening. However, this new agreement between McFarland and the awakening sheikhs led to a disagreement between McFarland and his superiors at the 2-star Marine headquarters on Camp Fallujah. While Major General Richard C. Zilmer of Multinational Force West, or MNFW, had tolerated McFarland's engagement effort in Ramadi, he had been dubious about its long-term effects and mindful of its potential to undermine what the Marine Command saw as the more strategically promising track of discussions with the well-connected expatriate sheikhs in Jordan. Zilmer's successor began his tour intent on emphasizing one approach at the expense of the other. Major General Walter E. Gaskin's 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force Forward assumed responsibility for MNFW on February 9th, one day before Petraeus took the reins at MNFI. In attendance at McFarland's meeting with Petraeus, the new Marine commander questioned the relative utility of the BCT's tribal engagement in Ramadi, labeling Sattar a, quote, road thief, end quote, and the sheikhs behind the awakening, quote, small fish, end quote. MNFW's ongoing dialogue with the sheikhs in Jordan had poisoned the well. Alarmed by Sattar's rapid rise to power, many leaders of the more established tribes had denigrated the upstart sheikh as a murderous smuggler to their marine interlocutors. McFarland acknowledged Sattar's shady background but suggested to Gaskin that the improved security situation in his sector spoke for itself. When the BCT commander recommended that Petraeus meet with Sattar, Gaskin objected, arguing that such a gesture would lavish the sheikh with undeserved credibility and thus undermine more significant engagements. Nevertheless, persuaded that McFarland's effort held great promise, Petraeus threw his weight behind it and told Gaskin to put a priority on supporting the awakening. Quote, this is counterinsurgency, he pressed. This is how these endeavors end. End quote. Gaskin had inherited a dynamic situation. As a supporting effort to Operation Fard al-Qanun, he understood his task to be interdicting accelerants to Baghdad's sectarian violence, but he oversaw a province that his superiors considered ripe for exploitation. At the time of Gaskin's arrival in February 2007, the Marine Expeditionary Force, or MEF, area of operations included 3 brigade-sized sectors. Flanking the Army BCT in Greater Ramadi were 2 newly arrived Marine Regimental Combat Teams, or RCTs. To the west, Colonel H. Stacy Clardy's RCT-2 had responsibility for the Euphrates River Valley west of the provincial capital to the Syrian border, including the cities of Hit, Haditha, Rawa, and Al-Qaim. Reinforced by the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, its sector extended south of the river over a wide expanse of sparsely populated desert area traversed by a highway and the coalition's main supply route from Jordan. Notably, municipal government had rebounded in Al-Qaim as MNFW's local accommodation with the Albu Mahal tribe held steady, and Haditha and other population centers had seen drops in violence as well when operations in November caused AQI to disperse. The Marines went on to bulldoze berms around the cities and erect internal barriers to better control access to neighborhoods. Between Ramadi and Baghdad, RCT-6 under Colonel Richard L. Simcock operated in and around Fallujah. 30 miles from Iraq's capital, Fallujah had offered the most promise in Zilmer's eyes in early 2006, but the situation there seemed tenuous in comparison with Ramadi as Gaskin assumed command 1 year later. Major tribes in the area, like the Jumaili and Zobai, still tended to favor AQI. Extremists held sway in the villages surrounding the city, and the longtime sanctuary north toward Lake Tartar remained. For the MNFW commander, the surge meant the extension of the 15th MEU and the imminent arrival of 2 more formations, 2nd Battalion 5th Marines, which he dispatched to Ramadi in March, and 1st Battalion 2nd Marines, which fell under the command of RCT-2 out west. The surge of U.S. BCTs to Baghdad also reduced the chances that MNCI would peel away Army units from MNFW in order to tamp down violence in the capital, a concern not far from the minds of Marine commanders. Most importantly, following Petraeus' guidance in Ramadi, MNFW redoubled its support of the awakening, with Gaskin's deputy, Brigadier General John R. Allen, visiting Sattar at Petraeus' urging. Sattar impressed his guest by assembling more than 100 notables from the surrounding tribes the day of the meeting. The Marine headquarters broadened this promising channel even as it continued talks with the exiled sheikhs biding their time in Jordan. Gaskin sustained tribal engagement along with efforts to build capacity in the Iraqi security forces. He soon discovered there was a direct correlation between the two. Finishing the job in Ramadi. On February 18th, Colonel John W. Charlton and 1st Brigade 3rd Infantry Division took over the Ramadi sector from McFarland's brigade. Though the situation in the city had improved markedly, Charlton saw the fight as far from over. West of the city, tribes loyal to the awakening dominated, while to the east in Sufia, cooperation between the coalition and the Albu Soda tribe had disrupted AQI command and control and logistics nodes. Meanwhile, the participation of Albu Fahad sheikhs in a January reconstruction conference signaled the powerful tribe's new receptivity to the awakening, and thus indicated that the belts surrounding the provincial capital would grow more inhospitable to Sunni militant groups. In Ramadi itself, McFarland's new combat outposts and security stations manned jointly with the newly formed police force had tamped down violence around the embattled government center. Yet AQI and its allies had not conceded the struggle. In the northern half of Ramadi, 1st Battalion 6th Marines stood poised to advance into the Katana district in the city's center while Army battalions converged on its southeastern quadrant. McFarland's brigade had secured a foothold downtown, but the enemy contested it daily with mortar, rocket-propelled grenade or RPG, and small arms fire. AQI placed particular emphasis on attacking local police outposts with suicide car bombs, so much so that Odierno expressed concern for Iraqi morale following a string of such attacks, including a February 14th explosion that killed the Western Ramadi police chief. Multiple AQI cells clung to safe havens in the central and eastern portions of the city where they had arrayed improvised explosive device or IED-laced defenses, manned temporary checkpoints, and enjoyed at least the passive support of the local population. Despite improvements in the overall security situation, 6 Americans were killed in action during February and another 31 wounded. 59 IEDs had exploded that month in Ramadi, revealing 2 major hotspots around the Al-Qadar Mosque in the Marine Battalion's sector and in the Mula'ab district on the city's eastern edge. U.S. and Iraqi forces had not established a sustained forward presence in either area. To maintain McFarland's hard-won momentum, Charlton launched a series of clearing operations that began the day his brigade assumed control of Ramadi. The first focused on Mula'ab, a bad part of town McFarland had intended to clear late in 2006 before diverting the 1st Battalion 9th Infantry Regiment east to rescue the Albu Soda tribe in its close-run struggle with AQI in Sufia and Juleba. In February 2007, Charlton returned to McFarland's original plan and dispatched the same combat-experienced battalion into eastern Ramadi after physically isolating the district overnight with the well-choreographed placement of concrete barriers. 2 of Charlton's other battalions, accompanied by 1st Brigade 1st Iraqi Army Division, helped to block fleeing enemy fighters as the U.S. formation cleared Mula'ab. In the first week, the combined force established a fully functional combat outpost, discovered an IED factory, and killed 35 militants. Another clearing operation followed in the sector assigned to 1st Battalion 6th Marines, repeating the approach of isolating the area and sweeping through it block by block while establishing mutually supporting outposts. The second sweep resulted in about 15 additional insurgents captured, and it enabled more than 200 Iraqi policemen to return to cleared neighborhoods that had been in Ansar al-Sunnah safe haven. By mid-March, Petraeus assessed that the coalition had about 70% of the provincial capital under control, but entire neighborhoods still were without a credible U.S. presence. On March 17th, Charlton launched a third clearing operation, this one in the south-central district of Iskan, where the largest concentration of AQI fighters had sought to regroup. To reinforce the operation, Charlton swapped his smaller but more mobile cavalry squadron for MNFW's 1,000-man 2nd Battalion 5th Marines, thereby gaining another 500 infantrymen. Charlton committed 2 infantry battalions, 1 Army and 1 Marine, to the final clearing operation. The fighting remained intense, with the Marines calling for a long-range rocket strike to support their offensive. Charlton's 6-week endeavor to clear Ramadi ended on March 31st, a day on which there were no attacks in the provincial capital. The BCT commander remembered that day as, quote, eerily quiet, end quote, without the usual cacophony of airstrikes, artillery, tank rounds, and machine gun fire. The Ramadi operations of February 18th to March 30th resulted in 36 enemy killed, 8 wounded, and 114 captured. During this period, there had been 515 insurgent attacks in Ramadi, including 82 IED strikes. American troops had suffered 9 killed and 40 wounded. In the aftermath of this tactical victory, U.S. and Iraqi forces consolidated their presence in about 40 positions in the city and began the laborious task of reconstruction. It would take several months and $13 million just to remove rubble from Ramadi's war-ravaged streets. With violence in the city under control, Charlton set about solidifying his gains. Military operations in Ramadi's tribal belts in April and May coincided with engagement efforts aimed at expanding the awakening. A breakthrough came when Sattar and Charlton traveled together to the Juleba area east of the Sufia district and met with sheikhs from Albu Fahad. Though powerful, the tribe had mixed loyalties, and its leader, Khamis Abdul Karim, fled to Jordan in late 2005 following the murder of his brother at the hands of AQI supporters. Once cool to the prospect of aligning with Sattar's movement, tribal elders now treated the Abu Risha sheikh like a, quote, rock star, end quote, recalled Charlton, who attributed the warm reception to a growing sense that the tide had turned decisively. When the Albu Fahad joined Sattar, the awakening's influence spread east into the Habaniya area, constricting AQI's freedom of movement along the Ramadi-Fallujah corridor. By early May, MNFI reported that these developments and Charlton's operations in the belts around Ramadi were forcing AQI's remnants to displace east to Fallujah and Baghdad or north into the remote Lake Tartar region. Watching the events in Ramadi, Petraeus quickly latched onto the significance of the connection between local tribal outreach and improved security. He sought to use mounting tribal opposition to AQI by involving the Iraqi government in a constructive way. He cajoled Maliki into visiting Anbar in early March and hoped the gesture would generate trust among restive Sunnis. Nonetheless, he confided to Gates that considerable challenges remained, pointing out that Sattar took little care to mute his hatred not just of AQI, but also of the Iraqi Islamic Party, whose Sunni members dominated the province's elected government. With marked understatement, Petraeus noted, quote, "Reconciliation work, even intrasect, is obviously difficult." End quote. The momentum generated by the awakening in Ramadi reverberated across the province. U.S. casualties in Anbar plummeted by 80% during the second week of March. Occasional setbacks took place, such as a massive truck bomb that killed 13 policemen in late April. By May, MNFW witnessed days with fewer than 10 total attacks in all of Anbar province. During the second half of 2006, attacks in Greater Ramadi had averaged 18 per day, with periodic spikes to as many as 40. But from June 2007 to the end of Charlton's tour in March 2008, the daily attack average in Ramadi fell to less than 1 per day, with some attacks nothing more than the discovery of an IED. Petraeus described the overall progress as, quote, "stunning," end quote, and noted that the security situation in Anbar was, quote, "simply unthinkable 6 months ago," end quote. The growth of the police was another indicator of progress. Volunteers came forward in droves after the clearing of Ramadi, gradually adding auxiliaries to the 2,000 policemen Charlton had available and allowing him to hold the city's neighborhoods with few manpower constraints. The Ramadi police force eventually would grow to 9,000 by the end of the surge. The undermanned Iraqi army brigades operating in Charlton's area of operations also received a boost from the awakening after the BCT persuaded Sattar to provide local men as army recruits. The Sheikh agreed to provide soldiers on the condition that the Sunni men who joined would be posted in Anbar for a minimum of 2 years, thus ruling out deployment to Shia provinces where militias might target them, a proviso that coalition leaders readily approved. 500 men enlisted at the next recruiting drive for the 7th Iraqi Army Division, exceeding the number of slots the Marines had designated for basic training. Streaming into Sattar's compound to sign up, truckloads of 40 to 50 men rumbled past the gate where the Sheikh stood cheering them on. If security improvements and the continued growth of local security forces firmed up the gains of the awakening militarily, so too did modest political progress. An enhanced provincial reconstruction team led by a State Department diplomat joined 1st Brigade 3rd Infantry Division in April, soon after Ramadi had been cleared. Viewing the embedded provincial reconstruction team as a, quote, governance transition team and, quote, best employed in partnership with the mayor's office, Charlton built a small compound for it adjacent to the government center. The city council held its first meeting on April 14th, and the provincial council returned on May 6th, convening after an unproductive year in Baghdad. In a concession to Sattar, the council included for the first time representatives from the awakening. By July, Petraeus could report that Ramadi was, quote, well into the reconstruction phase, end quote, characterizing, quote, the number and breadth of activities, end quote, as, quote, very impressive, a true example of what right looks like, end quote. That same month, during a conference that brought several of Anbar's influential sheikhs, the governor, and the director of police together for the first time, the Sunni leaders, quote, pledged support for Iraq and opposition to al-Qaeda, end quote. A meeting engagement in the desert that same week demonstrated how far AQI's fortunes had fallen since the previous fall when its supporters had marched in armed procession through the streets of Ramadi celebrating the declaration of the Islamic State of Iraq. Acting on a tip, a patrol from Charlton's battalion operating south of the provincial capital made contact with 40 to 50 AQI fighters hiding in a hay-filled flatbed truck. The group had taken months to infiltrate from outside the province, south around Lake Habaniya to an assembly area on the outskirts of Ramadi. The fighters, many wearing suicide vests, engaged the U.S. patrol in the tall grass around a place dubbed, quote, Donkey Island, end quote. Calling in helicopter support, the Americans killed over 30 fighters and recovered a large assortment of weapons at the site, including sniper rifles, grenades, mortar rounds, IED components, and dynamite. The mission of this relatively large AQI force had been to infiltrate into the city and assassinate the leaders of the awakening, indicating that the terrorist group was now directing much of its resources and men to try to stop their new tribal enemies. The Awakening in the Western Euphrates River Valley. By summer 2007, the situation looked equally grim for AQI in the population centers to the northwest. Security operations in late 2006 had disrupted the extremist group in the cities between Al-Qaim and Ramadi, but the struggle for the western Euphrates River Valley remained in question as the new year began. AQI had cowed and weakened the Jugefi tribe around highly contested Haditha. To the south, in Hit, the Albu Nimr tribe, unfazed by AQI, tilted strongly toward the coalition, but it seemed the coalition had done little to exploit this stance. Commanding a mechanized infantry battalion attached to RCT-2, Army Lieutenant Colonel Doug Chrisman arrived in Hit during February 2007 and surveyed the situation with increasing unease. Home to over 100,000 Iraqis, the district had approximately 650 policemen present for duty, most of them outside the city limits in the Albu Nimr tribe's traditional strongholds across the river. In Hit itself, Chrisman's predecessor had established a single police station under the charge of a charismatic but corrupt Iraqi colonel who showed no reservations about standing up to AQI. All the same, according to Chrisman, operations in the city consisted of, quote, going out and hoping you didn't get blown up each day, going around, waiting for something to explode, and then going after the guys you think might have done it, end quote. Finding this pattern unsustainable, the commander, with substantial Iraqi input, compiled a list of some 70 targets and orchestrated a clearing operation led by the police and backed by U.S. transition teams, Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force or CJS-OTF advisors, and conventional patrols. As the combined force swept through Hit in pursuit of insurgents, it established 2 new police stations and set up checkpoints manned by Iraqis under close American supervision. The battalion facilitated similar operations in towns just to the south. The expansion of U.S. operations and the tightening of police control in and around Hit coincided with Sheikh Sattar's outreach to the senior Albu Nimr sheikhs. Eager to replicate the gains observed in Ramadi and to strengthen its position vis-a-vis AQI, the tribe joined the awakening and began boosting the personnel ranks of local security forces with hundreds of recruits. Violence in Hit dropped sharply, enough so that during a visit to the city in early March, a surprised Petraeus reported to Gates that he had not expected to find himself, quote, walking through the market in Hit in a soft cap eating ice cream this soon, end quote. In September 2006, the weekly attack average in Hit and Haditha had reached 67 and 58 attacks, respectively. 6 months later, these averages had dropped to 8 and 3. The dramatic change in security conditions came along with changing popular attitudes. Later in March, MNFI reported that an intense rejection of AQI's extremist ideology had emerged as the predominant theme among the population of Western Anbar. The insurgents still vied for control of the population through a persistent murder and intimidation campaign, but they were now losing ground as well as allies because of it. On April 27th, a suicide car bomber attacked the residence of the Hit police chief, killing 3 policemen and 10 civilians but leaving the chief himself unscathed. Such efforts failed to stem the spread of local resistance against AQI. By the end of April, the tribal sheikhs of Haditha joined the awakening and began reporting clan members who continued to support AQI. Sunni resistance fighters of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades based in Hit also switched sides and aligned themselves with Sattar's movement around this time. By May, cooperation among U.S. and Iraqi forces and local tribes created enough pressure on AQI that the terrorist group's local leaders began to explore the prospects of amnesty. Sunni insurgents maintained a presence throughout villages between Al-Qaim and Rawa, but the struggle for popular allegiance in the western Euphrates River Valley undoubtedly had shifted against them and in favor of the awakening. For tactical commanders like Chrisman, this turn of events translated into accelerated recruiting for the Iraqi security forces as the tribes mustered their young men for service in the army, police, or government-sanctioned emergency response units. It also meant making peace with shady characters who had once populated coalition target lists, as well as organizing deliberate, by-name detainee releases to demonstrate goodwill and win over local leaders. The effects of such unorthodox actions were not always quantifiable, but Chrisman believed one particular metric illustrated the shift. In Hit, between February and September 2007, when his battalion relocated to Rutba, he lost none of his soldiers in action. The turning of the Fallujah tribes. The wave of tribal uprisings against AQI that spread across Ramadi and western Anbar in spring 2007 was slower to reach Fallujah, the restive city that twice had been the scene of large-scale fighting in 2004. Fallujah's significantly different tribal and social character proved the main reason for the delay. In Ramadi, the tribes had been able to combine and serve as the foundation for improved security, but those in and around Fallujah were in greater disarray and suspect of the idea of allying with the coalition against Sunni insurgents. The city lay at the convergence of four major tribal areas of influence. Three of these tribes, Mohemdi, Jumaili, and Zobai, remained sympathetic to AQI in early 2007, while the fourth, the Albu Isa, had split on the issue. With their sheikhs out of the country, all four tribes had lacked senior tribal leadership for some time, making them susceptible to intimidation and internal and external squabbling. A further tribal fault line cut through these tribes' territories, with the Zobai tribe falling under the Shammar Confederation, while the Albu Isa, Mohemdi, and Jumaili belonged to the rival Dulaim Confederation. The Zobai tribe's area of influence in particular had been fertile ground for insurgent groups since 2003. Dr. Harith al-Dari, Sunni cleric and chairman of the Association of Muslim Scholars, was a Zobai tribal leader who also served as a spiritual head of the Sunni insurgency. Dari's insurgent roots ran deep. His grandfather purportedly had triggered the 1920 revolution in Iraq with the assassination of a British colonel near Fallujah. From his refuge in Jordan, Dari, a longtime senior member of the Iraqi branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, provided religious endorsement and financial support for insurgent groups such as the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades, a Muslim Brotherhood-associated group in which Dari's own son was a commander. The Zobai tribe's strong Salafist culture also proved amenable to the extremist ideology of AQI when it arrived on the scene. Fallujah's involvement in regional politics was different from Ramadi's as well. The tribes around Ramadi loathed the Iraqi Islamic Party, or IIP, and included the removal of IIP Governor Mamun al-Alwani as a demand in the original draft of the September 2006 proclamation announcing the awakening. In contrast, the Albu Isa tribe maintained close ties with senior IIP leaders such as Rafi al-Isawi, an Albu Isa member and medical doctor who had treated insurgents in a Fallujah hospital during the November 2004 battle before entering politics. Becoming Maliki's first Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Isawi would rise to the post of Deputy Prime Minister in 2008. The Zobai tribe had its high-level connections as well, not only to vehement critics of the Iraqi government like Harith al-Dari, but also Salam al-Zobai, a member of the IIP-led Sunni parliamentary bloc who had become Iraq's deputy prime minister in May 2006. Conditions in Fallujah in early 2007 were not ideal for the kind of changes taking place in nearby Ramadi. Two developments in 2006 had worsened Fallujah's security situation. First, between 30,000 and 50,000 internally displaced Sunnis fleeing the sectarian violence in Baghdad had settled in Fallujah, a heavy burden for the city of 400,000. Next, insurgent fighters driven from Ramadi by McFarland's brigade and the Awakening had migrated to the rural villages surrounding Fallujah, areas that had been a sanctuary for AQI and its allies since they had fled the coalition attack of November 2004. There, the insurgents had authority, staffing checkpoints and enforcing curfews in places that saw only intermittent coalition presence. Wedged between the Euphrates River and the Fallujah-Abu Ghraib highway, Zaydan, to the southeast, stood out as a safe haven that offered access to Baghdad's crucial southern belt, while Karma, to the north, served as an AQI logistical hub and transit point. During a mid-February 2007 raid, U.S. and Iraqi troops discovered an elaborate IED factory in Karma with multiple car bombs in various stages of production, most likely intended for use in Baghdad or its suburbs. Beyond the town of Saklawiya to the northwest, AQI enjoyed relative respite in the seam separating the coalition units in Fallujah from those in Ramadi. In these areas within striking distance of Fallujah, AQI and other insurgents gathered their strength and prepared for a confrontation with the coalition and the Iraqi security forces. The ISF in Fallujah proved unreliable. In keeping with the MNFI campaign plan, coalition troops had focused on transition mission rather than operating against the insurgents. The Marine Regimental Combat Team in Fallujah shifted responsibility for the city's security to the 1st Iraqi Army Division and afterward maintained only 300 Marines within the city's boundaries. As a result, the security picture was mixed. While recruitment and training woes hampered the Iraqi 1st Division's effectiveness in keeping the city secure, the Fallujah police chief, Colonel Faisal Ismail Hussein, operated against AQI in tandem with the Awakening's militia arm, the Tawar al-Anbar. The two groups had fair results, hauling in 282 suspected AQI fighters in February 2007 alone. Faisal, a former Republican Guard commando and one-time insurgent, formed the, quote, Special Missions Group, end quote, which proved especially effective in the hunt for high-value targets, capturing former Ba'athist and prolific AQI financier Brigadier General Ali Dawood Sulaiman Nail al-Khalifawi in March. Khalifawi, prominent in coordinating the insurgency in Fallujah since 2004, continued to support the violence through his ties to the influential Sheikh Abdullah Janabi, whom he visited frequently in Syria. Faisal Hussein also struck ceasefires with Jaish Mohammed, Jaish al-Islami, and 1920 Revolutionary Brigades operatives in the city, which likely benefited local police, but not U.S. troops. As for governance, Marine commanders were optimistic for Fallujah's city council, one of the few functioning in Anbar. However, the situation in the city in early 2007 was more fragile than they realized. 1 week after Colonel Richard Simcock and RCT-6 assumed responsibility for Fallujah in late January 2007, the city council secretary was assassinated, the same fate his predecessor had met 6 months earlier. The targeted killing led the council to adjourn for 1 month, and, under the uninspired leadership of a corrupt mayor, the municipal government nearly collapsed. Tribal outreach in Fallujah had yielded far less than in Ramadi by early 2007. In an attempt to build a, quote, tribal wall, end quote, around Fallujah and make the eastern tip of Anbar inhospitable for AQI, Deputy MNFW Commander Major General John R. Allen traveled to Amman, Jordan every 2 weeks to talk with prominent sheikhs in exile. He managed to extract a few promises to support police recruitment, but he initially failed to persuade many to return and rally their tribes. Sheikh Mishan al-Jumaili, for example, rejected a direct appeal from Allen in the spring, even though Jumaili had driven all night from Damascus to meet with the Marine general in Amman. Even after assurances that the coalition would fortify his compound and train his personal security detail, the sheikh decided to wait, as did most others like him. The sheikhs of the Albu Isa proved the exception, and they provided an opening that eventually changed Fallujah dramatically. Courted by Allen's predecessor, Sheikh Ifan Sadoun al-Isawi had a checkered history with the Americans. Mistakenly shot by U.S. troops in 2003, the sheikh later was imprisoned at Abu Ghraib for 9 months. However, as an early outspoken Anbari voice against AQI, he had taken part in the initial CJS-OTF efforts to mobilize tribal auxiliaries in 2004 and 2005, and had been forced to flee with his family to Amman after a failed AQI assassination attempt against him. Following an appeal by Sheikh Sattar, however, he returned and sought to extend the awakening to Fallujah, a step that put him at odds not just with AQI, but with some members of his own tribe. In early February, the embattled Sheikh Ifan found himself defending his compound outside Fallujah with the help of Marines as he worked to organize an emergency response unit there, a complete turn from his earlier hostility to U.S. troops. Later that month, Iraqi police and Sheikh Ifan's armed Abu Isa fighters, supported by Marine artillery, fought a 2-day battle against 300 Sunni insurgents that resulted in at least 40 insurgents killed. A few weeks later, AQI struck back by launching chlorine-laden suicide car bombs against the Amaria Fallujah police station and nearby residence of Sheikh Ifan, just one of many attacks in 2007 in which AQI attempted to use chlorine gas as a chemical weapon. It was also just one of 3 assassination attempts against Sheikh Ifan that year, all of which he survived, only to be killed by a suicide bomber while serving in the Iraqi parliament in January 2013. The war against AQI was costly for the Abu Isa, with the tribe losing scores of fighters. In one incident, AQI killed at least 40 Abu Isa tribesmen, dumping them in a mass grave. Sheikh Ifan's turn against AQI coincided with and benefited from intensified coalition security operations in the Fallujah area in the spring of 2007. With 3 Marine battalions and 2 battalion-sized Army units, Simcock had more U.S. forces at his disposal than any of his predecessors in eastern Anbar. Violence inside Fallujah's city limits was a problem, but at an average rate of less than 2 attacks per day during April, it was not out of control. Thus, the RCT commander focused first on the rural areas south of Fallujah, conducting an operation to secure the route connecting the Amaria Fallujah police station to its logistical base near the city. The RCT then shifted its main effort to Zayden and proceeded counterclockwise around Fallujah's belts, moving north to Karma and onto Saklawiya, where Simcock had the least developed tribal relationships. Adequate U.S. troop levels, along with 3 Iraqi Army brigades and the establishment of 2 emergency response police units, enabled the RCT commander to maintain a permanent presence in these outlying areas, even as he turned to clearing Fallujah, where enemy sniper attacks and suicide car bombs were increasing. In late March, for example, insurgents carried out a complex chlorine-augmented IED attack against Fallujah's government center using 2 suicide truck bombs and 2 suicide vest bombers, as well as mortar and small arms fire. Iraqi police disrupted the attack before it caused major damage, but the incident indicated AQI still had a potent presence in the city. As the Abu Isa tribe was fighting AQI near Amaria Fallujah, large portions of the Zobai tribe joined the battle against AQI as well. As in the Abu Isa area, fighting in the Zobai tribal area of Zayden took the form of an intra-tribal war, with the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades fighters loyal to the Dari House turning against members of Al-Faris, a clan closely affiliated with AQI. While the struggle was in part due to Zobai anger over AQI's indiscriminate targeting of civilians as well as cultural differences like forced marriage, the rival clan's main objective was a grab for power. Observing this Sunni-on-Sunni violence in early March, MNFW interpreted it simply as insurgents targeting each other. The conflict began in earnest when squabbling over an inter-clan marriage gone badly and the unrelated murder of a sheikh's son-in-law aggravated an already tense situation. Pressure mounted as related economic factors brought into question which family would control the potentially lucrative transportation corridor running from Fallujah to the outskirts of Baghdad. The internal Zobai rivalry bled over into Baghdad, with the unsuccessful March 23, 2007 assassination attempt against Deputy Prime Minister Salam Zobai reportedly carried out by a fellow Zobai tribe member allied with AQI. The dispute between the 2 sides of the Zobai tribe tipped into open war on March 27th when AQI carried out a suicide attack against the home of Tahir al-Dari, the most senior sheikh of the Zobai tribe and the half-brother of Harith al-Dari. The attack killed Sheikh Tahir's son, a leader of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades. Angry tribesmen swelled the Revolutionary Brigade's ranks and began fighting AQI in Zayden. What followed was effectively a switching of sides not only by the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades, but by several other Sunni insurgent groups as well. By mid-May, elements of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades were negotiating with MNFW about how best to achieve the common objective of expelling AQI from Anbar. Harith al-Dari broke publicly with AQI, declaring that it had, quote, gone too far, end quote, and that the central leadership in distant Pakistan did not, quote, represent Iraqis, end quote. Joining the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades in its public rupture with AQI was Jaish al-Islami, one of the largest Sunni insurgent groups in Iraq. Just days after the attack on Tahir al-Dari, Jaish al-Islami announced its decision to, quote, disunite, end quote, from AQI. The group's spokesman, Ibrahim al-Shammari, told Al Jazeera News that the informal alliance between the two groups had frayed after the death of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in June 2006 because of AQI's targeting of Jaish al-Islami operatives and its commitment to an expansive Islamic state. Indicators of this rift had come in February 2007 when former Iraqi parliamentarian Mishan al-Jabouri, who fled the country in late 2005 after his indictment for funneling government money to the insurgency, denounced AQI over the airways of the Syrian-based television station he owned. The network typically churned out propaganda for insurgent groups like Jaish al-Islami, but Jabouri used it on this occasion to lambast AQI's campaign of suicide bombings against Shia neighborhoods and its cutthroat tactics to intimidate and control rival sheikhs and emirs. The terrorists had done little to make Sunnis in Iraq more secure, Jabouri charged. In early May, Jaish al-Islami, Jaish Mujahideen, the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades, and a portion of Ansar al-Sunnah declared themselves members of a new jihad and reform front united against AQI, a major blow to AQI's support base in Anbar. The turn against AQI in the Fallujah area did not necessarily translate into active partnerships with coalition forces, however. Harith al-Dari, for example, remained staunchly opposed to the occupation from his perch in Jordan. Nonetheless, local realignments often meant fewer enemies for American troops at the tactical level. Engagement with former insurgents could develop ceasefires into something more, as the awakening and the fielding of emergency response units had proved. Along these lines, Jaish al-Islami's break from AQI in spring 2007 would pave the way for the eventual expansion of the awakening beyond Anbar to Abu Ghraib and the southern belts of Baghdad. Within Anbar, tribal rejection of extremist groups like AQI grew quickly in the late spring, taking firmer root in Amaria Fallujah and Zaydan and branching out toward Jumaili territory around Karma to the north. As Fallujah's hinterland turned increasingly hostile to AQI, RCT-6 and the Fallujah police launched operations in early June to clear the remaining insurgents from the city itself and put an end to large-scale AQI attacks. With the support of a Marine battalion, police units and their coalition advisory teams erected concrete barriers and vehicle checkpoints before sequentially moving through each of the city's 10 precincts, standing up neighborhood watch groups and gathering biometric data in support of ISF recruiting as they went. The cornering of terrorist cells in the city led to some sharp engagements. One U.S.-Iraqi patrol that discovered a car bomb factory came under attack by AQI operatives wearing suicide vests. After killing 7 enemy fighters, the patrol dismantled 2 trucks carrying thousands of pounds in homemade explosives. Later in June, another combined patrol in the city discovered an insurgent cache containing over 25,000 gallons of nitric acid, enough to produce a large number of IEDs. These deliberate clearing operations by coalition and Iraqi units pushed AQI's remnants out of the city and toward remote areas where they attempted to regroup. With Zaydan and Amaria Fallujah no longer hospitable to them, many insurgents headed toward the sparsely populated area north of Karma, near Lake Tartar. There they would seek to reestablish themselves, setting up a further round of fighting against coalition and Iraqi troops that would come in the summer. Cementing security gains in Anbar. The rapid improvement of the situation in Anbar created an unexpected decision point for Petraeus and Odierno. Petraeus had been reluctant to shift forces out of Anbar while the situation around Fallujah remained precarious, but the MNFI commander could not ignore the option, given the province's breathtaking turnaround. With major fighting underway in Diyala and Baghdad, he reported to Gates in late May that Odierno was drafting plans to transfer one army battalion from Anbar to the southern belts. That adjustment eventually would occur in midsummer when 3rd Battalion 509th Infantry Regiment Airborne left eastern Anbar and returned to its parent organization, Colonel Michael Garrett's 4th Brigade 25th Infantry Division south of Baghdad. Separately, Odierno entertained the possibility of moving Charlton's BCT to Baghdad, but decided against this significant reallocation of combat units as long as AQI retained enough latent striking power to pose a threat in Anbar. By early July, Petraeus considered the military fight largely won in Ramadi and Fallujah, judging both cities to be in the, quote, consolidation phase, end quote, and with fighting in the urban areas dropping off, the coalition commands moved into a period of cementing the security gains in the province. For MNFW, the first aspect of this phase was pursuit operations using the additional troops that had come to Anbar as part of the surge. Between the 13th MEU and 2 more rifle battalions, an additional 4,000 troops arrived in the province by summer 2007, enough manpower to, quote, put us over top, end quote, in the words of Allen, MNFW's deputy commander. Across the province, north and east of Fallujah, south of Haditha, and north and east of Rutba, the MEF dispatched troops to disrupt longtime AQI safe havens without having to leave the Euphrates River Valley population centers vulnerable. The aim of this widespread pressure was to drive AQI fighters into deserted wadis where unmanned aerial vehicles could find them and indirect fire or airstrikes could target them with little risk of collateral damage, a process that would continue for months. Back in Anbar's populated areas, MNFW continued to enroll tribesmen in the security forces and draw formerly hostile or neutral Anbaris into new alliances with U.S. troops. In Allen's judgment, the coalition and the tribal awakening had been mutually reinforcing. The awakening had been the idea of the Ramadi tribal leaders, but it, quote, could not have gotten off the ground if it hadn't been supported by coalition forces, end quote, he later told historians. Tribal leaders who were skeptical about Anbar's provincial government had resisted MNFW's entreaties to reconcile, Allen explained, noting that, quote, as long as AQI was a nightmare in their lives every day if they appeared to be aligned with the government, then tribal sheikhs were on the fence, end quote. To encourage reconciliation, MNFW's strategy had been to empower the sheikhs, connect them to the local government, support them with indigenous security forces, and then provide, quote, security top cover through constant conventional and special operations, end quote. By early summer, this multi-pronged approach had paid off, as the tribes had come down on the coalition side of, quote, the fence, end quote, and had raised 8 emergency response units that changed the security balance in Anbar. The rapid formation of these armed tribal levies had taken AQI by surprise, Allen observed, and the Marine General compared their appearance to the sudden, quote, uncloaking of Klingon warships, end quote, in Star Trek. The resulting numbers were vast. By midsummer 2007, the combined strength of the police and emergency response units in Anbar province exceeded 20,000. MNFW aimed to solidify these gains through steps such as the establishment of a large police academy at Habaniya that eliminated the logistical and security burden of transporting local recruits to places like Mosul and Jordan. The addition of so many trained policemen in the province enabled the coalition and ISF to hold population centers far more effectively than in previous years, Allen judged. Clearing operations in the past had resembled a boat plying the water, he described, with insurgents returning to an area as the ship's wake settled. However, the growth in police forces had changed this trend. Quote, if you come rolling back into town as Al-Qaeda now, Allen observed in late June 2007, chances are you're going to find yourself in somebody's basement, shackled to a pipe until we get around to your case. End quote. As the awakening grew and security in Anbar improved, MNFW persisted in its effort to bridge the gap between the tribes and the much-despised provincial government, with mixed results. As they had attempted to do in 2006, MNFW tried to connect Governor Mamoun and the provincial council in Ramadi with Anbar's outlying municipalities and press provincial officials to be more responsive to local communities' needs. Mamoun labored under a deficit of goodwill due to the provincial government's long-standing ineffectiveness. To help placate indignant municipal leaders, MNFW requested an infusion of Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, money from MNCI to enhance the governor's ability to deliver local reconstruction projects, and Odierno responded by approving an additional $50 million. MNFW also frequently ferried the governor to Baghdad to establish connections with the ministries and favorably facilitate the flow of Iraqi government money and projects to the province. However, Mamoun and his provincial officials had not played a significant role in Anbar's turnaround between September 2006 and summer 2007. The key Iraqi players instead had been the Anbari sheikhs, particularly local tribal leaders whom the coalition initially had not considered important. In Ramadi, Western Anbar, and Fallujah, the turning of the tribes had come because of local dynamics and coalition outreach to local leaders rather than through negotiations with senior Anbari sheikhs in Jordan. The expatriate sheikhs had not led events, but as conditions in eastern Anbar changed, they followed them, joining their more junior tribal leaders who, in some cases, had already expelled AQI from their tribal territories. In early July, as Marine commanders had long wished him to do, Jumaili finally made his way back to Iraq after one of his sons was killed by an IED northwest of Fallujah. The presence of Mishal and others like him provided his tribesmen with the psychological lift for which the Marines had hoped, but not until the security situation had already turned. In mid-June, the Marines began holding meetings with senior sheikhs who had returned to Anbar after an absence of several years to join forces with Sattar and the Awakening. On June 25th, an AQI suicide bomber attacked a number of these sheikhs and Awakening leaders who traveled to the Mansour Hotel in Baghdad for meetings with central government officials. The bomber killed 10 Iraqis, including former Anbar Governor Faisal al-Gaoud and Tariq al-Asafi, Sattar's security advisor and a leader of the Awakening in his own right. Though not present, Sattar himself had expected to attend and would have been present in the targeted party had he done so. Reflecting on the near miss, Allen summarized the fragility of the progress in Anbar. Quote, "You're only one bomb blast away from the entire calculus changing." End quote. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 4, Part 2. The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 4, Part 2. The Awakening Gathers Momentum. The Awakening in the Baghdad Belts. Page 161. Pacifying the Triangle of Death. The Awakening and its associated war within the Sunni tribes did not stop at Anbar's borders. As though channeled by the Euphrates River and the highway system running toward the capital, the tribal movement seeped in early 2007 from MNFW's area of operations into the sector south of Baghdad dubbed the, quote, Triangle of Death, end quote, due to its chronic violence and insurgent influence. AQI and its allies valued this area for its proximity to Baghdad and the access it offered Sunni fighters intent on launching attacks into the capital. The Triangle was an ideal insurgent sanctuary, with many areas difficult for coalition troops to reach. Thousands of small farms dotted a landscape that was crisscrossed by irrigation ditches and 20-foot-wide canals, which restricted the movements of U.S. patrols to IED-strewn levee roads. This was the area in which Sunni militants in June 2006 had captured 2 soldiers from 2nd Brigade 101st Airborne Division, killing the captive Americans at an abandoned Russian-built power plant in Yusufia that had become an insurgent headquarters for the area. The western edge of the Triangle of Death was Zobai tribal land that extended into the areas of Anbar where the Dari family turned against AQI in spring 2007. Just east of the Zobai, though, the territories of the Janabi and Karguli tribes remained particularly hostile to coalition troops and had served as insurgent support bases for several years. In demographic terms, The triangle was roughly 70% Sunni, but with a large Shia minority clustered in population centers along Highway 8, the north-south road that fed into southwest Baghdad's troubled Rashid district. These communities were torn by a sectarian struggle for control of the southern belts playing out in Mahmudiyya and Latufiyya, with Shia militias successfully shifting the demographics in those traditionally Sunni towns before expanding toward Yusufiyya, 8 miles to the west. Since September 2006, this area had been the responsibility of Colonel Michael M. Kershaw's 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division, assigned to Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, at the time. Kershaw and his troops found themselves facing a violent sector in which the 48th BCT of the Georgia National Guard and the 2nd Brigade 101st Airborne Division had suffered heavy casualties in the previous year and a half. The brigade's main effort was in the Mahmudiyya area, which in the Saddam Hussein era had been home to the Republican Guard's Medina Division and the location of a major weapons facility, 2 factors that explained why the area had the ordnance and human capital to sustain a large-scale insurgency. To tackle this troublesome insurgent sanctuary, Kershaw had adopted 2 approaches that were out of step with the MNFI campaign plan of 2006. First, he had partnered his units with the large 4th Brigade's 6th Iraqi Army Division, embedding his field artillery battalion directly in the brigade rather than simply relying on transition teams. He had worked closely with the Iraqi brigade commander, Brigadier General Ali Freiji, to develop a combined plan for the Triangle of Death. Freiji, a well-regarded nationalist Shia officer whom Minister of Defense Abdel Kader described to coalition officers as, quote, the best officer in the Iraqi army, end quote, had a mix of Sunni and Shia officers and unusually did not shrink from carrying out operations against Sunni or Shia militants alike. Freiji had 5 battalions of Iraqi troops at his disposal, but few police with whom to partner because the insurgent-dominated area had resisted the establishment of police outposts. Next, Kershaw had circumvented guidance from MNFI and MNCI to close patrol bases in his sector, choosing instead to deploy his companies forward into the area of operations, away from the brigade's base at Camp Stryker on the Victory Base complex. Quote, push units as far forward as possible, end quote, the brigade commander advocated in late November 2006. Quote, operate decentralized, gain and maintain contact with the people, end quote. By the end of November, 11 of Kershaw's 14 companies were living on forward outposts within the brigade's sector. Establishing the outposts was not easy, and the BCT faced its toughest combat during its initial months as it implemented Kershaw's approach. In its first 90 days in the Triangle of Death, the BCT lost 25 vehicles to roadside bombs, a trend that Kershaw intended to arrest by continuing to place his units forward in the sector and thereby reducing the distance the troops had to travel to operate. The forward presence would also allow for more frequent engagement with the population. The BCT also conducted frequent air assaults to compensate for the difficulty of moving by ground through the segmented terrain of irrigated farmland and canals. The area most lacking in coalition presence was an inhospitable 20-square-mile patch of ground along a stretch of the Euphrates River near Yusufiyya, where Kershaw was determined to expand his brigade's control. In its first operation to enter the area, the brigade encountered a blocking obstacle of 14 IEDs along a section of road 1.5 miles in length, indicating that the enemy had prepared a deliberate defense to prevent the penetration of its safe haven. In October, however, the brigade seized the nearby abandoned Yusufiyya power plant and converted the massive concrete structure from an AQI base into a U.S. patrol base. Once gaining access to the enemy's safe haven, the brigade captured what amounted to an insurgent arms depot. Kershaw's troops discovered 138 55-gallon drums of ammunition and other materiel buried along previously inaccessible canals within the Shakaria Triangle, some of them a mere 500 meters from coalition outposts. The discovery bolstered Kershaw's arguments to his higher headquarters that the area needed more U.S. patrol bases, not fewer. Adding other hubs soon after in a gradually constricting web of positions, the brigade robbed the insurgents of a fortified staging area on the banks of the Euphrates and constricted their ability to maneuver freely. As the surge got underway in early 2007, Kershaw considered the new guidance he received from Petraeus and Odierno to push troops forward into populated areas as validation of a course on which he already had embarked. In April 2007, Kershaw's brigade kept the same battle space but became part of the newly created MNDC area of operations. The arrival of Major General Rick Lynch's 3rd Infantry Division as MNDC lent unity of effort to the campaign in the southern belts and to the interdiction of accelerants to Baghdad's sectarian violence, but the principal way that Kershaw pursued his mission, namely by establishing security through forward presence, remained unchanged. AQI and its allies responded with a wave of attacks against the brigade's new occupied outposts and increased IEDs along the supply routes that linked its hub-and-spoke system of patrol bases. This insurgent counterattack culminated on May 12th with an abduction of U.S. soldiers by Sunni fighters at almost exactly the location where U.S. soldiers had been taken the previous year. In a pre-dawn ambush, about a dozen enemy fighters surprised an American patrol watching over a section of road frequently planted with IEDs. The insurgents quickly overwhelmed the crews of the 2 high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, or HMMWVs, there, killing 4 U.S. soldiers and an Iraqi soldier during the assault. The attackers snatched 3 wounded Americans and dragged them east, away from the river, disappearing before quick reaction forces from 2 nearby patrol bases could arrive. It would emerge later that a leader from the local Karguli tribe had organized the operation, but AQI claimed responsibility and declared the attack as another retaliation for the rape and murder of a Sunni teenage girl by soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division in the same area more than a year earlier. The coalition response to the abduction of Kershaw's 3 soldiers was swift and intense. The BCT isolated the area and controlled access to the Euphrates River bridges. Kershaw's battalions began a non-stop series of operations to collect intelligence in support of the search. Within 3 days, the brigade launched 12 air assaults made possible by the provision of additional UH-60 helicopters. 2 Stryker companies from Baghdad also joined the search. These forces ramped up the hunt for insurgent leaders on their target lists, conducting multiple raids each night and maintaining an exhausting pace for 6 weeks. Colonel Michael X. Garrett, commander of 4th Brigade 25th Infantry Division to the south, joined the effort by temporarily pushing troops into the northwestern tip of his sector along an often neglected tactical seam where he shared a unit boundary with Kershaw on the Euphrates River. Meanwhile, Kershaw's troops descended on Karguli village, where a sullen population maintained close ties with AQI. They questioned every military-aged male and acquired biometric data, including fingerprints and other identifying characteristics, on more than 800 people. Similar sweeps occurred elsewhere in the area. A week after the attack, the BCT had amassed numerous tips from locals, including the tribal elders of Karguli village, but neither these nor other intelligence reports could definitively answer questions about the captives' physical condition or location. On May 23rd, Iraqi police discovered the body of one of the Americans captured on May 12th drifting in the Euphrates River more than 10 miles downstream from the ambush site. The search continued into June as hopes of finding the other 2 of Kershaw's missing soldiers alive faded, with a series of brutal battles occurring as a byproduct of the increased operational tempo. While attempting to detain and search an insurgent on June 1st, Staff Sergeant Travis W. Atkins from 2nd Battalion 14th Infantry Regiment became involved in hand-to-hand combat. Noticing the insurgent was about to detonate a suicide vest, Atkins threw himself on his opponent, shielding the other members of his patrol from the blast. For his selfless actions, Atkins was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. On June 10th, U.S. soldiers at the scene of a firefight 75 miles away in Samara recovered personal items belonging to the missing men. Given the expected seriousness of their wounds, it was determined unlikely that the 2 could have survived a trip that far north. Their remains finally were found more than a year later near Jurf as-Sakr, after a man detained by U.S. Special Operations Forces claimed to have knowledge of the burial place. Although the search for the missing American soldiers ended tragically, the operations during the weeks following the soldiers' May 12th abduction led to dramatic and unexpected changes in the Triangle of Death. The intensity of the coalition's response shocked local Sunni leaders and local insurgent groups, who had witnessed a much milder coalition reaction when insurgents abducted and killed U.S. soldiers from the same spot a year before. The 6 weeks of pressure against insurgents in the Mahmudiyya district had come just as a violent battle among Sunnis in the area peaked. For nearly a year, tensions between AQI and some local tribal groups had worsened as the terrorist group had murdered and intimidated Sunni opponents and encroached on economic activities that were some tribes' livelihoods. As tribes in eastern Anbar had taken up arms against AQI in early 2007, some tribal groups in the Triangle of Death had begun to do the same. 2 of Kershaw's battalions had a front-row seat to this, quote, war within a war, end quote, as one commander called it. Down the western slice of the BCT sector, where the Zaydan and Radwaniyya areas straddled the unit boundary with the Marines south of Highway 1, the coalition had little to no military presence. Focused on eliminating the AQI sanctuary in his area of operation, or AO, and on helping the Iraqi army stabilize Mahmudiyya, Kershaw lacked the forces to venture off and into Radwaniyya, let alone enough to muster the combat power to stay. Nonetheless, as early as January 2007, U.S. soldiers observed from their patrol bases the sights and sounds of frequent nighttime skirmishes as AQI and the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades seemed to be fighting. Throughout the spring, locals began to provide tips to Kershaw's unit and formed neighborhood watch groups in some villages. Kershaw's cavalry squadron commander, who had made inroads with the Kartani tribe on the southern outskirts of Baghdad, conferred with the Marine battalion to his west in Anbar and arranged to meet a leading Sobai sheikh whose tribal area stretched across division boundaries. The tribe's leadership, he reported to Kershaw afterward, appeared interested in contributing by providing tribal auxiliaries. The brigade commander sensed that this was a positive development but remained circumspect. The Iraqi army still had to be persuaded. This approach toward accommodation with formerly hostile or ambivalent tribes accelerated in June. The swarming of U.S. troops in and around the search area after the May 12th abduction, coupled with the spike in raids against insurgent leaders, had an intimidating yet somewhat liberating effect on the population. Special Operations Forces working closely with Kershaw lent their lethal precision to the fight and, by removing a few key AQI operatives from the battlefield, opened the door to better intelligence gathering as more civilians came forward with information on the enemy. On June 10th, American guards stopped a dump truck laden with 14,000 pounds of explosives as it careened down the market-lined main road of Sadr al-Yusufiyya toward the gate of a patrol base. To local sheikhs caught in the middle but favoring more tight-knit security arrangements with Kershaw's troops, the failed suicide truck bomb attack offered the latest evidence that AQI constituted a threat, while the Americans did not. Sensing that the Americans might be willing to help in their intra-Sunni battle with AQI, local tribal fighters in Kershaw's sector decided to solicit coalition assistance and thus gain some respite in a multi-front war. In mid-June, armed men waving a makeshift flag of truce approached a U.S. patrol in the west of the brigade's sector. This encounter led to a meeting a few days later between 2 U.S. battalion commanders and one of the group's leaders, a soft-spoken but charismatic man whom U.S. officers described as having a, quote, dastardly, end quote, air about him. Intrigued by the man's proposal to join forces against AQI, the U.S. commanders tentatively agreed because they found little to lose from the venture. One gave the insurgent leader a cell phone and a by-name list of the high-value targets his battalion was hunting. In a week's time, the man reported killing 2 on the list. As proof, the brutal demise of one had been captured on cell phone video. A third had been brought in alive for the Americans to arrest and interrogate. Told about the outcome of this second meeting, Kershaw instructed his subordinates to exploit what seemed to be a promising development, but to proceed cautiously. For the BCT commander, this was uncharted territory, but the killing and capturing of elusive AQI operatives justified the associated risks in his mind. Within 3 weeks, the armed tribesmen delivered an enemy fighter for whom 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division had been searching since September, the infamous Abu Rus, the insurgent who had abducted, tortured, and killed 2 101st Airborne Division soldiers in 2006. The man behind these meetings was Karim Ismail Hussein, a Zobayi tribesman also known as Abu Maruf, who was, almost incredibly, the brother of Colonel Faisal Ismail Hussein, the insurgent-linked Fallujah police chief. Abu Maruf's own shifting allegiances embodied the complexity of the intra-Sunni struggle, as well as the murky origins of the awakening beyond Anbar. Although he described himself as, quote, an independent, end quote, MNFW in mid-2006 had characterized him as a Zayden-based AQI leader, and at one time he had kidnapped 2 senior members of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades in order to derail that organization's ceasefire talks with the coalition. By the time Jaish al-Islami and the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades declared themselves against AQI in May 2007, Abu Maruf himself had defected and joined, quote, the 1920, end quote, but al-Qaeda retaliated by slitting the throat of his brother Ahmed. As the battle for control in Fallujah swirled into outlying areas like Zayden, opportunists like Abu Maruf saw a chance to expand the awakening across the provincial border and gain some relief in their simultaneous struggle against Sunni extremists, the coalition, the Iraqi security forces, and Iranian-backed Shia militias. Kershaw, for his part, welcomed cooperation with Abu Maruf and the tribesmen he led, but this agreement with local insurgents, though the most dramatic in the colonel's sector, was just one of several initiatives there. In Sadr Yusufiya, a sheikh belonging to the Albu Isa tribe had broached the subject of an armed neighborhood watch group with the U.S. company commander running the nearby patrol base. In another case, the carefully coordinated release of a sheikh's detained son brought enough goodwill to entice local elements of the previously pro-insurgent Kartani tribe into Kershaw's fold. The collective impact of these cooperative security arrangements would be decisive in the Mahmudiyya district, though at the brigade level they appeared disparate and fragmented, slowly gaining traction as battalions built relationships and proceeded through trial and error. Kershaw also noted that reconciliation with erstwhile enemies actually simplified very little. Quote, "We are working with a multitude of competing tribes who will consistently seek to gain advantages against the other, and who will lie, cheat, and steal to get a piece of the action that is emerging," end quote, he advised subordinates in the summer of 2007. Quote, "We are on the cusp of putting these people squarely in our court," Kershaw pressed. "Stay after it," end quote. The final element of Kershaw's approach was to broker peace between the local Sunni fighters and the Iraqi security forces, especially Frejie's Iraqi Army Brigade, which had taken heavy casualties against these same insurgents. Once he was satisfied that working with the Sunni locals was a viable approach, Kershaw turned his attention to persuading Frejie and Iraqi 6th Division Commander Major General Abdul Amir al-Lami of its merits. Frejie was difficult to convince, at one point angrily calling one of Kershaw's battalion commanders, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Suich, a, quote, traitor, end quote, for making deals with local insurgents. To involve Frejie more closely in the Sunni Volunteer Initiative, Kershaw assigned his Field Artillery Battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Morschauser, to spend most of his time with the Iraqi commander, while Kershaw himself met with Frejie several times a week. As the months passed and Frejie grew more comfortable with the local, quote, volunteers, end quote, and with the coalition and ISF oversight of them, he eventually became an advocate for the arrangement in appearances before Iraqi government committees in Baghdad, with Kershaw accompanying him to those meetings. By the time of its departure from Iraq during November 2007, 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division had 8,800 local Iraqi tribesmen incorporated into day-to-day security operations in the brigade's sector, usually paid under security contracts funded by CERP with Petraeus's and Odierno's blessing. This Sunni tribal cooperation with Kershaw's troops and Frejie's Iraqi Army Brigade resulted in a staggering reduction of violence in what had been a solid insurgent stronghold. Kershaw's agreement with tribal irregulars led to the apprehension of 85 insurgents on the brigade's target lists. Where tribal fighters began to cooperate in security operations, IED attacks on Kershaw's troops plunged to nearly zero, while successful raids against AQI operatives skyrocketed. In an area that had seen only a thin security presence in 2006, Kershaw found himself in control of almost 20,000 counterinsurgents, including his 3,300 U.S. troops, Ali Frazi's 5,500-strong Iraqi brigade, 1,500 Iraqi police, and the 8,800 local Awakening members, the equivalent of more than a division's worth of ground troops. After July 2007, the brigade did not suffer another combat death. The Triangle of Death had experienced a total turnaround. Asked in fall 2007 what percentage of the tribal irregulars in his area had been insurgents, Kershaw paused for a moment and then replied, quote, "Probably all of them." End quote. The Awakening in Babil Province. South and east of Kershaw, Garrett's 4th Brigade 25th Infantry Division experienced similar summertime breakthroughs with the tribes across the BCT's enormous sector of Karbala, Najaf, and Babil provinces. The brigade's area, which had long been an economy of force effort for MNDB, was strained by diverse threats at opposite ends of the battle space. In its Shia-majority population centers, Shia militias such as the Badr Corps and JAM vied for control, occasionally violently. The January battle against the Soldiers of Heaven had occurred in Garrett's sector, as had the AAH raid against U.S. police advisors in Karbala the previous week. These events had pulled the brigade's attention to the south. In the rural areas along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, however, Sunni militants held sway, drawing the brigade's attention north. With one of its 3 maneuver battalions detached to reinforce the Marines northeast of Fallujah, the brigade struggled to control its portion of the southern belts and was forced to focus on the northern half of Babil province while Iraqi forces assumed responsibility for the rest. Like Kershaw, Garrett maintained a generally favorable view of the Iraqi army units with which he worked, but could expect little from the police, though Babil Police Chief Major General Qais Hamaz al-Mamouri proved both popular and dependable. The relative strength of the 8th Iraqi Army Division under the command of the highly regarded Major General Othman Ali Farhud al-Ghanimi did not necessarily translate into a lighter burden for Garrett. He still carried the responsibility of supplying and overseeing the military transition teams stationed at the southern reaches of the expansive territory under his purview in Karbala, Hilla, and even Diwania, although Diwania technically lay inside the Polish-led MNDCS area of operations. In the north, closer to Baghdad, Garrett parceled out his available forces to manage the risk of the vast sector. Jurf as-Sakr, an insurgent hotbed on the Euphrates and a stronghold of the Janabi tribe, was, according to the BCT commander, a, quote, nasty little place, end quote, where, quote, every day was a movement to contact, end quote. Without adequate U.S. or Iraqi forces to occupy it, the town remained an enemy safe haven. To the north and east, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Odom's cavalry squadron faced a similar situation in the Arab Jabur region along the Tigris. Headquartered on the southern edge of the capital and somewhat disconnected from Garrett's other battalions, the squadron encountered difficulty expanding its forward presence because of its own limited size and a shortage of capable Iraqi forces. One of Odom's patrol bases astride a prime infiltration route 4 miles outside Baghdad came under attack almost daily. On April 12th, AQI struck the company-sized outpost with a truck bomb loaded with 600 pounds of homemade explosives, killing 4 U.S. soldiers and wounding 9. Reporting on the attack, Petraeus highlighted the, quote, frontline nature, end quote, of such bases, stating that a strategy featuring a, quote, visible constant presence, end quote, was, quote, not without risk, end quote. Still, even the right approach required sufficient resources. Without mutually supporting positions and enough U.S. and Iraqi troops to patrol their surroundings, forward bases were exposed and, at times, besieged. The cavalry squadron abandoned the vulnerable patrol base in mid-June in conjunction with a realignment of battle space as the final surge brigade arrived. Although Garrett's thinly stretched brigade struggled with its vast battle space, tribal security initiatives accelerated through the spring and began to succeed as Sunni sheikhs who had been fighting a losing battle against both Shia enemies and Sunni terrorists approached coalition commanders to offer their cooperation. In early February 2007, Imad Mohammed Talal, a sheikh of the Kartani tribe, met with American leaders at Garrett's headquarters at Forward Operating Base Kalsu in Iskandariya and proposed raising a force of 5,000 Sunni irregulars to fight AQI and drive JAM from the area. Focused at the time on propping up formal governance and the Iraqi security forces, the brigade discounted his offer as outlandish and risky, not least because Sheikh Imad was reputed to be an AQI leader himself and was known to have carried out attacks on the Iraqi police. However, as other tribal groups continued to approach Garrett's troops to ask for security assistance in exchange for information on insurgent activity, the brigade's judgment changed. Sheikh Imad went on to organize the North Babil Tribal Council, which convened with much fanfare at a May 15th ceremony hosted by Garrett, in which council members pledged to support the Iraqi government, oppose sectarian behavior, and stop intertribal violence. The raising of a tribal security force followed quickly afterward. Garrett and his brigade threw their weight behind this tribal initiative in part because U.S. leaders had become disillusioned with the abysmal performance of the local Iraqi government. After several months of frustration, commanders in Garrett's area finally concluded that the official bureaucracy was akin to a sponge, quote, soaking up assets with no appreciable movement, end quote. Finding that such entities, quote, just seemed to swell and ask for more, end quote, without benefiting the people, the brigade sought to promote good governance through less formal venues. U.S. Army units elsewhere had arrived at a similar conclusion. So too had Petraeus, who had begun to hope that the Sunni movement mobilizing against AQI might lead to the emergence of a more effective alternative to the Iraqi Islamic Party. The kind of expansion Petraeus envisioned was not far from what the Sunni sheikhs and former insurgent leaders of the Baghdad belts had in mind. As they watched the Zobai tribe benefit from new security agreements with coalition troops in Anbar and the Triangle of Death, sheikhs from the Dulaimi and Janabi tribes farther down the Euphrates River sought to replicate the Zobai tribe's accommodation with local coalition forces. Emboldened by Sattar's success in Anbar and sensing their own opportunity, these one-time supporters of the Sunni insurgency turned on AQI rather suddenly. Once the scales tipped, often over the course of tribal infighting, factions choosing not to reconcile with the coalition were betrayed and rooted out quickly. In Jurf as-Sakr and across the southern swath of Garrett's sector, U.S. forces and tribal leaders soon recruited more than 1,400 irregulars, including Shia farmers who signed on to combat the unwelcome militia influence. To the north, in Hawar Rajab on the outskirts of Baghdad, Sheikh Ali Majid al-Dulaimi cut his ties with the insurgency after AQI murdered his father, abducted his cousin, and burned down his house. With coalition support, he would mobilize nearly 200 tribal fighters to secure the town by mid-fall 2007. Across MNDC's area of operations, agreements like these between sheikhs and former Sunni insurgent leaders on one side and U.S. commanders on the other eventually would generate a massive indigenous force of tens of thousands of Sunni fighters. Most were eventually paid as security contractors, costing the coalition an average of $8 per fighter per day, a price that coalition commanders considered a bargain for the improved security it helped to buy. The Awakening Reaches Baghdad. Page 172. The Insurgents of Baghdad. The awakening movement that began in Anbar and spread to the regions south of Baghdad had a profound impact on the various insurgent groups and leaders operating in the Iraqi capital. By early 2007, the Sunni insurgency in the city and its close suburbs had settled into distinct areas where Baghdadis and Iraqi military commanders recognized what groups tended to dominate and often recognized which insurgent commanders dominated certain neighborhoods. In addition to the presence of AQI in the city and its environs, Iraqi military commanders saw the insurgent enemy organized in 7 main geographical areas. East of the Tigris River in Atamiya, a contingent of Jaish al-Islami operated under the command of Sheikh Watiq al-Ubaidi, a Sunni cleric. Also in Atamiya, a group of former Iraqi military officers constituted another insurgent network, calling itself the, quote, Free Officers, end quote. Iraqi military officials believed the free officers were linked to the Iraqi Islamic Party, Iraqi Vice President Tariq Hashimi, and Hashimi's assassinated brother, General Amr Hashimi. Meanwhile, in the farming areas just beyond Adamiyah, the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades maintained a presence. These three groups were engaged in a violent struggle with the adjacent Shia-majority areas of Sadr City, Sha'ab, and Ur. Also east of the Tigris, a group of local Sunni insurgents dominated the Fadel neighborhood under the command of Adil al-Mashadani, a community strongman whose fighters had purged Fadel of its minority Shia population by early 2007. West of the Tigris, a contingent of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades operated in the Hay al-Adil neighborhood under the command of the sons of senior Iraqi parliamentarian Adnan Dulaimi, himself a former leader of the Iraqi Muslim Brotherhood and one of the leaders of the Sunni parliamentary bloc. To the south of the Dulaimi's turf, AQI maintained a stronghold in the large Dora neighborhood. To the west, just outside the walls of Camp Victory, a Jaish al-Islami contingent operated in the Amariya area under commanders associated with Amariya's Firdas Mosque. On the city's outskirts, major insurgent bases were found in Abu Ghraib and in the Taji area. In Taji and Tarmiya, in addition to Abu Ghazwan's AQI network, a potent insurgent organization operated under Sunni cleric Sheikh Ahmed al-Dabash. Dabash and his family originally were based in the Shia-majority neighborhood of Hurriya, but when Shia militias expelled Sunnis from Hurriya in the early days of the war, he had relocated to the area near Taji and Tarmiya and organized his insurgent force under the auspices of both the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades and Jaish al-Islami. Dabash had dispatched fighters and terrorists into West Baghdad to attack the Shia population there, especially in his old neighborhood of Hurriya. Over time, Dabash would pledge his allegiance to al-Qaeda and become a senior AQI commander. Finally, in Abu Ghraib, three major insurgent groups all had a large following. The 1920 Revolutionary Brigades had a sizable organization there under the command of the family of Harith al-Dari in nearby Zaydan. AQI had a strong presence as well under the command of a former Iraqi army officer named Lieutenant Colonel Mohammed, who had been an Iraqi Staff College graduate before 2003. Mohammed was captured and held in Camp Cropper in 2006, but his network survived. Finally, Jaish al-Islami had a large contingent under the command of Abu Atsam, who served as Jaish al-Islami's security chief for Anbar province. This Iraqi understanding of the geography and leaders of the Sunni insurgency was often more nuanced than the coalition's appreciation of the enemy situation, which tended to focus on the more shadowy, cell-like al-Qaeda in Iraq networks, such as the Rusafa car bomb ring headed by AQI commander Abu Nur. The AQI cells in Baghdad tended to preserve their anonymity, but other insurgent groups were often well known to Baghdadis. It was among these more prominent non-AQI groups that the awakening would have the greatest impact, as one insurgent commander after another would face a choice between submission to AQI or accommodation with the coalition. Breakthrough at Abu Ghraib. As the awakening spread from eastern Anbar into the region south of Baghdad, it also spread to the western outskirts of the capital city. The town of Abu Ghraib, the western gateway into Baghdad, had been a stronghold of the insurgent group Jaish al-Islami for 3 years, but in late 2006, the group's local leader Abu Atsam faced a crisis. He had watched his organization dwindle in relation to AQI, and with Jaish al-Islami's national leadership shifting its emphasis to other parts of Iraq, the cells under Abu Atsam's direction found it difficult to find funding and retain their independence in AQI's shadow. In an insurgency characterized by rapidly shifting alliances and easy individual migration from one group to another, the threat of mass defections to AQI loomed. Meanwhile, Jaish al-Islami ranks thinned as continuous coalition operations took their toll, and the growth of the awakening took more potential recruits off the board, making combat losses harder to replace. Like other Sunni insurgent groups in the Baghdad belts, the Abu Ghraib insurgents also found themselves increasingly pressured by the Iraqi government forces and by Shia militias, and the idea of a truce with one of their multiple enemies made increasing sense over time. Unlike Jaish al-Islami's national leaders, Abu Atsam favored a ceasefire with the coalition in order to improve Jaish al-Islami's position vis-a-vis the Sunni extremists operating in Anbar and, ultimately, as a hedge against Shia militias. The insurgent leader met with Iraqi Vice President Hashimi to discuss the terms of a ceasefire several times in late October and shared the idea with other resistance groups, but senior Jaish al-Islami leader Mahmoud Janabi disapproved. Abu Atsam shared his ceasefire idea with other insurgent groups as well, but Ansar al-Sunnah, for its part, stood opposed to a truce with, quote, unbelievers, end quote, on ideological grounds. When AQI began moving against Abu Atsam and his last remaining fighters in December 2006, he turned to Baghdad and the coalition for help. He found a receptive audience at MNFI, where Abu Atsam appeared to Lamb to be one of those Sunni leaders who, quote, saw the writing on the wall, end quote, and realized the Sunni insurgents could not carry on a four-way war against the coalition, the ISF, the Shia militias, and AQI all at once. The local U.S. commander in Abu Ghraib had come to the same conclusion. Arriving in town in November 2006 at the head of 2nd Squadron 5th Cavalry Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Kurt J. Pinkerton had heard about tentative talks with local insurgents and hoped to use this connection to reduce violence in the rest of town. Assigned to Colonel Paul E. Funk's 1st Brigade 1st Cavalry Division, Pinkerton's squadron shared the two standing tasks of its parent unit: maintaining freedom of movement on the supply routes running out of the city, and protecting the flank of MNDB as it secured the population in Baghdad's neighborhoods. Occupying the upper left quadrant of the belts, Funk's BCT sat astride a major line of communications traversing Tarmiya and Taji to connect Bakuba with the insurgent stronghold above Fallujah near Lake Tartar. Its boundaries aligned roughly with the territory of Abu Ghazwan, the al-Qaeda emir whose activity effectively linked Baghdad to foreign fighter facilitation networks in the north. Significant in its own right, Pinkerton's sector on the brigade's southern edge was the gateway to the capital. The squadron's sector included the area where insurgents had destroyed a coalition supply convoy and abducted and killed Army Specialist Keith M. Maupin during the April 2004 uprisings. The local insurgents Pinkerton would engage were likely those who had carried out the attack, and perhaps Abu Atsam among them. Nonetheless, in the interest of exploring any local engagement that might prevent attacks on his troops, the squadron commander attended a meeting arranged by Lamb's reconciliation cell in late 2006 and began working with Abu Atsam. The Jaish al-Islami security chief told Pinkerton that his fighters could clamp down on AQI operations in and around Abu Ghraib, piquing the colonel's interest but not alleviating his suspicion. Pinkerton approached the relationship cautiously, quote, building the bridge as he walked across it, end quote, as one colleague termed it. In the first months of 2007, Abu Atsam's men helped U.S. troops mainly by providing intelligence tips, but under pressure from AQI and the local Iraqi army unit, the Jaish al-Islami leader desired to put the agreement with the Americans on a firmer footing. As the Ramadi tribes had done, Abu Atsam eventually hoped to have his men recognized as their area's official security forces and put on the Iraqi government payroll, an idea Pinkerton endorsed. This vision put Pinkerton squarely at odds with Brigadier General Nasser Ghanem, commander of the 3rd Brigade's 6th Iraqi Army Division, known as the Mutana Brigade. Although Ghanem presented himself as a professional, the general reportedly maintained ties with both Shia militia leaders and AQI, periodically releasing prisoners or returning confiscated equipment in exchange for bribes. When Pinkerton approached Ghanem about the budding accommodation with Abu Atsam, the Iraqi commander feigned support, even after receiving instructions from Baghdad to keep his distance. Soon, the Mutana Brigade began raiding sites where Pinkerton held meetings with former insurgents. However, the U.S. colonel saw through the charade and shifted his meetings to places outside the Mutana Brigade's sector. Despite the Iraqi commander's attempts to sabotage the effort, by April 2007 the engagements between U.S. forces and Abu Atsam had reached the point of mobilizing another large emergency response unit of Sunni fighters opposed to AQI and friendly to the coalition. On April 23rd, Pinkerton drove to a rural schoolhouse to meet again with Abu Atsam, who had pledged to raise a substantial force to assist with security in Abu Ghraib. The view that greeted the U.S. commander when he arrived astonished him. As promised, a few thousand Iraqi men, most from the Zobe'i tribe, had gathered to enroll in provisional units forming under Abu Atsam. Present at the gathering to help organize the throng of volunteers was Abu Maruf, the 1920 Revolutionary Brigade's commander from Zayden, who would soon after strike a cooperative agreement with Kershaw in the Triangle of Death. Abu Maruf's active participation illustrated the interconnected nature of local insurgent groups as they tentatively cast their lot with the coalition in a broader communal struggle for power. It also highlighted the often neglected agility that tribal ties afforded the insurgency. The fact that Abu Maruf happened to be on Pinkerton's high-value target list suggested something about the complex negotiations that lay ahead as bottom-up reconciliation went mainstream. At MNCI, Odierno considered the watershed event of that day and saw it as a chance to shut down AQI in Abu Ghraib and, quote, close the gate to the west, end quote. However, Odierno and other coalition leaders were alarmed when it appeared that the fleeing opportunity in Abu Ghraib might soon be lost. In the week after Abu Atsam's recruiting drive, the Mutana Brigade had gone looking for trouble at the site of the gathering and wound up inciting a mob that threatened to overwhelm an isolated Iraqi army platoon. Called to the scene, Pinkerton restored order and rescued the platoon by requesting coalition fighter aircraft to buzz the crowd as a show of force. The squadron commander was in the middle of a dispute that would quickly escalate to a major point of contention between U.S. forces and the Maliki government. Like Odierno, Petraeus was struck by the decline in attacks around Abu Ghraib following the organization of local opposition to AQI and grasped both the potential and urgency of the initiative. On May 12th, he reported to Gates that the coalition had, quote, a fairly tight window of opportunity to permanently drive a wedge between Sunnis and AQI, end quote. He also noted the challenge of persuading Maliki that the U.S. military's relationship with Abu Atsam supported the fielding of a provisional police force, not the arming of a Sunni militia that would be a threat to the Iraqi government. For his part, the prime minister saw little difference between the two. In his view, Abu Atsam was, quote, tricky as a fox, end quote, and, quote, a chameleon who changed his color, end quote, to suit the circumstances. Paranoid when it came to anything tinged with the possibility of Ba'athist resurgence, Maliki viewed the developments on Baghdad's doorstep with, quote, considerable angst, end quote, as Petraeus put it. This difference in attitudes between the Iraqi leader and the coalition commanders meant that Maliki was not inclined to rein in Nasser and his troops in Abu Ghraib, where the Mutana Brigade's aggressiveness toward Abu Atsam's men and Sunnis in general jeopardized the fragile accommodation the coalition had forged with insurgent leaders. By mid-May, Abu Atsam and other local Sunni leaders demanded Nasser's reassignment or the removal of his brigade. Elevated to higher echelons, the issue became a matter of priority to MNDB as Odierno's frustration spiked. The engagement, an important test case for the Anbar Awakening's expansion, was, quote, ready to fall apart, end quote, Odierno believed. The enmity between Nasser's Mutana Brigade and Sunni resistance groups at the local level pointed to a more serious obstacle. On June 2nd, Petraeus offered Gates a rundown of how the Prime Minister and his co-sectarians likely viewed the matter. Quote, if we were to ask the Maliki government if they support Sunni tribal engagement and reconciliation, they would answer yes. In Sunni provinces like Anbar and Salahuddin, they would likely mean yes. Closer to Baghdad, they might say yes, but would act to slow-roll any movement. In places like Diyala, they might say yes, but would be very unsure of how to proceed. The appetite of the Shia leadership for Sunni tribal engagement lessens significantly as the issue gets closer to Shia towns and neighborhoods. End quote. In retrospect, it also might have been the case in Abu Ghraib that Maliki was not simply declining to rein in an obstructive Iraqi commander, but was directing the commander's actions. In later years, the coalition would find that Nasser and Maliki had close personal ties that potentially meant Nasser was acting on Maliki's instructions. As the coalition looked to expand the awakening geographically and to solidify the resulting security gains by integrating Sunni tribesmen into the Iraqi army and police, the central government's hostility to the idea would prove increasingly problematic. The awakening inside the capital city. In Baghdad, as in Anbar and Abu Ghraib, the awakening expanded in the wake of crisis. By 2007, Sunnis in West Baghdad's Mansour district had been pressured for months by the Shia militia's expansion across West Baghdad. Living adjacent to the massive coalition base at Camp Victory and at the convergence of two axes of Shia militia encroachment, residents in the Sunni enclave of Amaria felt especially besieged. Local community leaders with ties to the insurgency initially had regarded AQI as an ally, enough so that in 2004 Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had been able to convene an AQI leadership summit in the neighborhood. However, Amaria's residents came to regret this relationship once the terrorist group acquired enough power to dominate the neighborhood. Fighters driven from Haifa Street following U.S.-Iraqi clearing operations in January 2007 gravitated to Amaria and reinforced AQI's contingent there. As had been the case in Anbar, the AQI fighters soon alienated Amaria's population by carrying out a campaign of murder and intimidation while continuing attacks that shut down the local economy and disrupted basic services. As a result, local leaders began to reconsider the logic that had led them to support the group. This change in popular attitudes came just as Colonel J.B. Burton and his 2nd Brigade 1st Infantry Division established a permanent presence among the population through new combat outposts and joint security stations in early 2007. 3 additional battalions flowing into Burton's sector between January and May as part of the surge reinforced this effort and allowed Burton to concentrate Lieutenant Colonel Dale C. Kuhl's 1st Battalion 5th Cavalry Regiment in Amaria as other units focused on curtailing JAM's aggressive sectarian forays elsewhere. As events would soon show, Burton's troops' expanding presence in West Baghdad would enable local Sunnis to challenge AQI. The first weeks in Amaria were difficult, however. Clearing operations in April, spearheaded by 3rd Stryker Brigade's 2nd Infantry Division, seemed to accomplish little apart from prompting more deadly attacks against coalition forces patrolling the AQI stronghold. 3 deep-buried IEDs exploded the first week of May, killing 5 soldiers and 1 interpreter. Kuhl and his battalion responded by ramping up the frequency of patrols and targeted raids while scouting for a suitable site for the battalion's first forward outpost in Amaria. When the outpost was emplaced on May 19th, another deep-buried IED killed 6 Americans and 1 interpreter. The frustrated Kuhl upbraided Sheikh Walid al-Asawi, an influential cleric at Amaria's Firdas Mosque, demanding he do something to assist the coalition's fight against an enemy that threatened both U.S. troops and the local population. The U.S. battalion commander did not know it at the time, but the backlash against AQI already had begun. Sa'ad Urabi Ghaffari, also known as Abu Abed, a Jaish al-Islami operative and Saddam-era army officer whose 2 brothers had been tortured and killed by Shia militiamen, had resolved to fight AQI after the group planted an IED near his house, despite his objections. With the backing of local clerics, Abu Abed began targeting AQI fighters for assassination. As his military revolt against AQI kicked off, popular dissent against the terrorist group peaked. When AQI operatives tried to kidnap an elderly Christian and, amid the scuffle, humiliated his wife by yanking off her skirt, it struck a nerve among Amaria residents. Asawi witnessed the disgraceful scene and, considering the mounting beatings and beheadings AQI had carried out, determined that the time finally had come to take a stand. On May 29th, Sheikh Asawi informed Kuhl that armed volunteers planned to attack AQI at noon the next day. The Americans simply needed to stay out of the way, the religious leader advised. Taken aback by the unexpected development, Kuhl countered by suggesting the U.S. battalion should handle it, but then relented after it became clear that Amaria locals intended to carry out the operation with or without his approval. When several mosque loudspeakers broadcast the call to arms, Abu Abed and dozens of fighters attacked the AQI base at the Maluki Mosque, where a chaotic firefight went in the attackers' favor. The euphoric Sheikh Asawi relayed to Kuhl that they had secured 2/3 of the neighborhood by sundown. However, when AQI launched a furious counterattack the next day, most of Abu Abed's contingent melted away, while a remnant fell back several blocks to the Firdas Mosque and requested American assistance. In a scenario not unlike the late 2006 U.S. rescue of the Al-Bus Soda tribe outside of Ramadi, Kuhl dispatched 2 strikers that arrived to find Abu Abed and a half-dozen of his men fighting for their lives against the AQI assault. With the strikers on site, the AQI attack dissipated. Over the next several days, a combined force of Americans, ISF, and Amarilla locals reasserted control in the neighborhood, killing 10 enemy fighters and capturing 15 in the process. During the weeks that followed, Kuhl and Abu Abed forged an informal alliance that Burton sanctioned. The U.S. troops and Iraqis established a joint command and control center in southeast Amarilla and began to plan operations against AQI. Unknown to Kuhl, Abu Atsam, champion of the April ceasefire in Abu Ghraib, had been summoned to lend his experience to the organization of this latest manifestation of the awakening. In the meantime, Burton approached the commander of 5th Brigade's 6th Iraqi Army Division with a request for support. Surprisingly amenable, the Iraqi commander arranged for the delivery of 30,000 rounds of AK-47 ammunition, as well as medical care for Abu Abed's wounded. Formal integration into the security apparatus would take time, but in principle, the volunteers filled a crucial gap in Amarilla, where there virtually had been no police and the population distrusted the Iraqi army. Combined patrols comprised of U.S. soldiers, Iraqi troops, and Abu Abed's fighters sought to normalize relations between the locals and the ISF, but they also occasionally led to verbal clashes between Iraqi army commanders and their former insurgent enemies. Adopting the name Knights of the Land of Two Rivers, Abu Abed's group grew quickly to 300 fighters in summer 2007, with many of the men serving without pay in the initial months. Clad in tracksuits and toting AK-47s and RPGs, the Amarilla volunteers looked, to Kuhl's troops, no different from AQI. In a bizarre scene that would become relatively common in 2007, some of the Sunni fighters donned black ski masks as they deployed for security operations atop the American soldiers' Bradley fighting vehicles. The Amarilla fighters generally impressed American observers with their military bearing and tactical skill. Later, Abu Abed outfitted his men with combat fatigues and gear that gave them the sharp, professional appearance of shade-wearing security contractors, but made observers from the Iraqi government nervous. Quote, "Who are these guys, really?" End quote, one U.S. officer wondered. Indeed, many, like their leader, had prior military experience in addition to their affiliation with Jaish al-Islami. In an unexpected twist, Kuhl provided this organization of former enemies and once hostile or ambivalent bystanders a dedicated advisory team manned from his own limited ranks. As the U.S. commander saw it, the Amarilla Knights provided him with an additional battalion of light infantry, and their impact on security was well worth the investment. After losing 14 soldiers in May, Kuhl's unit suffered no major attacks from early August until its departure in January 2008. Murders and kidnappings, which had hovered around 30 per month in Amarilla in the spring, plummeted to an average of 4 during the latter half of the year. For Petraeus, the events in Kuhl's sector in May and June marked a crucial turning point. By committing their troops to fight alongside erstwhile insurgents and then supplying them with ammunition, Burton and Kuhl both had pushed the limits of acceptable risk. But the spectacle of Baghdad Sunnis decisively cutting their ties to AQI and risking their lives to identify terrorist hideouts, point out IEDs, and locate weapons caches made the MNFI commander determined to support the initiative in spite of the likelihood of infuriating the Maliki government. In any case, quote, "Nothing else worked in Amarilla," end quote, Kuhl observed. A trip to see 1st Battalion 5th Cavalry Regiment and observe Abu Abed's men on patrol left Petraeus convinced that what the coalition had witnessed in Anbar could indeed be cultivated elsewhere. Quote, "Amarilla stands as a promising example of the general concept of local people helping secure local neighborhoods," end quote, he told Gates on June 9th. However, to be sustained, the awakening's expansion had to be accompanied by a parallel effort to integrate newly allied fighters into the security forces. Quote, "The key," Petraeus wrote, "is to formalize the volunteers as quickly as possible by linking them with Iraqi and coalition forces, as we did in Anbar." End quote. Each case would be different, he anticipated. Developments elsewhere in the city showed the MNFI commander was right. Just north of Amarilla, another local Sunni security arrangement grew out of stability rather than out of an all-out fight against AQI, as Amarilla had witnessed. In Ghazaliya, Burton's BCT had established a, quote, "safe neighborhood," end quote, protected from terrorist attacks by concrete barriers and nearby combat outposts and joint security stations. As they had done so, a former Iraqi Army lieutenant colonel approached locally based U.S. soldiers to propose a neighborhood watch group that would staff checkpoints and conduct limited patrols. The well-organized Ghazaliya, quote, guardians, end quote, as they became known, initially performed their duties without weapons, content to leave the hunting of extremists to the Americans and the Iraqi security forces. Even inside a single BCT sector, two sets of volunteers with distinct motivations and characteristics emerged. East of the Tigris River, by contrast, tensions exacerbated by intra-Sunni violence led to further fracturing in the summer as longtime insurgent Sheikh Watiq al-Ubaidi openly broke with AQI after extremists murdered two of his nephews in Adamiyah. In nearby Fadil, Sunni insurgent strongman Adil al-Mashadani reached an agreement with a battalion commander assigned to 2nd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division after a ferocious gunfight with the Americans and Iraqi troops on April 10, 2007 left about a dozen of his men dead. The arrangement effectively saved the insurgent leader from carrying on an exhausting two-front war, allowing him to focus on the JAM onslaught emanating from Sadr City. Even as U.S. reconstruction money flowed into Fadil, Adel maintained loose ties to AQI, though he would cut them completely in the fall after a suicide bomber's attempt on his life. Throughout the spring and summer of 2007, a growing number of, quote, awakenings, end quote, like these would emerge in the Baghdad region, and coalition commanders would increasingly choose to exploit these opportunities, lest they wither on the vine. By the late summer of 2007, the series of local ceasefires between coalition troops and Sunni insurgents accumulated into a broad movement that changed the security conditions and political situation across large regions of western and central Iraq. With more than 20,000 Anbari tribesmen joining security initiatives against AQI, the once violent Anbar province was well on its way to becoming the safest region in Iraq less than a year after it had been the location of an al-Qaeda emirate. The region formerly known as the Triangle of Death sat pacified, with almost 9,000 former Sunni insurgents joining the coalition and expelling AQI from one of its former strongholds. The AQI and Jaish al-Islami bases of Abu Ghraib and Amariya had become the headquarters of anti-AQI movements totaling more than 1,500 and 300 Sunni fighters, respectively. Thousands more Sunni fighters mobilized to join similar efforts throughout central Iraq as well. The effect of these local security arrangements was clear. Though aggregate U.S. casualties and aggregate insurgent attacks in Iraq remained high, in each area where awakening groups had begun to cooperate with U.S. troops in security operations, attacks dropped to near zero. The value of brokering ceasefires with insurgents and then joining forces with them in the shared fight against AQI went beyond statistics charting the drop in attacks and casualties or the steady rise in caches and IEDs found, as significant as those numbers were. Just as the surge in BCTs extended the operational reach of coalition forces and enabled the clearing of long-time enemy safe havens, so too did the awakening and the concurrent growth of its members. Throughout central and western Iraq, Sunni fighters allied with the coalition complemented the escalation of U.S. troop levels, limiting AQI's freedom of movement as their presence expanded. After 4 years in which U.S. units had been thinly stretched across violent, vast Iraqi territories, some coalition brigade and division commanders in mid-2007 finally found themselves with enough U.S. troops due to the ongoing surge, enough ISF partners, and enough Sunni auxiliaries to control their areas of operations. In eastern Anbar, the southern belt, and west Baghdad, the counterinsurgent lines had been strengthened enough to force AQI out of its operating and support zones for the first time. The process of striking these agreements with recent enemies was neither easy nor without risk for many coalition units. After 4 years of warfare against many of these same Sunni fighters, U.S. commanders had to balance caution and trust. Given that many awakening leaders had been senior insurgents responsible for American deaths, some commanders were reluctant to move too quickly in entering into any agreement with these former enemies. When leaders at the tactical level, such as Kershaw and his subordinates, witnessed the dramatic reduction in violence locally, they measured the gains in terms of the number of American lives saved and found the risks associated with reconciliation worth taking. This was particularly true once it became clear in early 2007 that senior commanders like Petraeus and Odierno stood ready to underwrite those risks, and to make the creation of local ceasefires with awakening groups a top priority for the coalition for the first time. For many of the Sunnis who chose to make peace with the coalition and turn against AQI, the impetus to make this fateful change was clear. Fighting a war on multiple fronts against the coalition, AQI and other extremists, the Shia-dominant Iraqi security forces, and in mixed areas, Shia militias like JAM, desperate and besieged Sunnis reached out to the foe they deemed least menacing to their way of life. This proved to be the coalition. However, the participation of the Iraqi government remained the missing element in the initiative. Prime Minister Maliki and many other senior Iraqi officials looked with alarm on what appeared to them to be a U.S. military campaign to arm and organize Sunnis intent on overthrowing the government. To ease such fears and to solidify the security gains of the awakening, MNFI would need to formalize the processes linking local reconciliation efforts with the Iraqi government, as the Joint Strategic Assessment Team had recommended. Whether the short-term gains in the awakening areas could be converted into a sustainable long-term arrangement remained to be seen. Tensions between MNFI and the Iraqi government over the initiative would take months to settle. In the meantime, Petraeus and Odierno remained determined to build on the momentum that the surge of U.S. troops and the awakening had generated. As the final surge brigade arrived in June 2007, they prepared to launch one of the war's largest operations to retake the operational initiative in the Baghdad belt and Diyala, aiming to push AQI out of striking distance from the Iraqi capital for good. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. The Awakening Gathers Momentum. Read by Adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 5, Part 1. Summer 2007. The Surge of Operations. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adamkoebel. Chapter 5, Part 1. Summer 2007. The Surge of Operations. Chapter 5. Summer 2007. The Surge of Operations. Page 195. The surge of additional forces into Baghdad and the gathering momentum of the awakening movement in Anbar and the belts around the city changed the situation in the Iraqi capital significantly in the first 5 months of 2007. For more than a year, Sunni insurgent groups and Shia militias had controlled large swaths of territory inside Baghdad as the Multinational Force Iraq or MNFI transition strategy played out. By June 2007, the U.S. and Iraqi surges of reinforcements had quieted the Shia militias and robbed the Sunni insurgents of most of their territory inside the city, but this progress had come at significant cost. May 2007 had been a harrowing month, with 120 American combat deaths, the worst monthly tally since 2005. Quote, "This is a period in which it gets harder before it gets easier," end quote, General David H. Petraeus told one journalist at the time. Lieutenant General Raymond T. Odierno had also foreseen this steady increase in violence and was not inclined to abandon his deliberate approach. In a certain sense, the fight had just begun. As the last surge units arrived in May and June 2007, Petraeus and Odierno looked to use their additional forces to extend Multinational Corps Iraq or MNCI's forward presence deeper into the belts surrounding the city, with the aim of pushing Al-Qaeda in Iraq or AQI and its allies farther away from their former operating zones in Baghdad. The first step, however, was settling the deployment cycle of the 5 surge brigades and the 15 other brigade-sized U.S. units in Iraq to ensure that the, quote, surge of operations, end quote, could extend far enough into 2008 to complete MNFI and MNCI's new campaign plan. If these brigades served the usual 12-month rotation period in Iraq, the surge would begin winding down at the end of 2007, little more than 6 months away. To give the campaign plan sufficient time to unfold, the units deployed to Iraq would have to stay longer than the normal year-long combat tour. Petraeus and Odierno recognized this and lobbied Secretary of Defense or SecDef Robert M. Gates to extend the length of unit deployment so as to provide, in Petraeus's words, quote, the flexibility to continue with the new strategy into early 2008, if needed, end quote. Convinced, in April, Gates announced that he would be extending the deployments of most active duty Army units stationed in Iraq from 12 to 15 months. Even so, the announcement caught some units off guard. One deploying brigade commander learned of the extension by reading a Department of Defense or DoD press release on his BlackBerry on his way through Kuwait. The 25th Infantry Division's commander, Major General Benjamin R. Mixon, whose headquarters was responsible for Multinational Division North, or MNDN, was stunned to see the announcement on an airport television monitor on his way back from mid-tour leave. All the same, the extension seemed the only way to keep force levels in Iraq elevated without shortchanging other Army commitments. In mid-June, with the future of the surge forces settled, MNCI would kick off the first of three major operations in 2007 and 2008 to push AQI out of its support zones and sanctuaries beyond the city, and then pursue the group as it displaced in search of new safe havens, a process that Petraeus described as a, quote, surge of operations, end quote. After more than 2 years in which MNFI's insurgent enemies had enjoyed the initiative, the coalition commanders were determined to seize it once again. Regaining the Initiative. Operation Phantom Thunder. Page 196. The first phase of the, quote, surge of operations, end quote, was Operation Phantom Thunder, a set of division operations across central Iraq and portions of Anbar and Diyala provinces in which Odierno and MNCI intended to stop the, quote, accelerants, end quote, that flowed into Baghdad to perpetuate the cycle of sectarian violence. Having created the new Multinational Division Center, or MNDC, area of operations and redirected MNDN's focus to the lower Diyala River Valley, Odierno intended to send his late-arriving surge units and his operational reserve into those same areas to disrupt or destroy the support zones and sanctuaries from which AQI and its allies had terrorized Baghdad since 2004. To accomplish this objective, Odierno tasked MNDN with conducting a new operation to clear AQI from the lower Diyala Valley, and particularly from the provincial capital of Bakuba. During Operation Phantom Thunder, each of the other U.S. divisions, Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, MNDC, and Multinational Force West, or MNFW, would mount supporting operations in their own areas of operations at the same time. After 5 months of operating as MNCI, Odierno and his 3rd Corps staff had zeroed in on the areas they judged to be the most important support zones and sanctuaries for AQI and its allies, and in Operation Phantom Thunder, MNCI's units would attack into these zones in central Iraq. Within the 3rd Corps staff, Colonel James B. Hickey and his Counter-Improvised Explosive Device, or IED, Operations Integration Cell, or COIC, had noted particular no-go areas that coalition and Iraqi units had come to avoid over time because of the certainty of being attacked there, either by small arms or IEDs. The COIC was especially keen to locate areas where insurgents had had time to emplace belts of blocking obstacles in the form of deep-buried IEDs that could destroy any coalition vehicle, including tanks. As Hickey saw it, those areas were likely the enemy's most important bases, which is why the enemy had set up a deliberate defense of them. Rather than avoid these areas, as coalition and Iraqi units had tended to do, Odierno, Hickey, and 3rd Corps intended to attack into them and seize what they believed was key terrain to the enemy. Hickey and the cell had also drawn from several years of significant activities, or SIG acts, and other data to predict where insurgent groups in each of these zones were likely to displace once they came under pressure. The COIC was able to do so because in almost every case, coalition troops had previously conducted raids into the Sunni insurgency's support zones, sometimes on multiple occasions, and it was possible to examine SIG Act data, intelligence reports, and tribal ties to see where the insurgents had fled on those previous occasions. It had been rare in previous years for the coalition to pursue AQI and other groups into their secondary locations, but in late spring 2007, Third Corps aimed to break that pattern and maintain the pressure as the insurgents sought new bases. Using Hickey's analysis, Odierno would plan follow-on operations to disrupt the terrorists before they could establish new support zones elsewhere. This concept determined where MNCI deployed the surge units arriving from April onward. Shortly after Gates's announcement of the extended combat tours, the 3rd Surge Brigade, Colonel Wayne W. Grigsby's 3rd Brigade Combat Team 3rd Infantry Division, deployed to MNDC, commanded by Major General Rick Lynch's 3rd Infantry Division. Odierno detached Grigsby's Tank Battalion to MNDB and his Artillery Battalion to the Camp Bucca Guard Force, but he sent the remainder of the brigade to a sector where only a handful of Iraqi units guarded the eastern desert approaches to the capital. Though it was difficult to support this remote location in logistical terms, Grigsby's position at a new operating base nearly 32 kilometers east of Baghdad, Forward Operating Base Hammer, placed him astride a troublesome route used by Shia weapons smugglers while allowing him to support operations against well-defended Sunni insurgent strongholds south and west of the capital. When the 4th Surge Brigade, Colonel John S. Lair's 4th Brigade Combat Team's 2nd Infantry Division, arrived in April, Odierno assigned it to Mixon's MNDN and deployed it to Baghdad's northern belt, stretching from the Tigris River east toward Diyala province. By giving Lair and his brigade responsibility for Tarmiya, a critical node in AQI and other Sunni insurgents' northern line of communications, Odierno enabled Colonel Paul Funk's MNDB's 1st Brigade Combat Team 1st Cavalry Division to shift its focus west towards Sunni insurgent sanctuaries near Lake Tartar. A few weeks later, the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, U.S. Central Command or CENTCOM's Theater Reserve, also deployed to the Tartar region northeast of Fallujah to operate in the, quote, seams, end quote, along the MNFW, MNDB, and MNDN boundaries. Finally, when the last Surge Brigade, Colonel Terry R. Farrell's 2nd Brigade Combat Team 3rd Infantry Division arrived in May, Odierno deployed it into MNDC's area of responsibility to occupy the thin wedge of farmland along the meandering Tigris River south of Baghdad that included the longtime AQI stronghold of Arab Jabur. With the addition of 4 American brigades' combat power between April and June, 3rd Corps and 4 American divisions were positioned to apply pressure simultaneously along sectarian fault lines in Baghdad and along the lines of communications essential to controlling the city. It would be the largest operation in the Baghdad region since April 2003. Clearing Bakuba. Within MNDN, the main task for Operation Phantom Thunder was to retake the city of Bakuba from AQI. Diyala had been the scene of ethno-sectarian violence since the early months of the war. With its volatile mix of Sunni and Shia tribes and tensions stemming from Kurdish encroachment, the rural province had often been described as, quote, Little Iraq, end quote, a microcosm of the broader ethno-sectarian divisions that spanned the country. It was also a key al-Qaeda stronghold. In spring 2006, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had declared Bakuba the capital of his new, quote, caliphate, end quote, and the AQI leader had been killed only a few kilometers west of the city in June 2006. In the first months of 2007, many of the AQI operatives who fled Anbar and Baghdad under the twin pressures of the awakening and the surge had re-established themselves in Bakuba, after which the city's security eroded rapidly. By late spring 2007, the city's population was nearly under AQI's control, with the group in control of the city's services, including water and electricity, and the local mosques taken over by AQI imams who began enforcing Sharia law. Coalition analysts estimated there were between 300 and 500 AQI fighters terrorizing the population and preparing a deliberate defense in the city. The situation was exacerbated by the behavior of the Diyala-based 5th Iraqi Army Division and the local police, both of whom were led by sectarian commanders who allowed Shia death squads to operate in the province. The extent of AQI's grip on Bakuba stunned Odierno, who described the entire city as a, quote, war zone, end quote, after returning from a visit. The sectarian struggle among rival militant groups to control the lines of communication running between Baghdad and Bakuba, along with the Iraqi government's almost willful neglect of Sunnis in the contested areas of the province, made the dire situation far more than the single U.S. brigade in the province could handle. With responsibility for all of Diyala, Colonel David W. Sutherland's 3rd Brigade Combat Team, 1st Cavalry Division was already stretched thin by its mission to screen the Iranian frontier. Sutherland's remaining units struggled to hold their own both in the city and throughout the highly contested villages along the shifting sectarian fault line near the convergence of the Diyala and Tigris River valleys. As violence in Bakuba rose in early 2007, Mixon and MNDN asked MNCI for an additional brigade to operate in the lower Diyala River Valley, while Sutherland's brigade focused on the upper valley. However, with most of the surge brigades still en route, Odierno had been able to send only an additional battalion from his operational reserve, Colonel Stephen Towsend's 3rd Brigade Combat Team 2nd Infantry Division, in March. The additional troops from Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Antonia's 5th Battalion 20th Infantry enabled Sutherland's brigade to secure a foothold in eastern Bakuba, but coalition intelligence estimated that AQI had mined the western half of the city with about 175 deep-buried IEDs and had booby-trapped an unknown number of houses to prevent U.S. troops from clearing the area. The group had also dug defensive positions throughout the dense palm groves around the city. For U.S. units, the fighting in Diyala in the late spring and summer of 2007 would be some of the most intense of the entire war. Antonia's troops encountered heavy resistance as they attempted to clear the areas surrounding the city, especially in the form of IEDs that destroyed U.S. vehicles on an almost daily basis, sometimes accompanied by insurgent small arms fire. In one instance, on April 5, 2007, after an IED destroyed a Bradley fighting vehicle in Bakuba, Specialist Christopher Waiters ignored commands to stay in his nearby Stryker vehicle and braved heavy insurgent fire to pull 2 wounded soldiers from the Bradley to safety, returning to remove a 3rd dead soldier from the vehicle as well. For this act, Waiters received the Distinguished Service Cross. In another incident on April 23rd, 2 suicide car bombs rammed a U.S. outpost in the village of Sada near Bakuba, after which insurgents mounted an unsuccessful ground assault on the troops. The car bombs collapsed a building on the compound, killing 9 soldiers and wounding 20 more. As Antonia's battalion fought AQI around Bakuba in April and May, the 4th Surge Brigade, Lair's 4th Brigade Combat Team 2nd Infantry Division, flowed into the northern belt, strengthening the coalition position along the western boundary of Diyala and providing another Stryker battalion to operate in the highly violent area between Bakuba and Baghdad. As the Stryker units isolated AQI in Bakuba by clearing the roads and villages surrounding the city, they found that the deep-buried IEDs AQI emplaced on Diyala's roads were often powerful enough to destroy the heaviest American armored vehicles. In early May, deep-buried IEDs destroyed 3 Stryker vehicles and killed 8 U.S. troops in 1 week in the Bakuba area alone. Quote, "We're in for some tough challenges in Diyala," end quote, Petraeus observed when he reported the incident to Gates. Illustrating his point, later in the month, a deep-buried IED in the city destroyed an M1 tank. The area was dangerous for U.S. aviators as well. In the last week of May, insurgents shot down 2 U.S. helicopters using truck-mounted heavy machine guns, one of them just northeast of Bakuba. In the same week, on May 25th, U.S. troops attempting to push AQI from the villages south of the city captured a house that AQI had used as an ad hoc prison and liberated 42 Iraqis that AQI fighters had imprisoned and tortured there. The site was just one of multiple, quote, torture houses, end quote, that AQI had set up in the area to terrorize the population into submission. The group also took aim at local Iraqi officials for much the same purpose. In a high-profile case, AQI attacked the home of the Bakuba police chief on June 8th, killing his wife and 13 others, but missing the police leader himself. The arrival of the final surge brigades in May and June 2007 finally generated enough combat power for MNCI to allow Odierno to send an additional brigade to Diyala. In late May, he pulled the rest of the 3rd Brigade Combat Team 2nd Infantry Division from its duties as MNDB's mobile strike force and made them available to MNDN for a decisive operation to retake the whole of the Bakaba area from AQI. It was an operation for which Townsend himself had lobbied for Odierno's support. After dispatching Antonia's 5th Battalion 20th Infantry Regiment from his own brigade in March, Townsend had followed the battalion's progress from his headquarters in Baghdad and had seen what he believed was an opportunity to help Sutherland seize most of Diyala from the enemy. Although Major General Joseph F. Phil Jr. protested the proposed redirection of his strike force, Odierno agreed with Townsend that the coalition now had the opportunity to apply simultaneous pressure on AQI across central Iraq. He also believed that the ongoing surge mitigated the risk of reducing the strikers in Baghdad, where incoming battalions would offset the departure of Townsend's units. Accordingly, Odierno directed Townsend to take his brigade headquarters and 2 more striker battalions to Diyala to fight alongside Sutherland's 3rd Brigade, under MNDN's control. The striker brigade's move to Bakuba marked the beginning of Operation Phantom Thunder for MNDN and the beginning of Townsend's brigade-level portion called Operation Arrowhead Ripper. On the night of June 18, 2007, one of Townsend's battalions, the 1st Battalion 23rd Infantry Regiment, road-marched 90 kilometers from Baghdad to Bakuba while U.S. airstrikes pounded AQI positions in the city. The 2 U.S. battalions already outside the city conducted air assaults into blocking positions to cut off any AQI fighters' escape. Pausing only briefly outside the city to let the airstrikes and air assaults take place, Townsend's troops attacked on June 19th at 1 a.m., assaulting AQI positions in the western side of the city. Within hours, the strikers and their dismounted infantry squads were moving through the town and pushing back AQI fighters. With the help of tribal irregulars who pointed out about 30 deep-buried IEDs on the main road through the city, Townsend's units lost only 1 Bradley fighting vehicle destroyed on the operation's first day, while killing 36 enemy combatants. MNCI's operational maneuver appeared to have achieved its aim of surprising the large AQI contingent in Bakuba, which was clearly unprepared for the sudden appearance of a brigade's worth of additional U.S. combat power. Townsend's move to Bakuba doubled the number of coalition forces in the provincial capital and freed up Sutherland's troops to shift their focus northeast toward Muqtadiya, interdicting enemy fighters as they withdrew north and east up the Diyala River Valley in search of new sanctuaries. Clearing West Bakuba was not easy, even after most AQI fighters had fled. The terrorist group had rigged dozens of houses to explode as U.S. or Iraqi troops entered them, in one case booby-trapping 2 entire city blocks of houses. Even so, by June 25th, Townsend's troops had finished clearing West Bakuba and had enabled local Iraqi security forces, Iraqi officials, and the Diyala Provincial Reconstruction Team to return to the cleared areas. Operations in and around Bakuba continued through July, with elements of the 2 Brigade Combat Teams, or BCTs, implementing tactics similar to those introduced in Baghdad: deliberate house-by-house clearing, followed by the establishment of company-sized combat outposts and the use of concrete barriers to control access to neighborhoods. In the first month of Operation Phantom Thunder, MNDN's troops in Bakuba killed more than 60 AQI fighters and captured another 215, while eliminating more than 130 IEDs. By July 26th, Bakuba was firmly enough in coalition and Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, control to enable Odierno to take Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki to the city to meet with local officials and tribal leaders. Iraqi officials responded to urgent coalition appeals to cultivate goodwill among the populace by arranging for the delivery of food and other supplies in the wake of U.S. clearing operations. Earlier engagement efforts with Sunni tribes in Diyala also bore fruit, maturing more slowly than they had in Anbar, and nascent awakening groups began to consolidate security gains, while the newly formed Diyala Support Committee worked to improve the fractious political environment. The province was far from pacified, however. By early July, almost all the surviving AQI fighters and commanders from Bakuba had fled to the Diyala towns of Muqtadiya, Balad Ruz, Khalis, and Khan Bani Sa'ad, and had begun to attack ISF and Shia militias in those areas to secure new safe havens. In most of these areas, existing sectarian tensions made the situation ripe for AQI to exploit, as did the corruption and sectarian behavior of the Shia-dominated ISF units in the province. By the time Operation Phantom Thunder ended in mid-August, Diallah's provincial capital was back under coalition and Iraqi government control, but further operations would be needed to roust AQI and its allies from the rest of the province. Closing the Lake Tartar seam. As MNDN battled AQI around Bakuba, other units from MNFW and MNDN moved to push AQI fighters out of another Sunni insurgent safe haven in the Badlands south and east of Lake Tartar. The sparsely populated area lay at the edge of the division boundaries of MNDN, MNDB, and MNFW, meaning that no single coalition unit had ever assumed responsibility for securing it. Consequently, the Tartar area had long served as a base of support for AQI, from which jihadi leaders and fighters could easily transit Anbar, Salahuddin, and Diyala without significant coalition interference. The ability to move freely through the Tartar area enabled Sunni insurgents to attack or control the western and northern belts of Baghdad with relative ease. As a result of these factors, the AQI fighters driven out of Ramadi, Abu Ghraib, Fallujah, and Baghdad in spring 2007 were able to hold on to support bases in towns such as Karma, Taji, and Tarmiya, and to mount significant attacks against both the local populace and the thinly stretched coalition units responsible for those areas. In February, for example, Sunni insurgents north of Taji had been able to gather enough combat power to conduct a rare company-sized attack on a U.S. unit in the area. A platoon of Funk's brigade that erected a new combat outpost near Tarmiya on February 16th found itself attacked 3 days later by a succession of 3 suicide car bombs that rammed the outpost's entry point and collapsed part of the building where the U.S. element was sleeping. An insurgent infantry assault followed and lasted for several hours before close air support and ground reinforcements helped drive the attackers off. Funk's platoon suffered 2 killed and 17 wounded, rendering it combat ineffective. Meanwhile, Sunni insurgents south of Taji were carrying out attacks against the residents of the Shia-majority town of Sab al-Bur, forcing 50,000 of them, 90% of the population, to flee by March, leaving AQI in charge of the town. The arrival of Lair's brigade in April enabled MNCI to deploy an additional striker battalion to the Taji area, but it was not enough to stop insurgents from attacking the lines of communications in the area with large IEDs on an almost daily basis. In one incident on May 22nd, an IED made of 20 strung-together artillery shells destroyed a striker from Lair's brigade north of Taji, killing or wounding 5 of its 6-man crew. Miraculously unhurt in the blast, the vehicle's driver, Specialist Eric Oropeza, quickly treated a fellow soldier's mangled leg with a tourniquet and then ran through enemy small arms fire to summon help. For this act, Oropeza would receive the Distinguished Service Cross. With these developments and similar attacks in eastern Anbar in mind, Petraeus and Odierno requested that CENTCOM dispatch its theater reserve, the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, to reinforce MNFW in the Karma area south of Lake Tartar. Arriving in June 2007, the Marine unit was on the ground in time to press the fight near Lake Tartar without requiring Odierno to draw from U.S. units committed elsewhere. Under the leadership of Colonel Carl E. Mundy III, son of a former Marine Corps commandant, the 13th MEU began a large-scale sweep around the crossroads of Karma on June 24th to disrupt AQI weapons distribution and supply routes. The clearing operation quickly revealed that the area served as a large-scale IED arsenal for AQI and its allies. In the first few days of clearing, the Marines and their partnered Iraqi units discovered car bomb factories, large stocks of nitric acid and explosives, and hundreds of already built IEDs. One of the caches was large enough that the Marines called in an F-18 Hornet strike to destroy it with a 500-pound bomb. These discoveries reinforced the assessment that the Sunni insurgents who carried out attacks in Baghdad and eastern Anbar had long enjoyed sanctuary in the rural areas northeast of Fallujah. The MEU would remain in the region through the summer to search for and destroy AQI's caches and disrupt the group's ability to produce and employ its weapon of choice. Interdiction in the Southern Belts. As MNDN cleared AQI from Bakuba, Lynch's MNDC undertook its portion of Operation Phantom Thunder in Baghdad's southern belts by conducting operations to interdict the, quote, accelerants, end quote, of sectarian violence that trickled from that area into the capital in the form of car bombs and Sunni insurgents. The division's main effort would come in the areas of Arab Jabur, Madain, and Salman Pak, all of which had served as Sunni insurgent support zones and the scenes of sectarian cleansing for several years. The town of Madain had been the site of an alleged massacre of dozens of Shia townspeople in April 2005 that had sparked a political crisis during the formation of the Ja'afri government. Adjacent to Madain, the picturesque river town of Salman Pak, site of an ancient arch marking the one-time Persian imperial capital of Ctesiphon, had been the area where hundreds of corpses dumped into the Tigris in Baghdad had washed ashore in 2005 and 2006. Between Madain and southeast Baghdad, the town of Jisr Diyala had been an Iraqi military housing community and the site of the Iraqi regime's Osirak nuclear reactor destroyed by Israeli planes in 1981. Opposite Jisr Diyala, on the west bank of the Tigris, Arab Jabur was home to a Sunni population of 120,000, just 6 kilometers south of Baghdad, close enough to the capital to have served in Saddam Hussein's day as a convenient getaway for prominent Baathists, many of whom had built villas there. In short, the area had been a Baathist regime stronghold and was fertile ground for the Sunni insurgency. When Colonel Terry Farrell's 2nd Brigade Combat Team 3rd Infantry Division reached Iraq in May as the 5th and final Surge Brigade, Odierno and MNCI gave Farrell responsibility for the Arab Jabur area just ahead of the start of Operation Phantom Thunder. With 2 of his battalions already detached to other areas, Farrell would have 2 battalions to use for the task. Although coalition special operators had carried out frequent raids in Arab Jabur, the brigade's arrival broke a 3-year streak in which U.S. ground troops had largely steered clear of the stretch of canal-notched farms and palm groves that bordered the Tigris River to the west as it snaked south out of Baghdad. Taking stock of his new area of operations, Farrell estimated that the safe haven contained about 1,500 AQI operatives, including close to 200 foreigners, with those numbers swelling as the group shifted fighters south from Diyala province to bolster the Arab Jabur defenses in anticipation of a coalition offensive. The area was a, quote, critical hub for trafficking weapons, bombs, and fighters into Baghdad, end quote, Farrell concluded, with a sophisticated enemy command and control structure, quote, on the scale of a conventional military force, end quote. In their first month on the ground, the brigade withstood an average of over 40 attacks per week, including the same kind of deep-buried IEDs and explosive-rigged houses that U.S. troops in Diyala were encountering. Like their fellow soldiers in Diyala and the Tartar region, Farrell's troops were dealing with the difficulty of seizing long uncontested enemy-held territory. Just across the Tigris, near Salman Pak, Grigsby's 3rd Brigade 3rd Infantry Division geared up to move against another AQI transit point that had long fed the violence in Baghdad. Like Arab Jabur, the town of Salman Pak had close historical ties with the Baathist regime. Saddam's Special Intelligence Service operated a headquarters there before the coalition invasion, and the dictator had purportedly authorized secretive biological weapons testing at a nearby facility. More recently, Salman Pak had been the scene of a cycle of intimidation, violence, and retribution between Sunnis and a restive Shia minority, with the latter backed by national police units notorious for sectarian abuses. Jaish al-Mahdi, or JAM, had also participated in the fight for control of the critical crossroads, and for good reason. Exploiting Sunni resentment toward the Shia-dominated security forces and in an environment characterized by minimal U.S. presence, AQI used the highways running along the Tigris through Salman Pak to attack into eastern Baghdad, particularly Rusafa and Sadr City. The extremist group also funneled men and supplies by boat across the river into Arab Jabur and then north toward staging areas in the Rashid district, such as the Dora neighborhood. In June, Grigsby estimated that 20% of the attacks occurring in the capital were, quote, facilitated by accelerants moving through AO, or Area of Operation, Hammer, end quote, the BCT's sector southeast of Baghdad. Eager to set the division offensive, labeled Operation Marne Torch, in motion, Lynch ordered Farrell's brigade, along with Iraqis from the 6th Iraqi Army Division, to clear the Arab Jabur region southward from the outskirts of Baghdad and construct combat outposts in the AQI sanctuary. As a supporting effort, Grigsby would advance concurrently along the opposite bank of the Tigris southeast of Salman Pak to block the escape of enemy fighters if they should attempt to cross the river. On June 15th, the division carried out ferocious preparatory fires on suspected AQI sites in Arab Jabur, during which 40,000 pounds of ordnance fell in a 10-second span. Lynch's use of massive demonstrations of firepower in MNDC stood out among the coalition operations in central Iraq in 2007, most of which were characterized by clearing operations, patrolling among the local population, and the kind of restraint that the Army and Marine Corps' new counterinsurgency field manual tended to encourage. Quote, "This is all about killing and capturing bad guys," end quote, Lynch told his subordinates. Quote, "Later we can do area security. So use anything you can to hit him in the nose. Once he is back on his heels, then we can worry about the population." End quote. In this case, the MNDC commander sought to dislocate AQI cells by destroying weapons caches and rendering unusable roads and river crossings that could serve as enemy exfiltration routes. Lynch also acted on the claims by local Iraqis that boats moored along the Tigris or plying its waters belonged exclusively to insurgents or smugglers. Suspicious of the absence of commercial docks along this stretch of the river and the fact that most boats appeared to sail only at night, Lynch concluded that all vessels afloat were likely hostile and ordered them destroyed in support of the operation. With the American attack driving expectantly into what Farrell described as a, quote, "hornet's nest," end quote, progress came slowly. The brigade's calculated advance cleared less than 6 kilometers of Arab Jabur's IED-laden main road over the course of 2 grueling weeks. Nevertheless, after 1 month, the division operation yielded a number of new patrol bases in rural areas long under AQI's sway. In the process of wresting control of key terrain on either side of the Tigris River, MNDC killed 83 insurgents and captured another 280. 40 of those captured were on coalition high-value target lists. The division also destroyed dozens of boats on the Tigris, many of which, when struck, produced secondary blasts that suggested they were carrying explosive material, seeming to confirm Lynch's suspicions about their use. Lynch extended his interdiction efforts to the western half of his sector in July, focusing on enemy lines of communications up the Euphrates River as well as Highway 8. Spearheaded by Colonel Michael X. Garrett's 4th Brigade Combat Team Airborne 25th Infantry Division and supported by elements of the 6th and 8th Iraqi Army Divisions, operations centered on the mixed sect Iskandariya, a small city of 120,000 mostly Shia civilians, and on the Sunni town of Jurf al-Sakr, situated as a gateway on the Euphrates between Anbar and the southern belts. As in Arab Jabur, MNDC began the new operation, called Marne Avalanche, with a striking display of air power as a single B-1B bomber dropped nearly 10,000 pounds of munitions on selected bridges across the Euphrates to isolate enemy fighters and restrict their maneuver. In a month-long series of platoon and company-sized attacks and air assaults against militants of both sects, the division killed 16 enemy fighters and captured 110, including local top-level AQI leaders and operatives from JAM mortar and rocket teams. IED attacks in the Euphrates Valley area south of Baghdad fell from 111 in June to 55 the following month, signifying to Lynch that MNDC's approach of highly mobile and firepower-intensive operations was succeeding in disrupting insurgent activity there. Still, by Lynch's own admission, the summertime operations into AQI's sanctuaries had not defeated the terrorist group. As an indication of the enemy's persistent strength in Arab Jabur, for example, 4 of Farrell's soldiers were killed and another 4 wounded while clearing a booby-trapped house on August 11th, and troops elsewhere continued to face roadside IEDs, small arms fire, and rocket attacks aimed at recently established combat outposts. To be sure, the coalition had seized the initiative and had gained, quote, tactical momentum, end quote, in the southern belts, but it had not proceeded as smoothly as Lynch had hoped. The MNDC commander chafed at his division's dearth of engineer support, which meant that he lacked the construction capability required to build patrol bases at a pace aligned with his push into enemy-controlled territory. Regardless of the security gains made, in Lynch's view they could not be confidently sustained without more and better trained Iraqi forces, which, he believed, needed to triple or quadruple in size for his area of responsibility. Even the notable turnaround in places witnessing a reinvigorated American presence seemed tempered by what some Iraqis viewed as the heavy-handed and unnecessary destruction of local bridges and fording sites upon which so many depended for their livelihood. Once seized, the initiative would still have to be exploited and the security of key terrain solidified by efforts to secure the goodwill of the population through improved governance and economic development. The continuing fight for Baghdad. For Phil and MNDB, Operation Phantom Thunder inside Baghdad would be a continuation of Operation Fard al-Qanun, the U.S.-Iraqi effort to clear the remaining Sunni insurgent strongholds in the city and to solidify the renewed security presence in the city's neighborhoods. The introduction of the surge units into the city beginning in early 2007 had put AQI and other insurgent groups off balance, but the first 4 months of the surge in Baghdad had been difficult and violent. The AQI car bomb rings on both sides of the Tigris had continued to do their grisly work, though on a decreasing scale as Phil's troops pressured them and expanded the coalition and ISF footprint. Shia death squads had continued to operate as well, though with a greatly reduced freedom of movement. During March through May, Sunni insurgents had attempted to separate the two halves of the city by repeatedly bombing the bridges that spanned the Tigris. One massive truck bombing on April 12th entirely collapsed the spans of the Sarafia bridge between Kark and Adamiyah, probably an attempt by Sunni insurgents to stop their Shia militant enemies from crossing between the two sides of the city. The following month, 3 successful bridge attacks took place on one day, May 11th. MNDB's share of Operation Phantom Thunder was not just a matter of hunting down AQI and other Sunni insurgent cells, however. As the summer months approached, Colonel J.B. Burton's brigade sector in northwest Baghdad remained one of the most problematic areas in the country because of the activities of both Sunni insurgents and Shia militias and death squads. As had been the case in Burton's sector for the better part of a year, U.S. units were bedeviled continually by the sectarian behavior and corruption of the local ISF. The most egregious example was in Baghdad's Kadhimiya district, where Burton and his subordinates discovered numerous illicit connections between the Sadrists and local security forces, and developed Operation Seventh Veil to find guilty Iraqi officials and hold them accountable. Begun as a response to the battery of civilian complaints against units infiltrated by Shia militants, this systematic effort eventually led to a violent confrontation at the Kadhimiya Shrine, one of the 4 holiest sites of Shia Islam. Family ties clouded army loyalties and bolstered the Sadrists' position. Sadirist cleric Hatzim al-Araji controlled the shrine, a moneymaker during pilgrimage seasons, while his brother Baha al-Araji served in Iraq's parliament, and a cousin, Lieutenant General Farouk al-Araji, directed Maliki's office of the commander-in-chief, a special action arm that reported directly to Maliki and frequently bypassed the military chain of command in order to pressure Iraqi commanders. When Burton's troops closed in on the Araji-controlled shrine on April 29, 2007 to detain JAM leaders they knew to be present, they came under rocket-propelled grenade or RPG and small arms fire. The Americans had called on a battalion from the 1st Brigade's 6th Iraqi Army Division for assistance, but rather than helping them, the Iraqi soldiers came to the aid of JAM militants in the shrine. The ensuing 2-day standoff resulted in the deaths of at least 9 Iraqi soldiers who had allied themselves with the militia and ended with a parliamentary decree barring U.S. troops from a 1 square kilometer zone around the shrine. In the aftermath of this incident, Petraeus noted that General Aboud Kanbar's attitude toward JAM seemed to be hardening, along with that of Maliki's, since the Baghdad commander pressed for fewer restrictions on coalition operations near the militia's strongholds. This, nonetheless, provided little comfort given the extent of JAM's infiltration of the army in Kadhimiya. Throughout the summer and the duration of Operation Phantom Thunder, Burton's troops would maintain a tense standoff with both Shia militants and pro-militia ISF units in the Shrine neighborhood, a factor that complicated the effort to complete the expulsion of Sunni insurgents from other parts of West Baghdad. Meanwhile, MNDB's main effort was in the AQI-dominated neighborhood of Dora. In the heart of the Rashid district, which Petraeus had labeled as, quote, the most challenging in Baghdad, end quote, the streets bounding the once vibrant Dora market proved key terrain in a hard-fought sectarian struggle. The neighborhood sat astride an expressway that crossed the nearby Tigris River and fed into Shia-dominated eastern Baghdad. Likewise, a well-traveled north-south route provided access to the belt areas of Hawar Rajab and Mahmudiyah. Thus, the Dora neighborhood proved to be an important transit point for insurgents inside the city. Al-Qaeda in Iraq intended to defend the stronghold with a layered network of deep-buried IEDs, sniper positions, and jury-rigged passageways that facilitated maneuver between buildings. The 4th Brigade Combat Team 1st Infantry Division, under the command of Colonel Ricky D. Gibbs, had spent the spring closing in on the Sunni extremist fighters ensconced in Dora. After establishing 12 combat outposts and joint security stations across the Rashid district, Gibbs launched a series of clearing operations with support from attached Stryker units and Iraqis from the 2nd National Police Division. Perceiving that AQI, quote, wanted to plant their flag and hold, end quote, Dora as a launching point to wreak havoc across Baghdad, the colonel marshaled his forces to root out the extremist cells and, quote, send the message to the enemy that we weren't leaving anytime soon, end quote. The brigade concentrated on 3 specific mahallas, or neighborhoods, where resistance proved most stubborn, and began house-by-house clearing operations on July 1st. Gibbs's units netted over 100 suspected AQI fighters and discovered some 200 weapons caches within 2 weeks. Operations in Dora continued through late September when the brigade commander announced the reduction of the Sunni extremist stronghold, along with a general decline in violence. Murders in Rashid, for example, had fallen by 65% since the brigade's arrival in mid-March. The erecting of combat outposts and a sustained presence in neighborhoods, coupled with attacks into erstwhile safe havens, had comparable effects on other Baghdad hotspots. Burton's 2nd Brigade Combat Team 1st Infantry Division observed a steep drop in violence in Kadhimiya and Mansour in the 3 months following the kickoff of Operation Phantom Thunder. Burton attributed this improvement to a combination of clearing operations that targeted extremist leaders, the formation of local awakening groups, and the further development of, quote, safe neighborhoods, end quote, and, quote, safe markets, end quote, all of which were byproducts of surging additional American troops into his sector. Progress, mixed across Baghdad, had come more quickly in Kark district, where Colonel Brian T. Roberts' 2nd Brigade Combat Team 1st Cavalry Division presided over a dramatic turnaround on Haifa Street. By the summer of 2007, attacks on coalition forces had fallen by 60%, with reported civilian murders plummeting at an even faster rate. With violence waning, Roberts focused increasingly on essential services, reviving the local economy, and area beautification. A comprehensive approach that paired security operations with initiatives to improve governance and economic development also bore fruit in eastern Baghdad. There, the 2nd Brigade Combat Team 82nd Airborne Division juggled the AQI threat based in Old Atamiya along with the persistent problem of Iranian-supported JAM special groups operating out of Sadr City. While attacks against the Airborne Brigade initially rose with the establishment of forward positions in February, they had declined markedly by August, persuading American leaders to finance local reconstruction projects totaling some $2.5 million, with another bevy of projects costing $8 million scheduled to follow. Looking at the whole of Iraq's capital as Operation Phantom Thunder wound down in mid-August, Petraeus assessed the results of the operation with a characteristic blend of caution and optimism. Quote, security has improved in almost every area of Baghdad, end quote, he reported to Gates on August 11th, adding that, nonetheless, quote, improvement has been very uneven and remains tenuous, end quote, in places. From Operation Phantom Thunder to Operation Phantom Strike, pursuit operations against al-Qaeda in Iraq. Operation Phantom Thunder ended on August 15, 2007. In the 60 days of the operation, the coalition divisions had driven AQI out of Dora, Bakuba, and the Fallujah area, and had greatly damaged the militant group and its allies in their former safe havens throughout the Baghdad belts. Coalition troops had killed 1,196 enemy fighters, wounded 419, and captured another 6,702, with 382 of the captured considered high-value targets. U.S. and Iraqi troops together had captured more than 1,100 weapons caches, found almost 2,300 IEDs, and disabled 52 car bombs. During the same period, U.S. units lost 150 troops killed by hostile fire, the vast majority of them to IEDs. The change in the security situation in Baghdad and its environs was significant. In the 5 months before Operation Phantom Thunder, an average of 298 Baghdadi civilians were killed in acts of violence each week. By the end of the operation, the weekly civilian death toll in the capital had fallen to about half of that figure, and from that point to the end of 2007, the weekly average of violent civilian deaths fell to 91, a level not seen in Baghdad since early 2005. Encouraged by these improved security trends and an overall reduction in violence in and around the Iraqi capital, MNCI sought to capitalize on those hard-won gains and to continue the pressure against AQI as it attempted to regroup. On August 15th, Operation Phantom Thunder gave way to another core-level operation, Operation Phantom Strike, designed to serve as a framework for the aggressive pursuit of AQI in the immediate aftermath of operations that had worn down the extremist group's ranks and had rendered longtime sanctuaries increasingly untenable. Like its predecessor, Operation Phantom Strike consisted of a set of operations oriented on a common purpose but planned and executed by lower echelons of command. Nonetheless, it differed in emphasis, with the clearing of enemy strongholds and the seizure of key terrain that had characterized Operation Phantom Thunder yielding to a focus on solidifying progress. Although U.S. troops maintained a forward presence among the population, they generally refrained from explicit efforts to extend their control into new areas. This shift did not entail a scaling back in activity, however, nor was the situation any less dynamic. Sensing that coalition forces had retaken the initiative at the operational level, Petraeus, Odierno, and other coalition commanders looked to keep AQI's leaders off balance and on the run by orchestrating targeted raids across the country to exploit the enemy's dislocation, drive its center of activity farther from Baghdad, and prevent its consolidation. In MNDB, U.S. troops concentrated on reducing the AQI stronghold in the Hadar neighborhood just south of the Dora Expressway running through Rashid. Arriving to replace Townsend's Stryker Brigade in late summer, Colonel John S. Riscasi's 2nd Stryker Cavalry Regiment became the core operational reserve and, like its predecessor, served as MNDB's, quote, above-ground, end quote, strike force, a role that freed the Stryker unit from responsibility for the security of a particular sector and leveraged the formation's mobility and comparably large infantry troop strength. Supporting Gibbs and Rashid, Riscasi's regiment cleared Hadar while BCTs elsewhere in Baghdad constricted AQI with the help of partnered Iraqi security forces and increasing numbers of Sunni irregulars. The, quote, pursuit, end quote, in MNFW took the form of continued operations northeast of Fallujah, with Marines striking into the hinterlands around Lake Tartar as the Iraqi police tightened its grip on the city. In Baghdad's southern belts, Lynch faced manpower constraints that discouraged MNDC from expanding its area of control, but in accordance with Operation Phantom Strike's intent, the division managed to launch operations designed to keep AQI off balance. Colonel Daniel L. Ball, commander of the 3rd Infantry Division's Combat Aviation Brigade, for example, organized a flurry of raids and air assaults that drew on U.S. conventional and special operations forces to disrupt insurgent staging areas around Mahmudiyah and the Euphrates River Valley. In Arab Jabur, Farrell's BCT conducted strikes against AQI death squads reportedly formed to assassinate awakening fighters. Lynch again employed tremendous firepower, and in one day alone in September, 4 B-1B aircraft dropped 8 500-pound and 2 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs on enemy targets in Arab Jabur, while the division's artillery fired 45 missions. For Operation Phantom Strike, MNCI intended to pursue AQI fighters who had fled Bakuba farther up the Diyala River Valley to the town of Muqtadiya and into the remote Hamrin Ridge area, an important insurgent line of communications between Diyala and the Za'ab Triangle south of Mosul. By August, MNDN's task was more difficult than those of the other divisions. As Anbar, the Baghdad belts, and Diyala became dangerous territory for AQI leaders and fighters, they increasingly chose to displace to far northern Iraq, where the coalition and ISF presence was thin. Mixon's main effort, designated Operation Lightning Hammer, would focus on the upper Diyala Valley beyond Bakuba. Sutherland's 3rd Brigade Combat Team 1st Cavalry Division would lead the fight for Muqtadiya and other towns in upper Diyala. At the same time, however, rising attacks elsewhere in MNDN's area of operations signified that AQI and other insurgents were flowing toward areas where the coalition was weak, as they had done so many times in the past. In Salahuddin province, IEDs and insurgent ground attacks grew in frequency in late summer, with Samara as particularly contested ground for the 2nd Battalion 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment. In one incident on August 26th, more than 40 AQI fighters attacked one of the battalion's observation posts, seeking to abduct the 4 American soldiers posted there. 2 of the American infantrymen were killed in the ensuing firefight, but specialists Christopher Corriveau and Eric Moser mounted a fierce defense and held off dozens of attackers until a U.S. Quick Reaction Force arrived. These actions earned the 2 soldiers the Distinguished Service Cross. In another incident in Samara just 2 weeks later, a team of U.S. Special Operators and their partnered Iraqi Special Operations Forces conducted a nighttime attack against an AQI hideout that was the suspected location of the city's AQI emir. Blinded by sand kicked up by their own helicopters and cut off from their Iraqi partners, 3 Special Operators assaulted the AQI emir's building and found themselves in a close-quarters gunfight with more than a dozen AQI fighters. When his 2 fellow Green Berets were wounded, Staff Sergeant Jerian Halbisson-Gibbs continued to clear the building by himself in complete darkness, not stopping even when shot in the hand and abdomen. Despite his wounds, he made contact with the Iraqi Special Operators and reorganized them to continue the attack. During the engagement, Halbisson-Gibbs killed 6 of the AQI men, including the AQI emir himself. For his actions, the Green Beret sergeant received the Distinguished Service Cross. The situation was even more dangerous in Nineveh province, where in late summer and early September, Colonel Stephen Twitty's Mosul-based 4th Brigade Combat Team 1st Cavalry Division detected a migration of AQI fighters north from Baghdad. The first sign had come when Twitty's troops began capturing enemy fighters who possessed Baghdad area identification cards. As the terrorists arrived, Twitty recorded a corresponding uptick in enemy activity. This migration of AQI fighters to the north led to the Iraq War's most deadly terrorist incident. On August 14th, the day before Operation Phantom Strike began, AQI attacked 2 Yazidi towns near Sinjar with massive truck bombs that killed about 300 civilians and wounded at least 700 more, according to MNFI's reports. Iraqi reports put the toll even higher, at almost 800 killed and 1,500 wounded. Either way, the attack on the Yazidis resulted in the highest death toll of any single terrorist attack of the entire war, and it indicated AQI's resilience as well as its determination to hold on to Mosul and Nineveh province despite its loss of almost all of its territory in central Iraq. While the coalition necessarily focused on ending the sectarian civil war in Baghdad, the civil war among ethnic groups and sects in Nineveh had continued, offering a political opening for AQI and other hardline Sunni insurgent groups. The civil war in the north would flare again as AQI members made their way north and as the group attempted to switch its cross-border infiltration routes from the increasingly difficult Anbar province to the more AQI-accessible Sinjar-Tel Afar-Mosul corridor. By intensifying the pressure on Sunni militants and sustaining the surge of operations through Operation Phantom Strike, Odierno hoped to prevent AQI from carrying out its usual spike in attacks and killings of civilians during the holy month of Ramadan. If the coalition could constrain AQI's normal level of activity once the holy month began on September 12th, it would demonstrate the group's waning power and neutralize its psychological effect on Iraqis. For Petraeus, the pursuit of the enemy in August occurred in the context of his impending congressional testimony with Ambassador Ryan Crocker in Washington, where the next month the two men would be expected to report on the first 7 months of the surge. Petraeus would have to assess publicly the interim results of the surge of operations while Operation Phantom Strike was still underway, a task that would be fraught with political implications. The summer 2007 operations were succeeding in pushing AQI away from Baghdad, and the awakening was turning tens of thousands of local Iraqis against AQI, but it was not yet clear that reconciliation with the Iraqi government would follow. Ever mindful of the steadily ticking Washington clock, Petraeus knew that time was running short. The coalition and the Iraqi government organize for reconciliation. In addition to the offensive operations of the 4 U.S. divisions in central Iraq, the surge of operations of summer 2007 had a significant tribal outreach component. Though senior coalition commanders had been somewhat divided and cautious about the awakening's potential in early 2007, by late May the unexpected spread of the tribal movement had shown them that they were witnessing a golden opportunity not to be squandered. The MNFI and MNCI commanders became determined to continue building the awakening's momentum and to make the tribal movement a force multiplier in the coalition's major operations, including Operation Phantom Thunder. Petraeus had already told Gates and his coalition subordinates that the tribal movement's continued growth would depend to a great degree on the Iraqi government's acceptance of it. Accordingly, and as the Joint Strategic Assessment Team had recommended, Petraeus took steps to institutionalize the coalition's oversight of the awakening and to broker an accommodation between the multiplying awakening groups and the Maliki government. At MNFI, the small cell created under British Lieutenant General Graham Lamb responsible for tribal engagement carried on but expanded in size and scope. In the spring, it received its own co-directors in British Major General Paul R. Newton and Donald A. Blome, a senior aide to the U.S. ambassador. The Force Strategic Engagement Cell, as it came to be called, would have the job of prodding the Iraqi government as it shuffled down the path toward national reconciliation and attempt to convince Maliki that integrating Sunni tribal irregulars into the security forces lay in his best long-term interests. One of the cell's initial quandaries was what name should be assigned to the disparate groups that made up the broader awakening movement. Before creating a standardized name, coalition staff officers referred to the tribal irregulars by a variety of terms, including, quote, potential reconcilables, end quote, Sunni groups, end quote, local security forces, end quote, and, quote, police support units, end quote, before settling on the term, quote, concerned local citizens, end quote, in June 2007. Even that term proved unworkable, as coalition leaders soon discovered that concerned local citizens was more accurately understood in Arabic as people who worry a lot. After several more months of searching for an appropriate name, MNFI staffers settled on the term Sons of Iraq in February 2008. Naming conventions aside, at MNCI, Odierno, who had been initially cautious regarding outreach to former insurgents, changed course and made the facilitation of bottom-up reconciliation a top-tier priority for his headquarters and subordinate units. By late spring 2007, the MNCI commander concluded that the short-term security gains realized through bottom-up reconciliation could not be sustained without top-down efforts to integrate armed tribesmen or former insurgents with the government of Iraq. But he also realized that the Maliki government, for the time being, was at best ambivalent and at worst downright hostile to the Sunni groups with whom MNCI's units had begun to work. Rather than wait for the Maliki government to move ahead with a formal reconciliation process of its own, Odierno encouraged his subordinate commanders to engage anyone who was willing to talk. In new written guidance to his units in June 2007, Odierno instructed commanders to use dialogue with local groups to stop attacks against the coalition and to broker ceasefires among warring parties. The MNCI commander's goal was not for his subordinate commanders to pressure extra-governmental armed groups to lay down their weapons, but rather that they should convince those groups to turn their weapons against AQI and other irreconcilable terrorists. In writing to MNCI's units, Odierno conceded that, quote, some may be skeptical, end quote, of facilitating bottom-up reconciliation, as he too had initially been, But like Petraeus, he believed the initiative to work with Sunnis who had at one time fought against the coalition reflected a new reality. On the streets and in the rural districts of Iraq, insurgent groups and their affiliated tribes were breaking from AQI and seeking local accommodations with the coalition that promised to reduce violence sharply in the near term. Odierno's June 2007 directives laid out broad guidelines on the use of the tribal irregulars and authorized a wide array of, quote, tools, end quote, to reach accommodations, including targeted detainee releases, Commander's Emergency Response Program or CERP-funded infrastructure security contracts, and employment in positions that would lead to a more permanent job with the Iraqi police. To help synchronize local engagements throughout the country and implement MNCI's new guidelines, Odierno created a new reconciliation directorate within MNCI and encouraged each of his divisions to set up similar, quote, reconciliation cells, end quote. Given the rather unconventional directive to facilitate reconciliation, Odierno saw his primary contribution as underwriting the risk subordinate commanders assumed as they engaged with insurgent groups. For the colonels in charge of BCTs and battalions, this top cover afforded by Odierno as well as Petraeus allowed for aggressive engagement in an unavoidably decentralized environment in which they often found themselves making, quote, handshake agreements, end quote, with recent enemies. When it came to negotiations with Sunni insurgents, the Maliki administration was less inclined to take such risks. Petraeus found this somewhat understandable, given Iraq's recent history of Ba'athist rule and conspiracy-fueled fears of the party's resurgence, but he believed the time had come to stop the bureaucratic foot-dragging on national reconciliation. Provincial elections would perhaps be the most straightforward way to draw Sunnis into the political process, but in the summer of 2007, prospects for convincing the Iraqi government to hold new elections were dim. Instead, in June, Prime Minister Maliki formed the Implementation and Follow-up Committee for National Reconciliation, or IFCNR, to manage the Iraqi government's part in brokering agreements with the many local Sunni groups coming forward. One crucial task for the Iraqi government, as coalition commanders saw it, involved vetting the names of awakening members, many of whom were contractors compensated through CERP funds, and then expediting their induction into the Iraqi police and thus onto official government payrolls. Petraeus considered the IFCNR a good idea in theory, but doubted its members would perform their duties in an even-handed way, especially after Maliki staffed the committee with personnel from the Office of the Commander-in-Chief, or OCINC, the special arm that allowed the Prime Minister to bypass the military chain of command. Moreover, the dominant voice on the IFCNR was Basima Louay Hassan al-Jaidri, a military technology specialist who had served in Saddam's rocket and missile program before 2003 and since then had become a senior government administrator and a Maliki confidant. In February, Odierno had noted Jaidri's Shia sectarian bent and judged that her interference in security affairs was discrediting Baghdad Commander General Abud Kanbar. American officers regarded her appointment to be the IFCNR's gatekeeper for the entry of Sunnis into the Iraqi police with disappointment. Quote, "The fact that the IFCNR is led by Jaidri and other sectarian OCINC personalities makes us a bit cautious as to whether it exists to rapidly assist local accommodation efforts or to protect Shia equities while dealing with these tribes or groups," end quote, Petraeus wrote to Gates in late June. The first major task for Jaidri and the IFCNR was dealing with Abu Atsam's large awakening group in Abu Ghraib. By midsummer 2007, the coalition had registered more than 1,700 of the Abu Ghraib volunteers for potential induction into the Iraqi police and onto government payrolls, a step that coalition commanders believed needed to take place quickly in order to ensure that the volunteers did not become discouraged and drift back into the insurgency. Odierno saw Abu Ghraib as a test case. If the Iraqi government balked at absorbing Abu Atsam's men into the government security forces, it could undercut the only measurable progress made toward reconciliation and doom the whole venture. To press Jaidri and other IFCNR leaders to see beyond their sectarian perspectives, Odierno dispatched his political advisor Emma Skye to lobby the IFCNR about the benefits of bottom-up reconciliation and specifically to persuade them to issue hiring orders for the Abu Ghraib volunteers. Sky worked to win Jaidri's trust, gradually chipping away at the common perception among the Shia ruling class that U.S. cooperation with Sunni groups was part of some American scheme to fuel civil war and hasten Maliki's overthrow. Nonetheless, the Iraqi officials still felt strongly that integrating former insurgents into the security forces was equivalent to arming AQI. As Jaidri saw it, American commanders like Odierno seemed obsessed with the Sunni irregulars in nearby Abu Ghraib, and senior American officials' occasional public antagonism toward her only raised her suspicions. Under her leadership, the new IFCNR moved slowly on vetting the Abu Ghraib volunteers, letting the process drag on well into the summer. When coalition commanders learned in late July that the IFCNR was prepared to consider fewer than half the names submitted from Abu Ghraib and, of those, none who had ever been affiliated with Jaish al-Islami, they braced themselves for a serious confrontation with the Prime Minister. However, at the 11th hour, Sky persuaded Jaidri to relent and approve the list in its entirety. The following week, the MNFI commander conveyed the encouraging news to Gates and hoped the development indicated Maliki's, quote, increased commitment to moving forward on reconciliation, not just in word, but also in deed, end quote. However, the action foretold no guarantee of future success. End of Chapter 5, Part 1, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations. Read by Adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 5, Part 2, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adamkoebel. Chapter 5, Part 2, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations. Control measures and tensions over the awakening. At the tactical level, the MNFI and MNCI commanders' encouragement and guidance about the awakening came as brigade and battalion commanders were experimenting with ways to work with Sunnis who were mainly former enemies, balancing the need for caution with the need to keep local ceasefires from stalling so that Sunni groups did not drift back into the anti-coalition camp. As U.S. units monitored the activity of awakening groups in their area, they demanded full transparency of the group's members and required the Sunni fighters to coordinate their operations and movements. Many commanders also devised arrangements that encouraged or even compelled the Sunni group's cooperation with local Iraqi security forces. In Amaria, for example, Lieutenant Colonel Dale C. Kuhl instituted combined patrols and expected Abu Abed, the local awakening leader, to post representatives in joint security stations at all times for liaison purposes. To the south, around Mahmudiyah, Colonel Michael M. Kershaw's 2nd Brigade Combat Team 10th Mountain Division partnered a U.S. unit with each armed tribal group while ensuring that the local Iraqi Army Brigade commander, Brigadier General Ali Freiji, met regularly with awakening members in his sector. One of Kershaw's battalion commanders even organized his local Sunni irregulars into, quote, platoons, end quote, to secure areas that would have stretched the capabilities of available U.S. forces. To supplement the standard practice of cataloging biometric data and weapons serial numbers, Kershaw required sheikhs to vouch formally for the loyalty of each fighter. He found that this obligation not only yielded insights into the insurgency and its leaders, but it also provided a great deal of leverage over those who had cast their lot with the coalition against AQI. Similarly, in his dealings with awakening members in northwest Baghdad, Burton employed the contract as a mechanism to apply leverage, investigating alleged violations of the agreed-upon terms and holding offenders accountable. Of course, the fact that the tribal irregulars benefited from stores of U.S. or Iraqi ammunition gave coalition forces considerable leverage. American units also had to deal with the ethically tricky matter of how awakening groups handled the detainees they captured. Most commanders prohibited unsupervised interrogations by irregular forces and limited the time they were allowed to hold prisoners before transferring them to U.S. or Iraqi units. Yet, in spite of these control measures, enlisting new partners in a multifaceted struggle for stability created its own problems, reminding commanders that accommodations with one-time insurgents stemmed primarily from momentary alignments of interest and thus were delicate in nature and, at times, volatile. Kershaw's involvement with former 1920 Revolutionary Brigade's leader Abu Maruf was a prime example. On occasion, Kershaw's brigade employed Abu Maruf and his men in raids, exploiting their general knowledge of enemy tactics as well as their precise intelligence of the locations of extremist leaders. One operation coordinated with Kershaw's troops lasted an entire night as Sunni fighters cleared from Wadwania south to the Euphrates River, raiding AQI safe houses and opening an IED-choked road along the brigade's sparsely manned western boundary. Abu Maruf embraced his role as informal ambassador for the Americans among nearby tribes, spurring further local accommodations, but was nonetheless an opportunist at heart. Funk, the 1st Brigade Combat Team 1st Cavalry Division commander whose unit was responsible for Taji, also had dealings with Abu Maruf. Since the former insurgent's idea of which Sunnis belonged to AQI seemed contrived and inconsistent, Funk found Maruf capricious. The awakening leader also magnified the already hostile relations between Sunni volunteers and General Nasser Ghanim's Mutana Brigade in the Abu Ghraib area. In late summer, Abu Maruf's men launched an independent attack on some of the Mutana Brigade's checkpoints, having previously warned local U.S. officers that they might do so if tensions with Ghanim's troops continued. When Kershaw learned that the armed tribal group had staged the raid from his sector, the U.S. commander clamped down and directed one of his battalions to act as a buffer between the hostile forces. Though a key figure in rallying the Zobai tribe in the Radwania Zaidan area against AQI, Abu Maruf never completely severed his ties with the insurgency, and occasionally antagonized even his new American friends by continuing to speak, as he described it, the, quote, language of the resistance, end quote. Like Abu Maruf, Abu Abed also had shown courage in taking on Sunni insurgent cells in Amaria in May 2007, as well as a ruthless knack for rooting out their neighborhood sanctuaries. Indeed, U.S.-backed fighters organizing across Baghdad demonstrated this unique expertise, not least because they knew where AQI operatives lived, recognized their faces, and could pinpoint the locations of their weapons caches. The cumulative effect was akin to squeezing the irreconcilable extremists out of Baghdad. Yet, like Abu Maruf, Abu Abed was a controversial partner for U.S. units. A charismatic figure, the self-styled Robin Hood made enemies in the Iraqi Islamic Party, whose Sunni power brokers saw his rapid rise in popularity politically threatening, while the special weapons and tactics or SWAT-like efficiency of his men elicited uneasy scrutiny from the conspiracy-minded Shia running the national government. That Abu Abed seemed to embrace the high-profile persona of a temperamental mafia boss did not help. On top of the infighting in his own organization, he occasionally had heated arguments with local Iraqi army commanders, requiring the Americans to mediate. These factors created challenges in solidifying the security gains in Amaria. Recognizing Abu Abed as a leader of influence, the IFCNR engaged him in dialogue but delayed the police enrollment of the Amaria Knights on the basis of accusations that the armed men carried on like thugs, charges that Kuhl, the U.S. commander of 1st Battalion 5th Cavalry Regiment in Amaria, investigated but largely dismissed as a disinformation campaign intended to undermine the awakening. Despite Petraeus and Odierno's enthusiasm for U.S. units' outreach to local Sunni groups, not all of the higher coalition headquarters' involvement in reconciliation efforts was welcomed at lower unit levels. MNFI's Strategic Engagement Cell, for example, was established mainly to track and coordinate the dozens of local reconciliation initiatives to prevent divisions from working at cross purposes, or to identify additional opportunities for reconciliation and pass on the information to subordinate echelons. Lower-level units resented instances when the Strategic Engagement Cell interacted directly with insurgent leaders and appeared to intervene in tactical activities. Marine Brigadier General John R. Allen, Deputy Commander of MNFW, considered MNFI's involvement with tribal engagement disruptive and even harmful, since it potentially undermined the MEF as the coalition's primary interlocutor with the Anbari Sheikhs. Quote, We bristle when higher headquarters wants to help us, end quote, he told historians in late June 2007, disparaging the Strategic Engagement Cell's efforts to establish a unilateral relationship with the tribes in MNFW's area of operations. MNFI's supposed presumption that the delicate nature of reconciliation inside Anbar was best left to, quote, the next group of British officers in the front office, end quote, incensed him. Quote, we love them coming down here and we're happy to brief them and introduce them to people, he offered, but we don't need their help, end quote. Venting just days after a suicide bomber at Baghdad's Mansour Hotel killed several awakening leaders who had been summoned for talks with the Maliki government, an angry Allen proposed that, rather than try to control negotiations with the sheikhs, higher headquarters should contribute resources instead. Quote, if you want to help me, give me $20 million. I'll spend it where I know it'll make some good. End quote. In the MNDC area of operations, another serious disagreement over reconciliation matters arose when MNDC Commander Lynch developed guidance at odds with ways in which Kershaw's brigade had begun to employ the newly minted Concerned Local Citizens, or CLCs. Focused on major combat operations to clear Arab Jabur and Salman Pak as part of Operation Phantom Thunder, Lynch considered MNCI's guidance to broker ceasefires with local tribes as contradictory with his operations, and a lower priority in any case. When it came to reconciliation, the division would, quote, start small, end quote, Lynch determined. Expecting a cool reception from the populace as U.S. forces pressed deeper into AQI sanctuaries, Brigadier General James L. Huggins, one of Lynch's deputies, believed as late as mid-July that reconciliation in the area of operations would come primarily, quote, out of the barrel of an M4, end quote. By contrast, Kershaw, whose 2nd Brigade Combat Team 10th Mountain Division had been fighting vigorously in the Triangle of Death for 8 months, was pushing ahead of his boss to embrace tribal engagement and incorporate the CLCs into his brigade's security scheme. As the summer progressed, the difference between the two commanders' views grew wider, especially as Lynch, who had ordered 40,000 pounds of munitions dropped in the opening 10 seconds of clearing operations in Arab Jabur, emphasized overwhelming firepower. In the Triangle of Death, Kershaw wanted a more restrained use of firepower and clashed with Lynch on this issue and on the employment of the division's Combat Aviation Brigade. Kershaw frequently used helicopters to enhance his unit's mobility, but he considered the division's AH-64 Apaches too aggressive for a complex battlefield where U.S. and Iraqi troops maneuvered in conjunction with Sunni irregular forces. When MNDC's attack helicopters mistook an armed group of tribesmen in Kershaw's sector for AQI and fired on them, the brigade commander began to rely on OH-58 reconnaissance helicopters for support instead. Kershaw's decision to employ the CLCs as, quote, shock companies, end quote, rather than merely informants or guards at fixed sites, also ran afoul of Lynch's more conservative guidance. Concluding that an auxiliary force of armed tribesmen only would lead to more bloodshed, the MNDC commander initially prohibited the practice. Forbidding his units to issue weapons and ammunitions to the CLCs, Lynch also banned the act of fighting alongside them. Quote, they can give us the intel, and we will fight al-Qaeda, end quote, he directed. Having already gone through months of trial and error with awakening forces, Kershaw considered Lynch's restriction unnecessary and self-limiting, especially if U.S. units could monitor the armed groups closely and oversee them in operations. Kershaw also disagreed with Lynch's view that the coalition should avoid working with Sunni fighters who had American blood on their hands, and dismissed his commander's concern that AQI could infiltrate the armed groups cooperating with the brigade. In a midsummer memorandum to his subordinates, Kershaw emphasized the utility of prudent control measures, but implicitly criticized MNDC's directives by warning against the impracticality of overly prescriptive guidance. Quote, as I look at the daily disposition of the groups, it occurs to me that they exactly mirror the same cells that we were fighting against 2 months ago, end quote, Kershaw explained to his units. Quote, we are now working with many of the same people we were fighting against. So, the groups are already infiltrated. Get over it. End quote. The War Against Iran's Militant Proxies. Page 222. EFP networks and the Iranian border problem. As the MNCI operations against AQI intensified in the Baghdad belts and beyond, the coalition's Shia militant problem grew, requiring more attention from U.S. commanders. Taking advantage of MNFI's renewed focus against Sunni militants elsewhere, Shia militants increased their attacks in the first half of 2007, conducting 65 explosively formed penetrator or EFP attacks against coalition troops in April alone. As in 2006, a well-established network of Iranian-sponsored militants were smuggling EFP devices and other weapons across the Iran-Iraq border in the south and in the Diyala Valley. The most active EFP smugglers were the operatives headed by Abu Mustafa al-Shaibani and his brother Abu Yasser al-Shaibani, who moved the Iranian weapons through Maysan and Wasit provinces to deliver them to JAM and other militant groups. In addition to the border crossings near Amara and Kut, coalition analysts suspected the Shaibani brothers and other smugglers were using routes through the vast marshes that spanned the border south of Amara, just as they had done in their shadowy war against Saddam's regime during and after the Iran-Iraq War. Though coalition special operators were able to capture Abu Yasser al-Shaibani on April 20th, the incidence of EFP attacks nevertheless increased as the summer approached, eventually rising to 99 attacks during July. The nature of the EFP smuggling operation and the employment of EFPs left U.S. commanders with no doubt that the weapons were part of an Iranian regime proxy war against the United States and parts of the Iraqi government, a judgment that Petraeus and Crocker relayed to the visiting Nebraska Senator Charles T. Hagel on April 15th. At that time, U.S. analysts believed that 100% of EFPs were meant to target coalition troops, though they often killed or wounded Iraqis as collateral damage. The EFPs also never proliferated into the hands of Sunni militants, indicating that the Iranians kept tight control of their distribution. For coalition commanders, the operational problem was the difficulty of controlling the porous southeastern border, the same problem Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli had reported to Casey almost exactly a year before. Reporting to Gates in mid-May 2007, Petraeus noted that the Iranian regime appeared to be directly involved in the cross-border smuggling, with the coalition detecting at least 10 Iranian helicopter incursions into Iraq in the marsh-covered border area of southeastern Iraq since January. Quote, "Most of the observed flight paths followed smuggling routes," Petraeus noted, which may mean those routes are being reconnoitered to allow smugglers to avoid detection by border patrols and also assess deployed coalition forces. End quote. To improve the coalition's monitoring of the troublesome border area, Petraeus and Odierno expected MNDC to deploy coalition combat power to Wasit province, in addition to its continuing efforts to support the Sunni awakening and interdict AQI in Baghdad's southern belts. Situated between the Iranian border and Baghdad, Wasit province contained key routes between Iran and various Shia militias and special groups, and in the past, efforts to disrupt these supply lines suffered from a distinct lack of coalition troops and resources. The closest permanent coalition presence to the main border crossing of Zerbatia was a hazardous 80-kilometer drive away from forward operating base Delta near the city of Kut, and coalition border security teams were able to search only a handful of the approximately 300 trucks that crossed into Iraq daily. The arrival of the 2,000 soldiers of the 3rd Infantry Brigade from the Republic of Georgia in July 2007 enabled MNCI to, quote, thicken, end quote, the space between Kut and the border with a coalition troop presence and checkpoints designed to disrupt smuggling of weapons and explosives. In addition to the Georgian checkpoints, coalition commanders made plans to secure the primary border crossings with 6 new outposts constructed as a secondary screen to the existing Iraqi outposts. These new facilities would be outfitted with X-ray machines that would permit more effective vehicle searches as well as biometric systems to allow guards to identify known terrorists or militants. In September, construction began on Combat Outpost Shocker, which would allow MNCI to station U.S. troops just 8 kilometers from the Zerbatia crossing and allow a permanent coalition contingent on the border. Although smugglers would no doubt still find alternative routes along smaller roads or across the open desert, they would be vulnerable to detection by satellites or aerial surveillance. South of MNDC's area of operations in Wasit province, Maysan province and its unruly capital of Amara represented another more complicated problem. In keeping with the transition campaign plan of 2006, the province had been passed to provincial Iraqi control in mid-April 2007, making the coalition's ability to operate there unilaterally more difficult. Unlike the border crossing area in Wasit, Myson's marshy border was largely unwatched by either Iraqi or coalition forces, and coalition commanders suspected Amara to be a major Shia militant logistics hub. The province was riddled with Shia militant activity. On June 18th, for example, coalition troops conducting a series of raids against the special groups, a term referring to highly trained Iranian-sponsored Shia militants such as Asaib al-Haq, in Amara and the border town of Majar al-Kabir, came under heavy small arms and RPG fire. In the ensuing firefight, they killed at least 20 militants before leaving the area with a captured member of an EFP smuggling network. Throughout June and July, coalition troops made similar raids throughout the province to try to stem the flow of EFPs into central Iraq, but with no real coalition presence in Amara or on Myson's border, U.S. commanders would have difficulty preventing the Shaibani network or other Shia militants from moving lethal materials into Iraq at will. The trilateral talks and Iranian involvement. In addition to the clear forensic evidence of Iranian-sponsored lethal assistance across the Iran-Iraq border, coalition commanders were learning more about Iranian involvement with Shia militant groups from top Shia militant leaders themselves. On March 20th in Basra, coalition troops had captured Qais al-Khazali and his brother Laith al-Khazali based on evidence that the two men and their Asaib al-Haq group had been behind the January 2007 killing of U.S. military advisors at the police compound in Karbala. They had also captured a third man whose identity was unknown but who had pretended to be mute. On May 1st, the third detainee, whom coalition officers referred to as, quote, Hamid the Mute, end quote, began speaking to his captors in a coalition detention center, revealing himself to be Ali Musa Dakduk, a senior leader of Lebanese Hezbollah's external operations group. Dakduk admitted that he had deployed to Iraq to advise Qais al-Khazali and Asaib al-Haq in their campaign against the coalition. Once talking, he and Khazali revealed extensive details about their Iranian-sponsored operations. Quote, "The evidence is impressive," end quote, Petraeus wrote to Gates in late May. Quote, "The 5-page Qais Khazali sworn statement made last week and marked with his inked fingerprints is an unequivocal indictment of Iranian interference. His statement, along with those of his brother and other detainees, provides incontrovertible evidence that Iran is arming, funding, training, equipping, and advising Shia extremists operating in Iraq. Iranian interference began shortly after the coalition began operations, but advanced significantly after the Najaf operation in 2004. The statements of those interrogated are buttressed by dozens of documents taken from the captured laptops. As Qais asserted, without Iranian funding, JAM special groups would not be able to function." End quote. Petraeus had spoken publicly about the implications of this evidence just a few days before, telling an American reporter that Iranian regime activities in Iraq were, quote, absolutely nefarious, end quote, and, quote, hugely damaging to Iraq, end quote. The Iranian regime had provided millions of dollars to different Shia militias since the 2003 invasion, Petraeus noted, and the scale of support was such that it had to denote Iranian regime policy. Asked whether the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei might not know about these Quds Force activities, Petraeus was emphatic. Quote, "He can't not know," end quote, the MNFI commander said, noting that Quds Force commander Qasem Soleimani reported directly to Khamenei. Quote, "It's a massive operation. If he doesn't know about it, it's the most out-of-control operation in the world." End quote. Within 2 weeks, Petraeus began briefing senior Iraqi officials on what MNFI was learning from Khazali and others. Deputy Prime Minister Barham Saleh and National Security Advisor Muwafiq Rubai were, quote, properly taken aback and left for Iran on Sunday determined to take a strong message to Tehran, end quote, after they were informed, Petraeus reported to Gates. Interior Minister Jawad Bolani and Foreign Minister Hoshyar Zabari urged Petraeus to broadcast Khazali's and Dakduk's taped confessions on Iraqi television, something Petraeus had to inform them the Geneva Convention would not allow. MNFI leaders had their own plans to explain to the world the scale of Iranian involvement in any case. On July 2nd, Petraeus's MNFI spokesman, Brigadier General Kevin Bergner, held a press conference in Baghdad to lay out the evidence of the Iranian regime's lethal involvement in Iraq, particularly its training and operational direction of the special groups. While capturing Qais al-Khazali, the coalition had discovered a 22-page, quote, in-depth planning and lessons learned document, end quote, about the January 20th attack Khazali's operatives had carried out against the Karbala Provincial Joint Coordination Center, Bergner explained, and in the course of their questioning by coalition officials, quote, Ali Musa Dakduk and Qais Khazali state that senior leadership within the Quds force knew of and supported planning for the eventual Karbala attack that killed 5 coalition soldiers. Ali Musa Dakduk contends that the Iraqi special groups could not have conducted the complex operations without the support and direction of the Quds forces. Dakduk and Khazali both confirmed that Qais Khazali authorized the operation, and Azhar al-Dulaimi, who we killed in an operation earlier this year, executed the operation. End quote. Although Petraeus and other coalition officials had previously mentioned their suspicions of Iranian involvement in Iraq, the July 2nd press briefing was the most comprehensive public exposure of the evidence of Iran's destabilizing role and Lebanese Hezbollah's involvement. As Petraeus described to Gates, the rollout was meant to, quote, put Iran on notice that we know of their activities and that those activities are unacceptable, end quote. As if to punctuate MNFI's point, on the morning of Bergner's press conference, Shia militants shelled Forward Operating Base Echo in Diwania, attacking the Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS, base with 80 mortar rounds. Later the same month, against the backdrop of the public exposition on July 2nd, Crocker met with Iranian Ambassador Hassan Kazemi Gomi in the second round of trilateral talks among the United States, Iraq, and Iran, where the American and Iranian representatives agreed on July 24th to form a security subcommittee that would conduct further talks. Quote, on one hand, we'll seek cooperation on an anti-AQI agenda, Petraeus reported to the Pentagon, but on the other hand, we'll remain firm in showing the Iranians we have extensive knowledge of their activities and will confront them as they support Shia militias inside Iraq. End quote. With Operation Phantom Thunder pushing AQI away from the capital, MNFI's statistics showed that Shia militias were likely responsible for approximately 2/3 of attacks against U.S. troops in Baghdad, and Petraeus and Crocker intended the coming security talks to be a venue for senior Iraqi and U.S. officials to present a united front against Iranian lethal aid to the militias. On August 6th, Bergner and Crocker's political military counselor, Ambassador Marcy Rees, met with Iranian counterparts again in a meeting hosted by the hard-nosed Iraqi Interior Ministry intelligence chief Hussein Ali Kamal. The, quote, surprisingly good, end quote, Kamal, quote, kept the meeting focused on AQI and the militias, end quote, Petraeus recounted, while the U.S. officials, quote, stressed the need for tangible improvement in reducing EFPs, indirect fire, and support to special groups, end quote. As U.S. officials had noted in the earlier meetings, quote, the Iranians seemed off balance in comparison to their Iraqi counterparts' determined leadership of the meeting, end quote, Petraeus added in his weekly letter to Gates. In fact, U.S. officials noted that the Iranian delegates had appeared nervous and unsure of themselves in each of the trilateral meetings, seemingly afraid of being held to account for going beyond a very limited set of talking points. An incident the same week as the August 6th meeting might have explained why. On August 11th, Iraqi Minister of State for National Security Affairs Sherwan al-Waili brought to Petraeus a message from Qasem Soleimani, who told Waili to relay the word that he, Soleimani, was, quote, the sole decision-maker on Iranian activities in Iraq, end quote, and that he was willing to decrease the special group's activities in exchange for the release of Qais al-Khazali. Quote, I told Waeli to relay back to Soleimani that we believe that Iran has overreached and is on the brink of attracting international isolation, end quote, Petraeus reported back to Gates. Quote, I noted that I am not a policymaker, end quote, he continued, but, quote, as the commander on the ground, I am starting to think that Iran is attacking Iraqi and coalition soldiers through proxies, the JAM they have trained, funded, armed, and in some cases even directed. To provide a bit more jolt, I said that I am considering telling the president that I believe Iran is, in fact, waging war on the U.S. in Iraq, with all of the U.S. public and governmental responses that could come from that revelation. For what it's worth, I do believe that Iran has gone beyond merely striving for influence in Iraq and could be creating proxies to actively fight us, thinking that they can keep us distracted while they try to build WMD and set up JAM to act like Lebanese Hezbollah in Iraq. End quote. Soleimani's message sent two signals. First, it reinforced how important the special groups were to the Iranian regime, particularly Qais al-Khazali and Asaib al-Haq, which Soleimani and the regime clearly considered a vital Iranian instrument inside Iraq. Second, it seemed timed to neutralize the trilateral talks going on in Baghdad and ensure that no other channel might emerge to challenge Soleimani's control of the Iranian regime's operations in Iraq. The Iranian delegates at the trilateral meetings were, quote, on a short string, end quote, clearly not empowered to deal substantively with the United States, and, quote, had to take breaks and make frequent calls back, end quote, to their superiors for guidance during the talks, one U.S. diplomat recalled. Soleimani, by contrast, demonstrated through his continuing sponsorship of Shia militants and by the toll they took on U.S. troops in summer 2007 that he had a virtually free hand in his Iraq operations. For American officials in Iraq, expectations for the talks were low at the outset and sank even lower after 3 rounds of talks that produced nothing. As one senior diplomat put it, quote, as a practical matter, it was hard to see how you get to a stable arrangement on anything that Iran and its many clients actively opposed, so it was important to make the effort, end quote. Crocker and the U.S. Embassy prepared for a planned 4th round of talks in the fall of 2007, bringing some of the State Department's top Iran experts to Baghdad in anticipation of the talks. But as the weeks and then months passed, the Iranians failed to set a return date and let the engagement lapse. In retrospect, the 3 sessions of the trilateral talks of 2007 may have represented a debate between 2 camps within the Iranian regime. One that saw some utility in talks with the United States if it would ultimately remove the U.S. military presence in Iraq, and another that believed the talks were, at best, premature. If there was in fact an intra-Iranian policy debate, the latter view apparently prevailed. The JAM War against ISCI and the Maliki government. Despite his assertion that he controlled Iran's Iraq policy and his offer to rein in his Iraqi proxies if the United States was willing to deal with him, in August 2007, Soleimani was in the midst of an intra-Iraqi Shia conflict that threatened the viability of his Iraq strategy. Since striking his deal to support the special groups and JAM in 2004, Soleimani had sought to maintain a unified Iraqi Shia militant front against the U.S.-led coalition with the aim of forcing the U.S. military out of Iraq. For 3 years, he and his Quds Force generals had been highly active in arming, training, and funding any of the major Shia militant factions that were willing to fight against the coalition. By the summer of 2007, it was clear that his militant proxies were fighting each other as much as they were fighting coalition troops, and his continued support to Shia militant factions had begun to amount to an arming of Shia groups that were in rebellion against a Shia government ostensibly aligned with the Iranian regime. In short, by trying to arm all Iraqi Shia opponents of the United States, Soleimani and the Quds Force had helped incite a civil war among their top Iraqi clients, and it was unclear whether Soleimani or anyone else was actually in full control of the most active Shia militant elements. A series of high-profile attacks drew attention to the broader intra-Shia conflict pulsing ominously throughout the southern provinces. On June 5th, the chief Saudist official in Babil was killed, followed by the murder of a Najafi cleric associated with Sistani. The Shia-on-Shia violence surged as the summer progressed, with operatives from JAM and Badr engaging in a deadly tit-for-tat as Sauderists and Sistani representatives were killed in rapid succession through July and early August. The tensions between the two sides escalated into larger-scale violence as well. On June 19th and 20th, the Nasiriyah Tactical Support Unit, a well-regarded ISF unit headed by Colonel Naji Rostam Sahra, also known as Abu Lika, came under attack by as many as 200 JAM fighters north of the Euphrates River. Through 2 days of fighting, MNCI provided close air support and coalition reinforcements as Abu Lika and his SWAT operators held off their JAM enemies. Prime Minister Maliki and Vice President Adel Abdel Mahdi, himself a Nasiriyah native, gave coalition commanders a green light to attack, quote, any and all JAM elements, end quote, in the city, even though the province was already under Iraqi control. At least 20 JAM fighters died in the clashes before calm was restored. The fighting in Nasiriyah was followed 2 weeks later by another large engagement in still restive Diwaniyah, initiated by a JAM indirect fire attack against Camp Echo on the same day as Berkner's press conference. Accurate enough to suggest that JAM elements had benefited from, quote, inside help, end quote, in their targeting, the barrage of more than 75 rockets and mortars only wounded one coalition soldier, but it damaged equipment and came close to igniting critical ammunition stores. F-16 fighters streaked over Diwaniyah in response, destroying 3 buildings identified as enemy firing points. A raid by U.S. Special Operations Forces against the JAM cell later that week brought a large number of fighters into the streets, where they seemed poised for a march on Camp Echo until an AC-130 strike mowed down scores of fighters, decisively ending the attack. With close air support readily available, the coalition retained ample firepower, but that advantage itself could not prevent JAM from returning to Diwaniyah's neighborhoods in strength once again. However, Petraeus noted in his report on the battle that Diwaniyah residents and Prime Minister Maliki as well had responded favorably to the coalition's actions, while Sadirist leaders had chastised JAM members for firing from inside the city. The Nasiriyah and Diwaniyah clashes were part of an escalating confrontation between JAM and the special groups on one side and the Shia parties inside the government on the other, with the coalition increasingly active in support of the government and JAM ever more active against the coalition, especially in Baghdad. The same week as the Diwaniyah fighting, coalition troops conducting a raid to arrest a police officer connected to JAM in Sadr City found themselves under heavy fire from other presumably JAM-linked Sadr City policemen as they withdrew from the neighborhood. 4 days later, Shia militants attacked the international zone with 35 mortar rounds launched from multiple locations in Sadr City during a 90-second synchronized attack, a sharp change from the Shia militants' previous tactics of firing only 1 or 2 rounds at a time. The militia attack on the Green Zone had, quote, a psychological effect, end quote, and had even, quote, shaken the prime minister a bit, end quote, Petraeus reported. The Shia militants were shelling the seat of their own government, where the Sadrists still had members in the parliament. Meanwhile, the Shia militants' assassination campaign in southern Iraq culminated with the killing of 2 Islamic Supreme Council of Iraq, or ISCI, governors in mid-August. On August 11th, Qadisiyah Governor Khalil Jalil Hamza and the provincial police chief died amid a hail of small arms fire and an EFP explosion in Diwaniyah. MNFI quickly concluded that the attack had been carried out by JAM operatives in retaliation for Hamza's support for the ongoing coalition ISF operations against local JAM groups. 9 days later, Muhammad al-Hassina, a former Badr Corps member who was governor of Mutana province, fell victim to a string of EFPs that tore through his convoy. Reeling from these high-profile losses, ISCI politicians blamed the Iranian-backed special groups immediately, and by summer's end, the new ISCI governor of Qadisiyah was calling for another offensive against the militias in Diwaniyah. Commenting on the 2 assassinations, Petraeus noted, quote, tensions between ISCI/Badr and JAM are high now in the southern provinces. This also may heighten tensions with Iran, as there is considerable belief that Iran may have been connected to these events. End quote. The events also underscored for Prime Minister Maliki the threat that the Iranian-backed militias posed, Petraeus continued, observing, quote, Iranian influence appears to be more damaging over time. End quote. It was a judgment that Petraeus had been forming for several months, as the Shia militant threat gradually came into greater relief and al-Qaeda in Iraq receded from the Baghdad region. Quote, I tend to agree with the assessment of Ray Odierno and see that JAM is more of a hindrance to long-term security in Iraq than is AQI, end quote, he had written to Gates on June 30th, adding that, quote, JAM is a much tougher nut and will require kinetics against the rogue leaders and active engagements to make the mainstream more constructive, end quote. In terms of the militia's lethality, Petraeus was right. About 2/3 of U.S. casualties in the following month of July came at the hands of Shia militants. The events of the summer also showed a Sadrist militant front that was in disarray as it faced pressure from both the coalition and its rivals in the Iraqi government. The Sadrists' top problem was that their leader, Muqtada Sadr, appeared not to be in full control of his numerous militant commanders and fighters. In early July, he had suddenly returned to Iran, leaving Sheikh Ahmed al-Shaibani in charge of JAM activities and issuing little guidance to his organization. As Shaibani took command back in Iraq, MNFI detected that JAM leaders were purging their ranks, and as JAM groups mounted large-scale indirect fire attacks in Baghdad, coalition commanders could not tell how many of the Sadrist militant groups actually followed Sadr's commands. Shaibani left for Iran in mid-July, part of an exodus of JAM commanders who were spending more time in Iran as Maliki consented to more coalition operations against longtime JAM sanctuaries in Baghdad and elsewhere. By mid-August, Petraeus judged that, quote, Sadr is at least a bit marginalized. Even the Iranians think he is a weak leader. End quote. The most significant factor working against the Sadrists, however, was that they had worn out their welcome with Nouri al-Maliki, and the prime minister was increasingly willing to fight them. After the Sadrists had withdrawn from his cabinet in April, Maliki had spent 3 months working toward fashioning a new governing coalition among Iraq's 4 major parties that excluded the Sadrists. Petraeus anticipated that Maliki was, quote, setting the stage for a more direct confrontation with the radical elements of JAM, end quote. Both Petraeus and the Iraqi prime minister detected an erosion of JAM's popular support as well. A late July coalition clash against JAM in Karbala had revealed local disaffection with the militia when JAM fighters commandeered a hospital and demanded that the doctors treat their wounded, instigating a, quote, ruckus, end quote, when the doctors refused. Quote, this attitude seems to match that of many Karbala residents who believe JAM's presence will bring on AQI attacks, end quote, Petraeus reported. When an August 8th coalition operation in Sadr City resulted in 32 JAM militiamen killed, Petraeus observed, quote, while such an operation would have received great opposition only a few months ago, today Iraqis are happy to have these rogue militias cleaned off of their streets. End quote. The Karbala fiasco and the JAM freeze. The week following the assassination of Governor Hamza in Diwania, Maliki told Petraeus that, quote, many Shia communities are getting fed up with JAM, end quote, and discussed the Sadrists' prospects among a Shia population that was growing resentful of them. Reflecting on the discussions, Petraeus reported to Gates on August 18th, quote, my take on JAM is that they, like AQI, have overplayed their hand in some areas. JAM continues to demonstrate the destructive nature of their organization, and we are seeing a growing rejection by Iraqi citizens of JAM. JAM protected Shia communities when AQI and Sunni insurgents threatened them, but with that threat dissipating in some areas, JAM is being viewed more as criminal gangs and thugs than protectors. Many Iraqi leaders talk about the danger of the Hezbollahization of Iraq by JAM as well, but both the Prime Minister and I sense that JAM lacks the capability and widespread acceptance among the Shia to take on such a role. When the Shia communities turn against JAM, as many of the Sunni communities have done against AQI, this effort will turn more to the good. End quote. The turning of the Shia population against JAM was not long in coming. The low-level conflict among the Shia factions finally boiled over in late August in the shrine city of Karbala. On August 27th, Sadrist gunmen attacked Badr-associated government security guards at the Imam Ali Shrine, the destination of more than 1 million pilgrims who had made their way to the city that month to celebrate the birth of the 12th Imam. For weeks, Iraqi security forces and the coalition had made careful plans to guard the pilgrimage against AQI attacks, but had not anticipated that the actual threat would come from the Sadrists. Horrified Iraqis watched footage of the fighting as 52 people were killed and another 279 wounded, many of them pilgrims caught in the crossfire. The clashes in Karbala quickly set off fighting between JAM and Badr elsewhere, including in Baghdad, where gun battles broke out between the groups for 2 days before finally calming down. The day after the Karbala violence, an enraged Prime Minister Maliki led a 52-vehicle convoy to Karbala to confront JAM fighters and leaders, arrest local officials who had been complicit or incompetent in the JAM attacks, and shut down the pilgrimage, ordering the hundreds of thousands of remaining pilgrims to leave the city for their own safety. The Prime Minister, cheered by crowds along the route from Baghdad, brandished a pistol upon arriving in Karbala and arrested scores of Sadrists implicated in the violence as quick reaction forces from the Interior and Defense Ministries deployed to lock down the city, including Major General Otman al-Ghanimi and his 8th Iraqi Army Division. The Karbala fiasco forced Muqtada Sadr to act quickly to deflect the criticism descending upon his party and repair the embarrassing impression that his movement had become dominated by out-of-control murderous gangs. The carnage near one of the Shia world's holiest sites was a clear sign of the depths to which JAM had sunk. A militant organization formed in 2003 expressly to protect Shia pilgrims from violence was now seen on television slaughtering them. 3 days after the incident, Sadr's top representatives read out a public statement in which he announced a freeze of all JAM operations for 6 months, during which he encouraged militia members to cooperate with the ISF and refrain from attacking the coalition. Inside the JAM leadership, Sadr went further and ordered his subordinates to overhaul the militia with an educational program for the rank and file, while reportedly clashing with his deputy Ahmed al-Shaibani over Shaibani's handling of the Karbala incident. The Sadrist fiasco and JAM freeze delivered MNFI an unexpected respite from the main body of the Sadrist militia organization, and also handed Petraeus and coalition leaders a useful tool with which to attack those militias that continued to fight. Coalition leaders could now argue that any Shia militants that attacked coalition forces were not a part of Sadr's, quote, honorable, end quote, followers, but rather criminal groups who were subject to coalition and ISF targeting. The halt to, quote, mainstream JAM, end quote, activities helped coalition commanders identify and target special groups, breakaway groups, and rogue militants who distinguished themselves from mainstream JAM by continuing their activities despite Sadr's call for a freeze on activities. Coalition commanders also judged that Sadr, though weakened, had not decided to drop militant resistance against the coalition for good. Quote, "They were embarrassed over the Karbala events," end quote, Odierno concluded. Quote, "I think they called the ceasefire not because they want to stop violent action, but because they want to regroup, reorganize, and see if they can get control of their forces so they can continue to influence the future of Iraq." End quote. Some analysts later concluded that the coalition benefited from a strategic windfall as Sadr supposedly unilaterally ordered his militia to stand down from attacks against the coalition. In truth, the JAM freeze was Sadr's desperate attempt to rescue his movement from a severe political backlash inside the Iraqi Shia community. The Sadrist stand-down was also, at least in part, a defensive reaction to several months of intensifying pressure on JAM and the special groups from both the coalition and the ISF. On a macro scale, it represented the beginning of a reversal of fortunes for Maliki and Sadr. Just as the Karbala incident caused a dramatic change in the Sadrists' near-term political position, it did the same for Maliki. The Prime Minister's decisive action had increased both his stature and his confidence, Petraeus noted a few days later, as well as Maliki's confidence in the ISF units that had responded quickly to secure Karbala. The confrontation with JAM in Karbala marked the beginning of a high-stakes Maliki-Sadrist showdown that would culminate in Basra and Baghdad the following spring. MNFI and the opposition to the surge. Page 232. CENTCOM has its doubts, again. As the operational situation in Iraq began to change in the summer of 2007, the views of the MNFI and CENTCOM commanders diverged again. Less than 3 months into Admiral William J. Fallon's command, his initial skepticism about the prospects of the surge had developed into virtual opposition to Petraeus' approach. By late May 2007, before the last of the surge units had arrived in Iraq, Fallon concluded that the surge was doomed to strategic failure. He set out to develop an alternative campaign plan for Iraq that would, in his view, allow the United States to regain its strategic flexibility by reducing what he believed was an overcommitment of U.S. military resources to the Middle East. In June, as Petraeus and Crocker's subordinates fleshed out the new joint campaign plan, Fallon dispatched Rear Admiral James Sandy Winnefeld to Iraq to assess the situation and formulate a plan to significantly draw down U.S. troops by year's end, far ahead of the scheduled end of the surge. The Navy men shared the belief that Army leaders had become invested emotionally in Iraq and could no longer clearly judge Iraq's strategic importance and the coalition's chances of success. Journeying to Baghdad to attend the Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI, change of command in early June, Fallon took it as a bad sign when incoming Commander Lieutenant General James M. Dubik delivered his assumption of command speech in phonetic Arabic. Dubik had meant it as a gesture of respect to the assembled crowd of hundreds of Iraqi officers, but Fallon saw it as evidence that Army leaders had become too deeply ensconced in Baghdad. Visiting the vast post exchange at Camp Liberty later, Winnefeld walked through rows of flat-screen televisions for sale to American troops, a sight that seemed to him emblematic of an army that had settled into a permanent mission in Iraq, though Petraeus coincidentally had tasked MNFI Command Sergeant Major Marvin Hill to quietly end such sales. The CENTCOM commander and Winnefeld were determined to help extricate the U.S. military from the Iraq morass. Fallon and Winnefeld's alternative Iraq strategy involved ending the U.S. combat mission in the country and accelerating the transition to Iraqi control, virtually the same concept U.S. forces would adopt during Operation New Dawn more than 3 years later. To assist Fallon in refining this approach, Brigadier General Daniel P. Bolger, having recently served as the commander of the Coalition Military Assistance Training Team, traveled to Tampa to help Winnefeld set down the particulars of how to end combat activities and convert U.S. units into transition teams. As the plan took shape with Bolger's input, Winnefeld shared its details with U.S. commanders in Iraq and the Gulf region. In Kuwait, he met with Army Central Commander Lieutenant General R. Stephen Whitcomb to discuss ways in which the command could more quickly withdraw the Army from Iraq. In Bahrain, he met Marine Corps Central Commander Lieutenant General James N. Mattis, but when Winnefeld offered the observation that the surge had failed in its objectives and that U.S. forces should begin to withdraw, an astounded Mattis protested that the Marines in MNFW were close to winning their war against AQI. Enemy activity had dropped to just a few incidents per week, and the Marines had partnered with the Awakening to mobilize tens of thousands of new Anbari counterinsurgents. However, in his exchange with Winnefeld, it seemed to Mattis that these strategically significant developments in Anbar had somehow escaped CENTCOM's notice. Quote, "We've got our boots on their windpipe, and you're telling me to lift my foot and let them live," end quote, the Marine general declared incredulously. In Iraq, Winnefeld met with each of the division commanders and Odierno. The MNCI commander was not receptive to the CENTCOM commander's withdrawal plans. Odierno believed that Winnefeld's planning was conceptually sound and represented what the United States would eventually have to do in Iraq, but he was alarmed that Winnefeld and Fallon were promoting the idea at such an early stage, when the loss of badly needed combat power would probably ensure the failure of the U.S. campaign. Near the end of the Admiral's fact-finding tour, Winnefeld and Petraeus met and calmly debated the competing strategies. In the end, Petraeus noted that he believed the president had given him the task of formulating the mission and campaign plan for U.S. forces in Iraq, and offered, quote, "If someone else is going to present an alternative plan to my boss, then I'm going to have a problem with that." End quote. At a 2-day commanders' conference at CENTCOM's forward headquarters in Qatar the following month, Fallon pressed subtly for a change of mission in Iraq. The admiral told his subordinates that the commands across the CENTCOM area of responsibility were, quote, "too operationally and tactically focused," end quote, and were failing to be, quote, "cognizant of strategic realities that are changing," end quote. He also contended that the political dynamics in Washington militated against the continuation of the surge. Quote, "We are not going to be able to make any of the domestic political constraints go away," end quote, Fallon warned his subordinates. Quote, "Dave Petraeus is going to have to deal with alternatives that may be pushed on us," end quote, the admiral said, and as a result, MNFI should, quote, prepare for a change of mission, the downgrading of population security to secondary concern in favor of transition, end quote. Signaling the depth of the divergence in worldviews, as the conference turned to regional security matters beyond Iraq, Petraeus weighed in, offering counterpoints to Fallon's perspectives. In keeping with his warning, 3 days later, Fallon dispatched Winnefeld to Baghdad again to present the conclusions of his campaign assessment to Petraeus. Winnefeld and the CENTCOM commander proposed a gradual troop drawdown to 10 brigades starting in November 2007, with 3/4 of U.S. combat forces departing Iraq by the end of 2009. Just as Casey had recommended in 2006, Winnefeld proposed that U.S. troops should focus on transitioning security responsibility to the Iraqis, while Special Operations Forces continued to hunt AQI and special group leaders. Only with this mission change, Winnefeld argued, could the U.S. military restore the strategic flexibility needed to respond to crises in other parts of the world. A puzzled Petraeus replied that while MNFI would examine some of Winnefeld's ideas, no one could be expected to come up with a credible Iraq strategy after spending only a few days on the ground, as Winnefeld had done. The general pointed out that the last elements of the 5th Surge Brigade had only arrived in June, and time was needed to gauge the surge's impact. Fallon and Winnefeld's proposal to withdraw troops was also disconnected from major upcoming Iraqi political events, he observed, such as the provincial elections expected in late 2008. What was more, Petraeus argued, their plan was essentially the same one U.S. troops had employed from 2003 to 2006, which had already failed. Petraeus also reiterated that he would protest strongly, even to the point of offering the president his resignation, if someone attempted to present an alternative Iraq strategy to the president or SecDef. Comparing notes after the discussion, Fallon and Winnefeld shared the belief that Petraeus was manipulating the president into sticking with a failing surge strategy, and that an intervention by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the SecDef was needed. Among the senior army officers in Baghdad, the Winnefeld-Fallon plan caused confusion and frustration. Quote, "Winnefeld came here with a conclusion and was looking for evidence," end quote, one U.S. commander charged. Instead of attempting to undermine the strategy set by Bush and MNFI, Petraeus believed that Fallon and CENTCOM should be working to gain support and aid from other Middle Eastern countries and focusing on resolving regional issues, especially by stemming the flow of foreign fighters into Iraq. Senior MNFI officials also were frustrated at Fallon's seeming obstruction of MNFI's requests for forces and other resources needed to support the surge. There was a suspicion at the Baghdad headquarters that Fallon's focus on developing an alternative to the surge was distracting him from his other duties. Petraeus followed up his July 17th meeting with Winnefeld by calling Fallon in order to re-emphasize his opposition to what he saw as CENTCOM's, quote, simplistic and strategically unsound proposal, end quote. He also registered his disappointment that his immediate boss in the chain of command was undermining, rather than supporting, a surge plan that was only 4 months into execution, with the final surge forces barely established and operating. Commanders in Iraq were beginning to see significant gains from the surge operations, Petraeus said, and further progress appeared likely in the months ahead. He also noted his concern about the amount of time that requests for forces were taking to get through CENTCOM. Quote, "I can take no for an answer, Admiral," Petraeus said, "but I can't take no answer." End quote. Yet if the answer was no, the MNFI commander said, the Admiral should be prepared for Petraeus to raise the issue with the President and SecDef, given the assurance of support the President had made before Petraeus took command and had reiterated in weekly video conferences ever since. Back in Washington, however, an increasing number of U.S. leaders seemed to agree with Fallon's view that the surge was doomed to fail. By midsummer, the odds had grown that the U.S. Congress might pass legislation for an early end to the surge. Eventually, these dynamics influenced Fallon's military advice to his superiors. During a video conference with Bush on August 30th, Fallon questioned whether a continuation of the surge could garner enough congressional support, to which Bush replied that politics and Congress were his concern, not the Admiral's. 5 days later, the President, accompanied by the other National Security Council or NSC principals, met with both Fallon and Petraeus at Al-Assad Air Base, where Bush received updates on the situation in Baghdad and also met Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha, the leader of the awakening in Ramadi. In the presence of his war cabinet at al-Assad, the president reaffirmed his support for Petraeus's campaign plan, finally and firmly resolving the 5-month-long dispute between the CENTCOM and MNFI commanders in Petraeus's favor. End of Chapter 5, Part 2, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 5, Part 3, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 5, Part 3, Summer 2007, The Surge of Operations. The September Congressional Testimony. The President's and NSC principals' visit to Anbar on September 3rd took place 1 week before Petraeus and Crocker were scheduled to appear before the U.S. Congress to give their assessment of the surge and its progress. The direction of the Iraq War had become one of the most divisive political issues in the United States since the Vietnam War, and the two men's scheduled congressional testimony was a highly anticipated and high-stakes event. Although the summer had passed without a congressional effort to terminate the surge, the idea of a legislative intervention was still a possibility, and much would hinge on whether Petraeus and Crocker could point to an improving situation on the ground. A few late summer events had greased the rails for the MNFI commander and U.S. ambassador, most notably a visit to Iraq by influential American think tank scholars. After touring conflict zones around central Iraq with MNFI escorts, Kenneth Pollock and Michael O'Hanlon of the Brookings Institution co-wrote a New York Times op-ed entitled, quote, "A War We Just Might Win," end quote, in which the scholars argued that, quote, "we are finally getting somewhere in Iraq," end quote, with, quote, "sustainable stability," end quote, potentially within reach of the U.S.-led coalition due to the significant security gains and the growing competence of the ISF. The article was so effective at slowing the congressional move toward anti-surge legislation that Petraeus referred to it as a new phenomenon, the, quote, "strategic op-ed," end quote, and thereafter opened Iraq to a series of similar visiting delegations of U.S. scholars and other intellectuals. In addition to these delegations, Petraeus, Crocker, and Odierno had also hosted dozens of members of Congress in Baghdad by the end of the summer, considering the visiting delegations not as a distraction, but rather as opportunities to clarify the situation on the ground to U.S. policymakers. In his prepared statements to the Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committees in both the Senate and House of Representatives on September 10th and 11th, Petraeus gave a data-based assessment of the campaign. Quote, "The military objectives of the surge are, in large measure, being met," end quote, Petraeus judged, before walking the committee members through a series of detailed statistical reports and charts displayed on easels in the hearing room. Overall, Petraeus noted that security incidents had declined in 8 of the previous 12 weeks to levels not seen since spring 2006. The decline was mostly because of U.S. and Iraqi troops' success in driving AQI out of its sanctuaries and disrupting the Shia militant groups. Quote, "The fundamental source of the conflict in Iraq is competition among ethnic and sectarian communities for power and resources," end quote, Petraeus testified, and in this regard it was encouraging that ethno-sectarian deaths had dropped by 55% since December 2006 across Iraq and 80% in Baghdad. Iraq as a whole was becoming less volatile, with violent civilian deaths declining by 45% since December and by 70% in Baghdad itself. Petraeus reported that the nascent awakening among Sunni tribes had had a significant impact on these figures and was spreading quickly from Anbar to other areas, in the process damaging AQI's ability to operate. In 8 months, MNFI and its Iraqi allies had killed or captured nearly 100 AQI leaders and about 2,500 rank-and-file fighters. They had also robbed AQI of its war-making machinery. Quote, "As we have gone on the offensive in former al-Qaeda in Iraq and insurgent sanctuaries, and as locals have increasingly supported our efforts, we have found a substantially increased number of arms, ammunition, and explosives caches," end quote, Petraeus noted. U.S. troops had already seized 4,400 caches in 2007, about 1,700 more than MNFI had discovered in all of 2006. Partly because of this massive loss of materiel, insurgent IED attacks had dropped by one-third during the summer of 2007, and car bombs had declined from a high of 175 in March to about 90 in August. In Anbar, monthly attacks had dropped sharply from 1,350 in October 2006 to just over 200 in August 2007, a decline of more than 80%. At the same time, more than 20,000 Awakening members had come forward to join the Iraqi police, and thousands more had hopes of joining the army. The ISF was set to expand from 445,000 to as many as 485,000, and the Iraqi government was committed to spend $1.6 billion in foreign military sales with the United States. In other words, Petraeus reassured Congress that the Iraqis would soon be paying their own way for their security forces. The general also noted that about 95 of Iraq's 140 combat battalions were now capable of taking the lead with coalition support. Alongside these positive signs, Petraeus identified a number of serious obstacles that needed to be dealt with before Iraq could be stabilized. Quote, "Foreign and homegrown terrorists, insurgents, militia extremists, and criminals all pushed the ethno-sectarian competition toward violence. Malign actions by Syria and especially by Iran fuel that violence," end quote, he reported. He added that, quote, "Lack of adequate government capacity, lingering sectarian mistrust, and various forms of corruption add to Iraq's challenges," end quote. Not all of Iraq's provinces were progressing at the same rate. Nineveh and Salahuddin in particular remained violent and had not yet experienced the same stabilizing trend that had come to Anbar and Baghdad. The IRGC Quds Force and its Iraqi Shia militant proxies were a persistent problem as well. Quote, "It is increasingly apparent to both coalition and Iraqi leaders that Iran, through the use of the Quds Force, seeks to turn the Iraqi special groups into a Hezbollah-like force to serve its interests and fight a proxy war against the Iraqi state and coalition forces in Iraq," end quote, Petraeus noted. Though MNFI had increased its targeting of Shia militia leaders in the previous 6 months, the Quds Force proxies had still, quote, "assassinated and kidnapped Iraqi governmental leaders, killed and wounded our soldiers with advanced explosive devices provided by Iran, and indiscriminately rocketed civilians in the international zone and elsewhere," end quote. Nevertheless, Petraeus concluded that based on the prevailing trends, he and Odierno agreed that the surge brigades could be withdrawn from Iraq by summer 2008 without endangering Iraq's security. He added that he would allow the 13th MEU to depart Iraq later in the month without requesting another unit to replace it, followed by the withdrawal of a BCT in December, also without a replacement. 4 additional brigades and 2 Marine battalions would depart without being replaced in the first 7 months of 2008, bringing MNFI to its pre-surge level of 15 brigade-sized units in mid-July. From that point, however, Petraeus argued that the drawdown should slow, and that the United States should not yet try to prescribe the troop levels or pace of withdrawal after mid-2008. Quote, "In my professional judgment, it would be premature to make recommendations on the pace of such reductions at this time," end quote, he offered. Quote, "In fact, our experience in Iraq has repeatedly shown that projecting too far into the future is not just difficult, it can be misleading and even hazardous," end quote. In this line of argument, Petraeus pushed back directly on Fallon and others who wanted to institute a scheduled drawdown rather than the conditions-based approach Petraeus favored. Petraeus also argued against Fallon's months-long pressure for a change of mission. Quote, "One may argue that the best way to speed the process in Iraq is to change the MNFI mission from one that emphasizes population security, counterterrorism, and transition to one that is strictly focused on transition and counterterrorism. Making that change now would, in our view, be premature. We have learned before that there is a real danger in handing over tasks to the Iraqi security forces before their capacity and local conditions warrant." End quote. Alongside Petraeus's presentation on Iraq's security, Crocker delivered a sober assessment of the state of Iraqi politics and national reconciliation. Crocker emphasized the enormity of the challenges facing Iraq, a, quote, traumatized society, end quote, exiting 35 years of Ba'athist rule. Quote, a new Iraq had to be built almost literally from scratch, end quote, he observed, adding that Iraq was, quote, experiencing a revolution, not just regime change, end quote. The surge had provided Iraqis with, quote, time and space, end quote, to pursue national reconciliation, but, quote, some of the more promising political developments at the national level are neither measured in benchmarks nor visible to those far from Baghdad, end quote. The process of stabilizing Iraq, quote, will not be quick. It will be uneven, end quote, Crocker judged, meaning that the United States would need to display, quote, strategic patience, end quote, especially since, in the ambassador's view, the alternatives, such as withdrawal, would be, quote, far worse, end quote, for U.S. vital interests. Petraeus's testimony that the surge was working and Crocker's judgment that the United States should exercise strategic patience in Iraq prompted endorsements from members of Congress who favored the surge and criticism from those who did not. The two men's hearings before the Senate committees on foreign relations and armed services were highly charged, particularly since 5 presidential candidates from both parties served on those committees, and the hearing room thus became an extension of the presidential campaign. Illinois Senator Barack H. Obama was skeptical of Petraeus's reports of progress, arguing, quote, I think that some of the frustration you hear from some of the questioners is that we have now set the bar so low that modest improvement in what was a completely chaotic situation to the point where now we just have the levels of intolerable violence that existed in June 2006 is considered success, and it's not, end quote. Obama judged that the effect of the surge, quote, has been relatively modest, end quote, and added that, quote, it is not clear to me that the primary success that you've shown in Anbar has anything to do with the surge, end quote. Concerning Crocker's plea for strategic patience, Obama offered that the country was already out of patience and that, quote, the question I think that everybody is asking is, how long will this take, and at what point do we say enough, end quote. For her part, New York Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton expressed deep skepticism of Petraeus and Crocker's reports, telling the MNFI commander and ambassador that, quote, you have been made the de facto spokesman for what many of us believe to be a failed policy, end quote, and that, despite the two men's efforts, quote, the reports that you provide to us really require a willing suspension of disbelief, end quote. Continuing in Iraq would be counterproductive, she judged, since, quote, any fair reading of the advantages and disadvantages accruing post-surge, in my view, end up on the downside, end quote. Connecticut Senator Christopher J. Dodd, another presidential candidate, argued, quote, people are getting tired of hearing that things are better. I don't know anybody who believes that, end quote. While Delaware Senator Joseph R. Biden, also a presidential candidate, told Petraeus, as one reporter put it, that, quote, he had not heard anything that persuaded him that the military was pursuing a new strategy as opposed to new tactics in Iraq, end quote. Despite the vehement response from some senior members of Congress, the Petraeus and Crocker reports offered enough evidence of progress in the surge campaign to begin to relieve some of the pressure to end that campaign early. Quote, those hearings gained us critical additional time and support, without which it is likely that the mission in Iraq would have failed, end quote, Petraeus later wrote. Yet, at the same time, the hearings had placed a senior military leader in the awkward role of defending strategy in the political realm. 2 days after Petraeus and Crocker concluded their testimony, Bush gave a televised speech reiterating the evidence the two had given Congress, emphasizing the security gains that had been made in Baghdad, Anbar, and Diyala, and highlighting the spread of the awakening. Now was the time to secure a, quote, return on success, end quote, Bush declared, and consequently he had chosen not to replace the 2,200 Marines from the 13th MEU due to redeploy at the end of September, and would also consider bringing home an Army BCT before Christmas. These moves would result in a total reduction of 5,700 troops by the end of the year. The president also informed the nation that Petraeus expected to be able to reduce the U.S. presence in Iraq from 20 to 15 brigades by July 2008. The endpoint of the surge was now a formal U.S. policy. The surge of operations in summer 2007 had enabled the coalition to retake the initiative for arguably the first time since MNFI's offensive in fall 2004 to clear insurgent sanctuaries before the elections. MNCI's Operation Phantom Thunder had coordinated the activities of 4 U.S. divisions to push AQI away from Baghdad and out of support zones and sanctuaries the militant group and its allies had dominated in some cases for more than 3 years. At the same time, MNCI and MNFI had taken steps to institutionalize the awakening by brokering formal agreements between vetted groups of armed Sunnis and the Maliki government, though it was not clear Maliki and his officials could be convinced of the awakening's merits. Nevertheless, Operation Phantom Thunder had allowed the awakening to spread even further in the Baghdad belts, Diyala, and southern Salahuddin province, and had sent AQI reeling. By early September, this strategic turn of events and the corresponding drop in violence in Baghdad helped limit the effects of criticism from opponents of the surge in Washington. The Sadrists had inadvertently assisted the coalition too by overreaching and creating a backlash among the Iraqi public. Worsening tensions between the Iraqi government and the Iranian regime's Shia militant proxies would occupy more of the coalition's attention as the months passed. Petraeus and Crocker would return to Baghdad to see the onset of Ramadan amidst the continuing Operation Phantom Strike. With the main battlefields of the anti-AQI fight shifting to northern Iraq, the coalition commanders were poised to pursue the remaining hardcore Sunni insurgents further from Baghdad than ever, and to plan decisive operations to finish them off in early 2008. However, a single event cast a pall over the September testimony and the security gains the coalition and the awakening had made. Hours before Bush's nationwide address on September 13th, AQI operatives killed Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha in a car bombing in Ramadi, robbing the awakening of its most prominent founding leader just 10 days after he had met with Bush at al-Assad, and showing that AQI remained a potent threat to the Sunni Iraqi leaders that had begun to turn against it. The war was far from over. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Summer 2007. The Surge of Operations. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Chapter 6. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Page 251. By early fall 2007, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, had endured more than 3 months of intensifying pressure from coalition operations as well as from Sunni tribes and former insurgents that had turned against the extremist group. For the first time since 2004, AQI lost its support zones inside the capital city and was on the verge of suffering a defeat in the Baghdad belts. At the same time, the Iraqi security forces were growing rapidly, adding to the counterinsurgent forces in the field, although they still suffered from significant shortcomings and sectarian behavior. These factors alarmed al-Qaeda's senior leaders in Pakistan, who had declared the battle for Iraq as central to their global jihadist efforts. As AQI's fighters were forced farther from Baghdad in search of new safe havens, the organization's leaders refocused their forces on slowing the growth of the awakening, which they had deemed an existential threat to AQI. At the same time, Muqtada Sadr's decision to, quote, freeze, end quote, his malicious activities created an opportunity for the coalition to fracture the Shia insurgency and hopefully to neutralize the Shia groups that had helped plunge the country into civil war. Political reconciliation, the overall goal of the surge, lagged behind the improving security situation because of both tensions among the competing Iraqi political factions and destabilizing interventions by Iraq's neighbors. Coalition leaders would find it difficult to translate the military gains of the surge into political ones. Al-Qaeda in Iraq loses the initiative. Page 251. Operation Phantom Strike continues. By the time of General David Petraeus' much-anticipated testimony before Congress in early September 2007, coalition operations were, quote, taking out AQI networks at a faster rate than they can replicate themselves, end quote, Petraeus reported to Secretary of Defense or SecDef Robert M. Gates. The coalition had killed or captured more than 2,500 AQI members between February and September, the Multinational Force Iraq or MNFI commander wrote, including 94 key AQI leaders. One reason for this damage to AQI had been the increasing number of successful intelligence-driven raids by coalition special operators, whose operational tempo in July and August often totaled more than 60 raids per week. Despite the successes of the special operators, the key to robbing AQI of its vast territory in central Iraq had been the continued large-scale ground operations led by Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI. The Corps-level Operation Phantom Strike that jumped off on August 13th was a month old by the time Petraeus and Ambassador Ryan Crocker completed their congressional testimony in Washington. As with the midsummer Operation Phantom Thunder, General Raymond Odierno and MNCI used Operation Phantom Strike to synchronize the 4 U.S. divisions in central and northern Iraq as they conducted division-level operations. These operations caused a visible reversal of AQI's fortunes in Baghdad, where by mid-September insurgent attacks had declined by 70% from their peak in 2006 and by 50% since the start of Operation Fard al-Qanoun in January. Car bombs and suicide attacks fell to their lowest levels in a year. Also, as in Operation Phantom Thunder, MNCI's main effort in Operation Phantom Strike was General Benjamin R. Mixon's Multinational Division North, or MNDN. In June and July, Mixon and MNDN had used Colonel Stephen Townsend's 3rd Brigade 2nd Infantry Division to retake Diyala's provincial capital of Bakuba from AQI and re-establish the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, and Iraqi government in the city. In August and September, Mixon followed up by using Colonel David Sutherland's brigade to pursue AQI farther up the Diyala Valley to Muqtadiya, where many of the surviving insurgent defenders of Bakuba had displaced. In the ensuing MNDN operation, Sutherland's troops forced AQI fighters to withdraw yet again from towns around Muqtadiya where the extremist group had attempted to regroup, on some occasions fighting pitched battles against company-sized AQI groups. Over the course of 2 weeks, MNDN killed or captured 78 AQI fighters, with the remainder fleeing farther from the Diyala cities to remote areas such as the hills surrounding Hamrin Lake. On September 5th, Mixon redirected MNDN's focus to the areas to which the Diyala-based enemy groups were likely to move. In MNDN's Operation Lightning Hammer II, Mixon shifted the division's main effort from Sutherland to Colonel Stephen M. Steph Twitty's 4th Brigade 1st Cavalry Division as the latter launched an operation into the longtime insurgent sanctuary in the Za'ab Triangle south of Mosul. 2 other brigades supported Twitty's operation to the south, with 3rd Brigade 25th Infantry Division moving into the Hamrin Mountains between Diyala and Salahuddin provinces, and 3rd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division launching operations into enemy strongholds near Beji and Tikrit. By mid-September, MNDN had killed another 72 enemy fighters and captured more than 600, and Twitty's troops had established several new combat outposts in the Sharkat area and were in a position to control the lines of communications between Mosul and Tikrit. In late September, MNDN shifted its main effort again, this time to Colonel John Lair's 4th Brigade 2nd Infantry Division in Tarmiya as the brigade carried out raids against AQI and created new Sunni irregular groups to hold the area that Abu Ghazwan and Ahmed Dabash had controlled with their insurgent armies just months before. This would be the last operation Mixon and his 25th Infantry Division would conduct before being replaced by the 1st Armored Division in October. Each of the 3 other U.S. divisions, Multinational Force West, or MNFW, Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, and Multinational Division Center, or MNDC, conducted supporting operations in their respective areas as Mixon's brigades operated in August and September. Among these, Major General Rick Lynch's MNDC conducted the largest-scale supporting operations to continue to push AQI and its allies out of their sanctuaries in the Tigris River towns southeast of Baghdad, forcing the extremist group farther south. MNDC's midsummer operations had disrupted AQI and its allies in Arab Jabur and the Triangle of Death, but it also had stretched Lynch's 4 maneuver brigades dangerously thin. Only Colonel Peter Baker's Field Artillery Brigade, reassigned from Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS, to MNDC in July, remained as a maneuver unit in the Kut sector. With little combat power left to spare for new operations, Lynch used an ad hoc brigade combat team, or BCT, under his Division Aviation Brigade commander, Colonel Daniel Ball, to conduct MNDC's portion of Operation Phantom Strike, called Operation Marne Husky. With 1 infantry battalion at his disposal, Ball carried out airstrikes and raids against suspected AQI hideouts in the Tigris River area between Salman Pak and Suwaira, the latter of which was the last Sunni-majority town before reaching the overwhelmingly Shia area stretching from Kut to the Persian Gulf. As he had done before, Lynch emphasized the use of firepower in Operation Marne Husky and targeted dozens of Tigris River boats. From mid-August to mid-September, the operation yielded 256 enemy fighters killed and captured, and pushed AQI to the edges of predominantly Shia-controlled territory. To follow up on his operation on the east bank of the Tigris, Lynch shifted his main effort in mid-September to Colonel Terry Farrell's 2nd Brigade 3rd Infantry Division in Arab Jabur. The midsummer operations had begun to take the riverside town from AQI, but the extremist group had reduced Arab Jabur to 1/6 its normal population and rigged many houses to explode when coalition and Iraqi troops entered. Having established a foothold in Arab Jabur, Farrell pushed farther west into enemy territory in September and October, creating additional outposts and building new roads to reach them. By mid-October, MNDC had killed or captured another 252 enemy fighters and had planted a large patrol base in the heart of a previously inaccessible canal-crossed agricultural area that had served as an enemy sanctuary. As Odierno intended, the operations to push AQI farther from Baghdad limited the damage the terrorist group could do during the holy month of Ramadan, which for 4 years had been a period of heightened violence since Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had launched the first, quote, Ramadan offensive, end quote, in 2003. AQI announced its plan to carry out a similar offensive through October 22, 2007, but when the holy month began on September 13th, the group and its Sunni allies managed only a 3-day spike in car bombs and suicide attacks against mainly ISF and awakening targets. Casualties from the worst of these attacks numbered, quote, in the dozens, not the hundreds we saw in previous signature Ramadan attacks, end quote, Petraeus reported to Washington in late September. Odierno observed on September 20th that Iraq was experiencing its lowest levels of violence in the 19 months since the February 2006 Samarra Mosque bombing. The overall Iraqi civilian and police death toll for the month-long period was less than half that for the Ramadan period of 2006, and the level of violence for the month was 40% lower than in 2006. The reduction in the Sunni insurgents' activities also translated into a reduced level of indirect fire against coalition bases and Iraqi towns, down by nearly 40% from the previous month and at its lowest level since 2005. AQI's decreased ineffectiveness in the capital was partly due to the coalition's continuous clearing of Baghdad's worst neighborhoods. 3 days into Ramadan, on September 16th, MNDB launched an operation to clear East Rashid, where AQI operatives had long maintained a foothold. After 5 days, MNDB Commander Major General Joseph F. Phil, Jr. reported that the ISF and coalition forces were in control of approximately 56% of Baghdad and in the process of clearing another 28%. Enemy fighters dominated the remaining 16% of the city. Continued pressure from the awakening. The roles of the awakening continued to expand through the fall of 2007. Even the AQI assassination of Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha on September 13th, the first day of Ramadan, could not slow the movement's growth. Abu Risha's younger brother Ahmed assumed leadership of the Ramadi Awakening Council the following day, undeterred by AQI's revenge campaign targeting awakening leaders. 2 weeks after Abu Risha's assassination, Petraeus reported that the awakening's numbers had doubled in a month. In total, more than 52,000 had joined the program throughout Iraq, with more than 30,000 being paid wages through Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, contracts. As the awakening expanded geographically, it put pressure on AQI in regions where the extremist group had previously faced nominal opposition. In Bakuba, scores of 1920 Revolutionary Brigades members joined the awakening group dubbed the, quote, Bakuba Guardians, end quote, in the wake of Multinational Division North, or MNDN's, clearing operations in July and August, and began assisting Townsend's brigade in attacking AQI cells in the area. The group's emergence prompted AQI to counter with suicide bombings against Bakuba's awakening leaders, such as the September 24th suicide car bomb at a city mosque that killed 24 attendees of a reconciliation meeting hosted by the Diyala governor. That attack also killed the Bakuba police chief Ali Dilayan, who had escaped the AQI attack against his home in June. Nevertheless, the Bakuba Guardians continued to grow, reaching more than 1,000 members who patrolled and conducted raids alongside the U.S. troops they formerly had fought. Similar scenarios emerged elsewhere. After AQI operatives murdered 3 Sunni imams in Mosul on September 27th, local volunteers killed 11 AQI members in retaliation the following day. 5 days later, a Concerned Local Citizen, or CLC group, led Iraqi army and police units to a foreign fighter base at the abandoned Mutana chemical complex northwest of Baghdad, where the ISF units and Sunni irregulars jointly attacked militants holding hostages there. The ISF and CLCs rescued 27 hostages while killing 6 militants and capturing 37 more, though 7 ISF members and 1 of the CLC sheikhs were killed in the action. Meanwhile, in Arab Jabur and adjacent towns, 2 of Colonel Terry Farrell's battalion commanders, Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth Adji and Lieutenant Colonel Mark Odom, were fostering a large awakening group whose members, many of them admittedly former insurgents, provided detailed intelligence against local AQI members. In Odom's sector, Sheikh Maher Sarhan al-Muini, a Sunni sheikh who had been imprisoned in Camp Buka earlier in the war, led local fighters who helped hunt down AQI members and pointed out improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, to U.S. troops. In Adji's sector, a former military officer known locally as General Mustafa Jabouri helped establish a group of local scouts that Adji's men called the, quote, bird dogs, end quote, whose intelligence tips led to a long string of captures of AQI men. Quote, where local citizen groups are actively participating in security, violence levels have plummeted, end quote, Petraeus noted on October 13th. As if to illustrate his point, on October 23rd, Anbar province experienced no attacks at all, and 2 days later, Baghdad experienced just 3 attacks, all of which were ineffective. Walking through Arab Jabur on October 26th, Petraeus saw the effects of the local Sunni mobilization and Odom's and Adji's handiwork. Quote, nearly 700 concerned local citizens have joined with our forces and taken back their villages, end quote, he wrote on October 26th. Quote, there were no Iraqi police or army forces in the area, and these locals are now under contract to secure their communities, end quote. At the same time, an AQI commander south of Balad made a similar observation that validated Petraeus's assessment. Writing on October 15th in a journal captured by coalition troops a few days later, AQI Emir Abu Tariq lamented, quote, there were almost 600 fighters in our sector before the tribes changed course 360 degrees under the influence of the so-called Islamic Army, or Deserter of Jihad, and other believer groups. Many of our fighters quit, and some of them joined the deserters. Things started getting worse ever since, and as a result of that, the number of our fighters dropped down to 20 or less. End quote. On October 28th, an embittered Abu Tariq stated that he and his group had been betrayed by the local tribes as they joined the awakening. Quote, we were mistreated, cheated, and betrayed by some of our brothers who used to be part of the jihadi movement. They were very good, faithful jihadi fighters, but later on we found out that those people were nothing but hypocrites, liars, and traitors, and were waiting for the right moment to switch sides with whoever pays them most, and at the end, they fought against us, and they tried to prevent us from attacking the Al-Sawa, or awakening, groups in the area. End quote. It was a stark reversal of fortune for AQI in a district that had been a safe haven for Zarqawi in 2006 and the site of the founding of the Islamic State of Iraq. The Blackwater Nisur Square Incident. Despite MNFI headway against AQI, an incident in an unrelated area showed that the coalition's campaign in Iraq remained in a fragile state. The action also highlighted a troublesome aspect of security operations in a counterinsurgency setting. On September 16th, U.S.-Iraqi relations suffered a significant setback when a U.S. Embassy security detail staffed by Blackwater security contractors opened fire on traffic in the busy Nisur Square in West Baghdad, killing 14 civilians and wounding 17 others. Although the Blackwater guards alleged they had taken fire from hostile elements, the incident immediately sparked outrage among Iraqis and a crisis in U.S.-Iraqi government relations. Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki charged that Blackwater's actions challenged Iraqi sovereignty, and the Iraqi government froze the company's operations while government officials moved to ban it from the country. In the face of the public outcry and, quote, tremendous angst among the Iraqi leadership, end quote, as Petraeus put it, the U.S. government opened several investigations into the incident. Even so, U.S. Embassy leaders had few alternatives to the Blackwater contractors to fulfill the American mission's extensive diplomatic security requirements. Just 5 days before the shootings, Crocker testified to Congress that there was, quote, no way, end quote, to provide security in Iraq without contractors. In the wake of the shootings, embassy officials judged that the company's sudden departure would create a security vacuum. As a result, less than a week after the Nisur Square killings, the State Department authorized Blackwater to resume its security escort missions. The incident highlighted what had been an underexamined aspect of the Iraq campaign: the coalition's heavy dependence on private security contractors, or PSC, to perform what in the past had been military missions. These included a broad range of security tasks such as convoy escort, base security, and personal security, as well as intelligence analysis, security training, and operations and movement coordination. As of September 2007, the Department of Defense, or DoD, employed an estimated 6,000 PSCs in Iraq, a fraction of the estimated 25,000 to 30,000 contractors employed throughout the country by federal agencies, foreign governments, international organizations, and private firms. On average, only 7 to 10% of DoD's security contractors were U.S. citizens, with the remainder coming from more than 30 countries, including Iraq. The majority of these contractors appeared to perform their duties professionally, but actions by a portion of the foreign security contractors had bred resentment among Iraqis for several years before the Nisur Square incident. Numerous instances occurred of PSCs running Iraqi cars off the road, disabling vehicles by shooting into the engine block, throwing objects at civilians, and in extreme cases actually shooting civilians, most often in the course of escalation of force incidents. As the 3rd Infantry Division's assistant commander in September 2005, Brigadier General Carl R. Horst investigated complaints against security contractors and found that, during a 2-month period, 12 shootings by contractors had resulted in 6 Iraqi civilian deaths in the MNDB area of operations. At the time, Horst, who also discovered the infamous Jadaria bunker torture chamber in the same period, had said to a reporter that security contractors, quote, run loose in this country and do stupid stuff. There's no authority over them, so you can't come down on them hard when they escalate force. They shoot people, and someone else has to deal with the aftermath. End quote. In some cases, the contractor shootings had been part of darker incidents than escalations of force. A few months after Horst's comments, security contractors for the United Kingdom-based Aegis Defense Services allegedly assembled a, quote, trophy video, end quote, set to Elvis Presley music that showed themselves shooting civilian cars on Iraqi roads. At the same time, contractors working for U.S. security company Triple Canopy alleged their co-workers were firing on Iraqi cars for sport. In December 2006, a Blackwater guard allegedly shot and killed a bodyguard of Iraqi Vice President Adel Abdel Mahdi during an argument in the Green Zone. The coalition often had difficulty maintaining awareness of the security contractors' activities. A 2007 Washington Post investigation found that weapons discharges by PSCs rarely were reported to U.S. or Iraqi authorities, and that the 2007 contractor shooting incidents reported between May 2006 and May 2007 may have represented as little as 15% of the actual number. The popular backlash against the contractors after the 2007 Nisur shootings affected the U.S. military campaign because Iraqis tended not to distinguish between American soldiers and American hired security guards. As one Iraqi Interior Ministry official noted, the contractors, quote, are part of the reason for all the hatred that is directed at Americans, because people don't know them as Blackwater, they know them only as Americans, end quote. The observation was true even when the contractors were not U.S. employees. In October 2007, MNFI found itself managing the consequences of an incident in which Australian PSCs killed 2 Iraqi Christian women. The Iraqi government, quote, accepted it reasonably well, end quote, Petraeus noted, because the Australian company promptly took full responsibility, quote, acknowledged the event, expressed regret that it happened, made immediate reparations, and pledged full cooperation with the investigation into the incident, end quote. Commenting on the episode to Gates, Petraeus judged that, quote, we cannot accomplish our mission in Iraq without private security contractors, but we need to reduce the friction they sometimes cause before the government of Iraq uses the sovereignty card to try to shut them down completely, end quote. When PSCs were involved in 3 escalation of force incidents in a single week a month later, Petraeus decided to gain control of the situation by requiring a meeting between MNFI's J3 and 54 leaders of the PSC elements in Iraq to address procedures and the critical nature of their actions. The shootings in Nisur Square were deeply troubling for a U.S. military force whose commanders had begun to adopt population-centric counterinsurgency tactics throughout the country. One military official opined that the consequences of the Nisur Square shootings, quote, may be worse than Abu Ghraib, end quote. From Washington, Gates concluded that security contractors' activities were often, quote, at cross purposes to our larger mission in Iraq, end quote. Petraeus saw the problem as one of fundamentally differing philosophies and roles on the battlefield. Quote, at the heart of the matter is a subtle but critical difference in how private security contractors and military elements view their mission. Mission success for private security contractors is safe delivery of the package, and this makes them very risk-averse in the battle space. Our soldiers, focusing on improving security for the population, accept a bit more personal risk and are likely more cognizant of the impact of their actions on civilians, end quote. This difference in missions had the potential to derail even the most carefully conducted military campaign. In the months following the Nisur incident, MNFI continued to tighten its monitoring of contractor activities, requiring security contractors to clear their operations and locations with coalition units, a policy with which contractors complied unevenly. The Sinjar documents. As AQI's situation in central Iraq worsened under the combined pressure of the coalition, the Awakening, and the Iraqi security forces, the terrorist group received another blow in early fall 2007 as its machinery for sending foreign fighters into Iraq came under more intense pressure than ever before. Since 2003, Zarqawi and other insurgents had created networks inside Syria that facilitated the movement of fighters from around the Arab world to be suicide bombers or fighters in Iraq. From the Damascus airport, militant fixers helped foreign fighters move into Iraq's Euphrates River Valley or the Jazeera Desert of Nineveh province. Some of these networks using Nineveh province had belonged to former Ba'athist regime leaders, such as Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad. Another significant network belonged to the former Iraqi military officer Suhail Hammo, a Sunni Turkoman from Tel Afar who sent insurgent fighters into Iraq from the Syrian border town of Qamishli and would later be a senior leader in the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The most prolific network belonged to AQI's top Syria-based facilitator, a young Iraqi named Badran Turki al-Matsidi, also known by the nom de guerre Abu Ghadia. From 2003 onward, Abu Ghadia split his time between the eastern Syrian cities of Deir ez-Zur and Abu Kamal, helping probably thousands of foreign fighters move into Iraq to join AQI's ranks there. Just across the border from the Iraqi city of Al-Qa'im in the western Euphrates River Valley, Abu Kamal was a perfect launching point into Iraq. However, as the anti-AQI awakening movement took hold in Anbar in fall 2006, AQI's foreign fighter pipeline through the Euphrates River Valley became increasingly tenuous, and Abu Ghadia apparently moved the group's primary facilitation route north to Nineveh. From there, AQI recruits made their way to the town of Sinjar, 30 miles west of Tel Afar, before moving to Mosul or central Iraq. The flow of foreign fighters through Sinjar was heavy enough that in the fall of 2006, AQI stationed a, quote, border emir, end quote, known as Abu Mutana near the town to receive the fighters Abu Ghadia sent into Iraq and send them to their specific assignments. Around the same time, senior AQI leader Abu Usama al-Tunisi assumed overall command of AQI's foreign fighter networks. Considered a likely successor to Abu Ayyub al-Masri, Tunisi had been AQI's military emir in Baghdad's southern belts and had been behind the June 2006 abduction and killing of 2 American soldiers from 1st Battalion 502nd Infantry Regiment near Mahmudiyah, south of Baghdad. His assignment to the management of the foreign fighter influx indicated its importance to AQI's leaders. According to later coalition estimates, by early 2007, the Abu Ghadia Abu Mutana Northern Network was pushing 80 to 110 foreign fighters into Iraq each month. The influx of these foreign fighters coincided with the spring 2007 spike in suicide bombings in Iraq, which peaked at 59 in the month of March 2007. With the onset of summer, the coalition's surge of operations and ramping up of special operations took its toll on the Northern Facilitation Network. As AQI's cells dispersed and its leadership cadre thinned out, coalition leaders determined that the group was suffering a decline in funding, including money from outside donors, and was having difficulty paying its facilitators. By the end of the summer, U.S. officials began to see signs of reticence by outsiders to send their fighters into Iraq, and the flow of foreign fighters dropped to an estimated 60 per month across the country. In September 2007, the coalition dealt the Northern Facilitation Network 2 severe blows with raids that killed its most senior leaders. On September 11th, coalition special operators located and killed AQI border emir Abu Mutana near Sinjar. Coalition troops followed that raid a week later with the destruction of 15,000 pounds of explosives in a remote nearby site. The coup de grace for the Northern Network came a few days later on September 25th, when a U.S. airstrike killed Tunisi near Musaib in Babil province. The most significant long-term impact from these operations came not from the killings of the senior AQI men, but from the data yielded from the raid near Sinjar. According to journalists, Abu Mutana had detonated a suicide vest to evade capture, but the U.S. special operators recovered 5 terabytes of data and hundreds of personnel files he had maintained on site, a collection that provided extensive insight into AQI's operations. A subsequent report by the U.S. Military Academy's Combating Terrorism Center, based on access to these, quote, Sinjar documents, end quote, as they became known, painted a detailed picture of AQI's networks of foreign supporters and volunteers. The documents contained personnel files of 606 foreign fighters who entered Iraq between August 2006 and August 2007 by crossing the Syrian border. Many had passed through the important AQI hub of Deir ez-Zor in Syria. Among the foreign fighters, 40% were from Saudi Arabia, with the largest portion coming from the Saudi capital of Riyadh. Another 8% each had come from Yemen and Syria. A surprising 31% had come from North Africa, a region that U.S. officials previously had believed provided only a small fraction of foreign fighters. Even more surprising was that about 1 of every 5 foreign fighters was Libyan, making that country the highest contributor of foreign fighters per capita. Most of the Libyans came from the cities of Derna and Benghazi and appeared to have a well-established route to Damascus via Egypt. Libyan recruits had surged in spring 2007, apparently coinciding with a new relationship between al-Qaeda and the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, an organization that would later cooperate with the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, against the Gaddafi regime in 2011. As a whole, the foreign fighters depicted in the Sinjar documents had a median age of 22 to 23 years old, suggesting that most of them were first-time volunteers. Of those who listed a profession, 2/3 described themselves as students. In Abu Mutana's files, almost 400 of the foreign recruits had been sorted into specific roles, the most common of which were, quote, suicide bomber, end quote, at 56%, and, quote, fighter, end quote, at 42%. Many of the fighters arrived at Abu Mutana's processing point on the same day, suggesting they had traveled together in groups. The records listed no fighters entering Iraq in March or April 2007, indicating that the facilitation network may have been disrupted during those months. As the coalition began to release information about the Sinjar documents to the media in late 2007, the knowledge that AQI had relied on a large number of foreign suicide bombers and fighters created a public relations problem for the group, which had tried to cultivate the impression within Iraq and the Arab world that it was an Iraqi organization. The disruption of the Northern Facilitation Network also seemed to have had a significant impact on AQI's operations. After the September 2007 raids, MNFI estimated the number of foreign fighters coming into Iraq each month fell to fewer than 40, and the number of suicide bombings in the country fell to just 16, half the monthly average during the summer. These coincided with a weekly attack average in October that was 64% lower than the all-time high of late June 2007, and a U.S. battle death toll of 29, the lowest monthly figure since before the Samarra Mosque bombing. Though he attributed these changes partly to the disruption of AQI's foreign facilitation networks, Petraeus judged that, quote, the trends are the result of many factors, end quote, including the rapid coalition ISF operational tempo against AQI, the emergence of the awakening, and, quote, the restraint being exercised by some Jaish al-Mahdi elements, end quote. He also might have added the fact that the coalition's total strength on the ground had swelled to over 178,000 troops, close to the highest level of the entire war. Even so, the MNFI commander was guarded in his pronouncements. Quote, we continue to stress the point that success in Iraq will not be like flipping a light switch, he wrote to Gates. It will emerge slowly and fitfully, end quote. It was a prudently optimistic point he already had made to Prime Minister Maliki a few weeks earlier. Quote, the PM, or Prime Minister, said he believes he is seeing the beginning of victory in a psychological sense, given the damage done to AQI and the militias, combined with the people's rejection of them as well. End quote, Petraeus reported on September 22nd. Quote, I cautioned him that we still have much work to do and that achieving political progress is what is needed to move toward that victory. End quote. Osama bin Laden's response. On October 21st, in response to the situation in Iraq, Osama bin Laden released his third audio recording in 2 months, which aired on Al Jazeera television. Entitled, quote, Message to the People of Iraq, end quote, the recording presented a dire assessment of the situation in Iraq, differing greatly from Ayman al-Zawahiri's January 2007 pronouncement that America was, quote, weaker than before, end quote, and that the Mujahideen in Iraq had already, quote, broken its back, end quote. Bin Laden began his October message by extolling his Iraqi audience, declaring that they had been, quote, steadfast in the war against President George W. Bush and his riffraff, end quote, while the world had stood, quote, stunned, amazed, delighted, and wonderstruck, watching America the tyrannical have its brigades being wiped out in front of your raids and its battalions being obliterated, end quote. He had particular praise for, quote, the champions of the Fedai or martyr operations, rushing with their car bombs into the midst of the armored vehicles, end quote. The al-Qaeda leader then turned to the grave matter facing him and his followers, the failure of AQI leaders to attract recruits to the Islamic State of Iraq and to prevent the defection of former AQI allies such as the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades, Jaish Mujahideen, and Jaish al-Islami, all negotiating truces with the coalition. Addressing, quote, my brothers, the emirs of the Mujahid groups, end quote, bin Laden warned that, quote, some of you have been tardy in performing another duty, which is also among the greatest of duties, combining your ranks to make them one rank. The Muslims are waiting for you to gather under one banner, end quote. Apparently acknowledging the overbearing AQI behavior and violence that had fractured the Sunni insurgency, he spoke of, quote, the mistakes that take place between the brothers, end quote, noting that, quote, when they happen, differences break out among the people, end quote. However, he was quick to ascribe some of the Sunni insurgency's infighting to, quote, those in whose hearts there is a disease, who look for the faults and lapses of the mujahideen and exaggerate them, and perhaps allege that they are a consequence of the devotion of jihad, which they label violence and terror, end quote. Turning to the phenomenon of the awakening that had begun to damage his Iraqi franchise, bin Laden argued that AQI commanders and tribal leaders alike had a duty to resolve the disputes among them. Quote, it is incumbent on the men of knowledge, emirs of the mujahideen, and sheikhs of the clans to make every effort to engender reconciliation between every two parties in dispute, end quote, he implored. He added an allegation that Saudi Arabia partly was behind the awakening, asserting that, quote, those in the land of the two sanctuaries, Saudi Arabia, forbid the mujahideen from fighting the army and police of the traitors, like al-Alawi, al-Jafari, and al-Maliki, although they know that they are tools of the American occupation helping it to kill the people of Islam, end quote. Delving into operational matters, bin Laden commented on AQI's diminishing effectiveness on the battlefield, which he partially attributed to a breakdown in operational security. He warned AQI commanders to beware, quote, the hypocrites who infiltrate your ranks to stir up strife among the mujahid groups, end quote, and to, quote, protect your secrets and excel in your actions. For among the things which sadden the Muslims and delight the unbelievers is the hindering of some combat operations against the enemy because of negligence in any of the stages of preparation for the operation, whether it be reconnaissance of the target, training, integrity and suitability of weapons and ammunition, quality of the explosive device, or other such arrangements. And when you lay a mine, do it right, and don't leave so much as one wounded American soldier or spy, end quote. Bin Laden reserved his most emphatic criticism for Iraqis who had split from AQI's jihad and abandoned the establishment of an Islamic emirate out of sentiment for Iraqi nationalism or tribal affiliation. Quote, beware of fanatical partiality to men, groups, and homelands. The brotherhood of faith is what ties the Muslims together, not belonging to the tribe, homeland, or organization. And the interests of the group take priority over the interest of the individual, and the interests of the Muslim state take priority over the interests of the group, and the interest of the ummah takes priority over the interests of the state, end quote. In closing, bin Laden defiantly exhorted, quote, our people in Iraq, end quote, to redouble their efforts despite the fact that with the coalition's growing advantage over the insurgency, quote, the malice has increased and the darkness has become pitch black, end quote. Quote, the Ummah had reserved you for the darkest of nights because you are their lions who don't care. You refused to abandon the homeland to the unbelievers or allow their tanks to roar between the Tigris and Euphrates. You massacred the enemy and applied yourself to fighting them until they became prisoners of their bases and the Green Zone, fearing danger. So continue to make the soldiers of unbelief drink from the bitter cup of death, and leave not one of them on the soil of Iraq. End quote. For coalition commanders, the al-Qaeda leader's admission of mistakes by his organization's Iraqi branch validated that the awakening had created major fractures within the insurgency and that surge operations were having a significant impact. Bin Laden's speech also was a windfall for MNFI's information operations organizations, which acted quickly to turn the al-Qaeda leader's remarks to the coalition's advantage and amplify the message that bin Laden believed his followers were losing in Iraq. Quote, strategically, we were heartened this past week by Osama bin Laden's admission of mistakes by AQI in their brutal methods and by Al Jazeera's relatively truthful coverage of his admission, end quote, Petraeus wrote to Gates 6 days after bin Laden's message. Quote, this crack in al-Qaeda messaging sheds light on the enormous amount of hard work done by our troops and our Iraqi partners over the course of this year. End quote. Operation Phantom Strike in Salahuddin, Narwan, and the Euphrates River Valley. The day after bin Laden's message was released, Mixon and the 25th Infantry Division handed command of MNDN to Major General Mark Hertling and the 1st Armored Division. The 1st Armored Division became the first U.S. division headquarters to deploy to Iraq with none of its subordinate brigades, and the division continued MNDN's portion of Operation Phantom Strike by quickly executing an operation that Mixon already had prepared its brigades to conduct. On November 5th, Operation Iron Hammer shifted MNDN's main effort from the Zaab Triangle farther south to the Tikrit-Beji-Hawija area of Salahuddin Province, where Colonel Michael S. McBride and the 1st Brigade 101st Airborne Division recently had arrived. Over the next 2 weeks, McBride's soldiers moved into insurgent-dominated neighborhoods in Beji and nearby Siniya, detaining dozens of suspected enemy fighters and raising 230 new recruits for the CLC program. Throughout the division's area of operations, MNDN units captured about 400 suspected insurgents during the same period and established new outposts that encouraged large numbers of locals to join the awakening. 3 weeks after Operation Iron Hammer began, Colonel David Pascal's 1st Brigade 10th Mountain Division coordinated with local tribal leaders in Hawija to enroll 6,000 security volunteers to work with coalition troops against the militant presence. It was the first major awakening group to appear in the Upper Tigris region and was striking in that it came in Hawija, a city that was a support base for the Naqshbandi army, a Baathist insurgent group loyal to Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri. The area was also the home territory for the Obeid tribe, some of whose members had been fighting the Kurdish parties since their takeover of Kirkuk in 2003. The Sunni tribal forces would be useful against AQI, but stood to pose a challenge to the Kurds if not watched closely. The success of coalition operations, coupled with the expansion of the awakening, drove AQI leaders as well as fighters toward Mosul. Hertling, concerned with the trend, took stock of the broader picture in northern Iraq. Violence in Mosul rose as this relocation took place. From March to September 2007, the city, home to more than 2 million Arabs, Kurds, Turkomans, and other minorities, had witnessed about 60 attacks per week, but by late October the average had risen to 80. At the same time, Tel Afar Mayor Najim Jabouri reported to coalition officers that, though Tel Afar remained in friendly hands, AQI fighters moved freely through Mosul, especially at night, and senior AQI commanders, such as Masri, had relocated to the area. Coalition officials later noted that Masri traveled through Mosul at least twice during the late fall, validating Jabouri's information. The city felt AQI's impact in neighborhoods west of the Tigris, across the river from the Kurdish-populated areas on which the Kurdish-led local security forces tended to focus. As it had done since late 2004, the terrorist group aimed many of its attacks at the Mosul police, such as the October 17th suicide truck bombing of a West Side police station that killed 16 people and wounded another 50, an unusually large attack for the city. Petraeus echoed Hertling's concern over the worsening situation in Mosul, writing to Gates that the city was, quote, an area of concern that never had an adequate force presence, end quote. With all U.S. brigades committed in central Iraq and Diyala, Petraeus and Odierno hoped that the 2nd and 3rd Iraqi divisions and 2 U.S. battalions under Twitty's 4th Brigade 1st Cavalry Division could keep Nineveh province under control for the time being. As the 1st Armored Division arrived, Hertling posted one of his assistant division commanders, Brigadier General Raymond A. Tony Thomas, in Mosul to keep an eye on the restive city, but the single U.S. battalion stationed there to support the Iraqi 2nd Division was insufficient to prevent AQI from ramping up its activity. There were few awakening groups in the Mosul area, where rivalry between Kurds and Sunni Arabs and Turkomans meant the local ISF and political leaders discouraged the mobilization of Sunni security volunteers. For Nineveh-based leaders of Masoud Barzani's Kurdish Democratic Party and their local allies, the idea of Nineveh's Sunni Arabs and Sunni Turkomans banding together in armed groups under U.S. sponsorship threatened Kurdish control of the province. MNDN leaders, too, were skeptical of sponsoring Sunni tribal groups that might challenge Nineveh's Kurdish-dominated provincial government, judging that an awakening there could shatter the fragile political détente and plunge the province into sectarian conflict. The dearth of coalition forces also meant that a critical catalyst for the gestation of such groups was missing. The security situation in Nineveh reflected this absence of a large-scale local Sunni resistance to AQI. By the end of November, the weekly attack average for the Mosul area rose again to more than 100 incidents, including several major attacks. On November 23rd, AQI carried out 2 coordinated suicide car bombings against Iraqi police targets, killing 21 Iraqis and wounding 35 more. On the same afternoon, a truck bomb destroyed one span of the Kayara Bridge, a major Tigris River crossing about 50 miles south of Mosul, in an apparent attempt to isolate the city. Despite the danger AQI posed to Nineveh, Hertling decided to defend the province by first blocking AQI fighters' escape routes elsewhere. On November 27th, he shifted MNDN's main effort farther south again, this time to the area spanning southern Salahuddin and western Diyala provinces, where fighters from the Diyala River Valley had been escaping MNDN's operations in the upper Diyala by transiting to the Tigris River Valley. In the towns of Kalis, Hadid, and Hibhib, Lair's 4th Brigade 2nd Infantry Division teamed with local units of the 5th Iraqi Army Division to conduct 3 weeks of searches for suspected terrorist safe houses and weapons caches in the area where Zarqawi had located his own hideout and had been killed in June 2006. The operation netted about 60 suspected insurgents and about 80 weapons caches, a reduction in tallies from Diyala operations in previous months, suggesting that most of the remaining AQI cells had probably escaped the trap. As MNDN conducted its operations in Diyala and Salahuddin, Lynch and MNDC continued to seize territory south of Baghdad that militant groups had used as support zones and sanctuaries from which to threaten the capital, including areas dominated by Shia militias. As MNDC's main effort from mid-October to mid-November, Colonel Wayne Grigsby and his 3rd Brigade 3rd Infantry Division tightened their control over the Diyala River bridges leading to East Baghdad, making it more difficult for Jaish al-Mahdi or JAM and other Shia militants to move weapons and fighters into the city. Grigsby also established a new outpost in the town of Narwan east of Baghdad, a town of 120,000 that had become a Shia militant stronghold. The town's market was adjacent to a large vacant area that local Shia and Sunni militants used as a dumping ground for the bodies of their victims. When Grigsby located his new outpost in the middle of the vacant lot, murders in the town nearly ceased overnight, and locals began tipping off U.S. troops, who then cracked down on what Grigsby assessed to be a JAM battalion. The Awakening, the Maliki Government, and AQI. Page 267. 1 week after Osama bin Laden released his October audio message, AQI already was responding to the increased pressure from the coalition and the awakening. Signs quickly emerged that AQI's main effort in the weeks following bin Laden's message was to strike back against the CLCs, as well as against the Iraqi police in Sunni areas. The day after Hertling's division took control of the north, a suicide bomber killed 27 policemen in Bakuba by detonating a bomb hidden on a bicycle. In the same week, insurgents killed 11 ISF members in Mosul in 3 separate attacks. The following week, a small war played out between AQI and local awakening fighters in the area between Bakuba and Samara. On November 8th in that area, coalition troops killed a senior AQI leader, Mohammed Suleiman Shunatir al-Zubai. The following day, an AQI suicide bomber killed a co-leader of the Diyala Salvation Council, an awakening umbrella group associated with the Bakuba Guardians, in his home in Kalis. On the same day, November 9th, a group of Jaish al-Islami fighters who had joined the awakening attacked AQI positions near Samara and claimed killing 18 AQI members while losing 15 of their own. In a bigger operation the following day, awakening fighters and local ISF members attacked an AQI force near Bakuba, reportedly capturing 60 AQI men. On the same day as the Bakuba attack, Petraeus noted to Gates, quote, "While the Iraqi government might underestimate the importance of the CLC movements, AQI certainly does not. AQI's recent targeting of concerned local citizen leaders highlights its awareness that concerned local citizen efforts pose the greatest threat to AQI's freedom of movement and ability to conduct activities." End quote. Events south of Baghdad 2 days later underscored the general's point. On November 12th, at least 30 AQI fighters attacked two of Odom's and Adji's partnered CLC detachments in the Arab Jabur area, leading to a long engagement that killed 5 of the CLCs and 18 AQI fighters. 2 days later, in the town of Haswa, a short distance to the west, a suicide bomber killed Sheikh Imad al-Gurtani, the awakening leader who had worked with both Kershaw's and Garrett's brigades to organize 700 awakening volunteers in the formerly violent area between Haswa and Yusufia. Sheikh Gurtani had met with 3rd Infantry Division Commander General Lynch a few days before his death, telling the American general, quote, "Honestly, I'm not going to hide this from you. There is some al-Qaeda here in this area. But, God willing, we will get rid of them. The citizens are coming out. They're not afraid anymore." End quote. Despite setbacks like the loss of Sheikh Gurtani, by November 2007, coalition commanders could see their partnership with the Awakening as a potentially decisive change in the war. By mid-November, coalition units had registered 77,000 CLCs, representing an increase of 25,000 in 6 weeks. Of that number, 49,000 CLCs were paid by CERP, and south of Baghdad, MNDC had registered about 20,000 CLCs in only 4 months. U.S. commanders often described the monetary expense of Sunni irregulars in relative terms, pointing out, as Petraeus did, that, quote, "the savings in vehicles not lost because of reduced violence, not to mention the priceless lives saved, have far outweighed the cost of their monthly contracts." End quote. Phil, commanding MNDB, noted in late 2007 that the division had spent $17 million to enroll and pay about 67,000 fighters, a sum less than the cost of a single Apache helicopter. In Salahuddin Province, Colonel Brian R. Owens and his 3rd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division saw CLCs as a similarly prudent investment. During a visit to Iraq, Senator John S. McCain challenged Owens, quote, "Aren't you just paying them not to emplace IEDs?" End quote. Owens responded, quote, "No, I am giving them an alternative to planting an IED, some way to feed their families." End quote. Aside from saving CLC soldiers and equipment, the investment pumped money into the local economy, where their enrolled soldiers spent their $300 monthly salary. Despite the steep decline in violence, in large part due to the Awakening, Prime Minister Maliki's and other senior Shia leaders' paranoia toward the Awakening increased, further frustrating senior U.S. officials. Concerned that the CLCs would turn their guns toward the Iraqi government, Maliki pressed his coalition counterparts to slow down the program and announced a freeze on the hiring of CLC members into the Iraqi security forces. This move, if not reversed, would thwart the coalition's plans to transition the CLCs into local police forces in Sunni areas. It validated Petraeus's and Odierno's suspicions that Maliki had created the Implementation and Follow-up Committee for National Reconciliation under Basim Aloueh Hassoun al-Jaidari to slow the awakening, rather than to institutionalize it. Petraeus did not hide his concern, quote, "As you would imagine, this has been a frustration for us as we try to take advantage of what likely is a narrowing window of opportunity to reconcile with Sunni former resistance elements that now oppose AQI," end quote, Petraeus reported to Gates on November 17th. Quote, "Taken together with the halting progress on legislation and the slow movement on provision of services to Sunni communities, the freeze on CLC hiring for the ISF has us concerned that Maliki is not taking the necessary steps to capitalize on a fleeting opportunity to cement fragile gains in the security area." End quote. The Prime Minister, Petraeus observed, was, quote, "naturally suspicious and inclined to believe rumors that he hears from his Shia advisors, to include the commander of the Iraqi Ground Forces Command, General Ali Gaiden." End quote. At the same time, Maliki repeatedly told his coalition counterparts of his plans to declare an amnesty for those who had been, quote, "deceived," end quote, into joining the insurgency, a policy that seemed at odds with his suspicions about the CLCs. Maliki described his plan as a general amnesty for those who had been detained for taking up arms against the Iraqi government, a criterion that seemed to require the freeing of many thousands of detainees being held by the coalition. Alarmed by the prospect of such an arbitrary process, coalition leaders quietly engaged Maliki's national security staff to clarify the policy and apply it only to vetted detainees whose behavior could be guaranteed by local Iraqi leaders. Maliki's paranoia toward the CLCs manifested itself in the Iraqi capital in November, when General Farouk al-Araji, director of Maliki's Office of the Commander-in-Chief, came to Maliki with, quote, intelligence, end quote, that MNFI was about to implement a plan under which the CLCs would seize the entry points into Baghdad and then remove Maliki in a coup. The Prime Minister responded to Araji's fantastic rumor by deploying trusted ISF units for a day to checkpoints on the major roads leading into Baghdad, prepared for a supposed U.S.-led coup attempt that did not come. As coalition commanders realized the meaning of the strange ISF movements, astonished coalition officials met with Maliki's Iraqi advisors to assure them that the U.S. military did not intend to lead a coup against him, with the CLCs or with anyone else. Not all of Maliki's suspicions toward the CLCs were unfounded, however. In mid-November, coalition special operators fought Sunni militants north of Baghdad who had obtained heavy anti-aircraft guns. The Special Operations Forces, or SOF operators, killed 20 of the militants and destroyed 14 of their machine guns before finding out they were a new CLC group. The incident prompted Petraeus to observe that MNFI needed, quote, to remain vigilant to the possibilities that some insurgent groups could be using CLC elements as a cover to regroup, rid their areas of al-Qaeda, and retain combat power for the future. End quote. To resolve the CLC impasse with the Iraqi government, Odierno went before the Iraqi National Security Council on December 2nd. With the recent history of ISF, quote, ghost soldiers, end quote, in mind, Maliki and his advisors had scoffed at reports that the coalition had registered 103,000 CLCs, more than 80,000 of which were Sunnis. The Iraqi leader's skepticism had turned to alarm as Odierno revealed that coalition units had collected individual data, some of it biometric, for each CLC, establishing the accuracy of the figure. Nevertheless, when confronted with the scale of what the coalition already had done, and assured by Odierno that MNCI would continue to monitor the CLC's activities to pick out, quote, bad apples, end quote, Maliki finally relented. The Iraqi Prime Minister ostensibly accepted the coalition proposal that 20% of the CLCs should be absorbed into the ISF, and the remainder given public sector jobs with the Iraqi ministries, declaring, quote, I agree with everything that General Odierno laid out. End quote. The day after Prime Minister Maliki lent his approval to the coalition's partnership with the CLCs, at least for the time being, Abu Umar al-Baghdadi, the leader of the AQI-founded Islamic State of Iraq, called for a campaign of terror attacks against those same Sunni irregulars. Quote, the individual mission of each mujahid, Baghdadi declared, is to conduct 3 IED attacks or 3 attacks with explosives, especially martyrdom attacks, or at least to kill 3 apostates and traitors, end quote, by a deadline of January 29, 2008. Baghdadi also announced the creation of a special, quote, al-Sadiq Corps, end quote, that specifically targeted those he considered apostates and heretics, namely Sunnis who had joined the awakening. AQI kicked off its anti-awakening campaign with 8 attacks during its first 5 days. Fighting between the awakening movements and AQI spiked during mid-December as clashes erupted in Baghdad, Anbar, Nineveh, and Diyala provinces. At a political level, though, the awakening showed it had gathered a level of momentum that AQI could not impede. 10 days after AQI's call for terror attacks against the awakening, Iraqi President Jalal Talabani assembled 750 Sunni and Shia tribal leaders in an, quote, awakening council, end quote, meeting in Baghdad. Attended by Petraeus, who addressed the crowd, and other senior officials, the large gathering showed that in central Iraq at least, the reconciliation movement had begun to gain political traction. The following day, the Sunni insurgency took another blow. Iraq's government-run Sunni religious endowment evicted Harith al-Dari's Association of Muslim Scholars from the West Baghdad al-Qura Mosque, the vast complex from which Dari's colleagues had cheered the attacks against the coalition, as well as the Iraqi government, since 2004. The action represented how far in public standing the Sunni insurgency's supporters had fallen. Despite the Maliki government's lukewarm reception to the awakening, as well as AQI's vicious hostility toward it, by December 2007, the CLC initiative had grown to an extent that no coalition commander would have thought possible in early 2007. The decision by Petraeus, Odierno, and others to support the mobilization of tens of thousands of former Sunni insurgents had been a serious gamble, and many reasonable coalition officials in spring 2007 had argued against taking the risk, or at least in favor of mitigating the risk by moving more slowly than the MNFI and MNCI commanders had decided. The risk had been a political one as well. The coalition commanders had granted their tactical leaders autonomy as well as the latitude to use CERP funds to create a force of more than 100,000 Iraqi security volunteers where none had existed, all with the reluctant agreement of the Maliki government. It would remain to be seen in 2008 whether they could solidify that buy-in to make the Sunnis' rejection of AQI permanent. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 2. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 6, Part 2. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. The end of Operation Phantom Strike. The last phase of Operation Phantom Strike found MNDC as the Corps' main effort. The operations south of Baghdad since June had established coalition and ISF control of the Triangle of Death and had forced AQI to move southwest into remote areas across the Euphrates River. In mid-November, MNDC launched an operation to establish a foothold on the south bank of the river using Colonel Dominic Caracillo's newly arrived 3rd Brigade 101st Airborne Division, which had replaced Kershaw and 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division. In the final weeks of 2007, Caracillo's troops built a pontoon bridge across the Euphrates at the town of Owesat, the same spot where U.S. troops twice had been abducted and killed by Sunni insurgents in June 2006 and May 2007. On the southern bank, Caracillo's brigade established a new combat outpost and branched out to patrol the local area, raise security volunteers, and drive AQI out of its last large sanctuary in the MNDC area of operations. Caracillo and his troops inherited a triangle of death that bore little resemblance to the violent area that Kershaw's brigade had found on its arrival in fall 2006. Once the heartland of AQI and a major base for the terror attacks that nearly brought the collapse of the Iraqi state in 2006, by late 2007 the area was one of the most peaceful in Iraq. With the manpower raised during the awakening, Kershaw had created a local army of almost 9,000 former Sunni insurgents, enabling the awakening to spread beyond Anbar and change the strategic situation in central Iraq in ways that coalition leaders had not thought possible at the beginning of the year. Kershaw himself, however, would reap no professional reward. His clashes with Lynch over the use of firepower and the practice of operating with former insurgents meant that he would finish his career as a colonel. Of the 4 maneuver brigade commanders in MNDC during summer 2007 who drove AQI from the southern belts, Garrett, Farrell, and Grigsby later commanded at the division level. Only Kershaw would not be promoted to general officer. Across Iraq, Operation Phantom Strike had maintained the pressure begun by Operation Phantom Thunder and, as the coalition commanders had intended, had disrupted the flow of, quote, accelerants, end quote, into the Iraqi capital. The result was a significant drop in violence in central Iraq. Before Operation Phantom Thunder began in June, insurgent attacks had averaged 58 per day, but for the period of July to November, the daily attack average fell to just 27. By the end of 2007, days with no attacks became a common occurrence in Anbar province. Change also swept Baghdad as well, where surge operations cut violence levels in half. On November 3rd, Baghdad experienced its first day of no reported violent incidents. On December 7th, there were only 13 effective attacks in the country, and overall violence had fallen to levels not seen since 2004. Diyala, Salahuddin, Kirkuk, and Babil also experienced steep drops. The surge of operations had resulted in a massive capture of the enemy's munitions as well. By October, U.S. and Iraqi troops in Anbar had found twice as many weapons caches as in 2006. In Baghdad, coalition and Iraqi troops discovered more than 1,000 caches by the end of 2007, compared with 213 in 2006. These captures diminished insurgent means to employ IEDs and other bombs. Only Nineveh province did not experience these trends. Violence in Nineveh had risen during the surge of operations to more than 15 attacks per day, making it Iraq's most violent province. Quote, "We have seen a general movement of AQI to the north," end quote, Petraeus reported during the week following Baghdadi's call for a terror campaign. Quote, "Kurdish expansionism and the real/perceived disenfranchisement of the Sunni majority play a role here," end quote, the MNFI commander explained to Gates, quote, "as AQI is able to find some refuge in Sunni communities that feel under pressure," end quote. In some cases, AQI also benefited from drought conditions that had devastated the Sunni farmers of Nineveh, with conditions made worse at times in areas where Kurdish parties controlled the water supply, such as the western Nineveh town of Biaj. The outburst of AQI activity, especially in the far north, made clear that the coalition's hold on Nineveh province was tenuous and would require reinforcement. The rotation of Colonel Michael A. Bill's 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment and 2 of its squadrons into Nineveh province in relief of Twitty's 4th Brigade 1st Cavalry Division in early December meant a modest increase in U.S. troop strength in the province, but Odierno and MNCI doubled the U.S. strength in Mosul by moving the 1st Battalion 8th Infantry from Baghdad. With the addition of the battalion, the 3rd ACR could split the city between 2 U.S. battalions, one on each side of the Tigris River. U.S. and Iraqi commanders also recalled 2 Iraqi battalions that had deployed from the 2nd Iraqi Division to Baghdad as part of Operation Fard al-Qanun, increasing the number of Iraqi battalions in the city from 7 to 9. To manage the situation in Mosul and the surrounding region better, in December, Prime Minister Maliki took a step further and created a Nineveh Operations Command and assigned Lieutenant General Riyad Jalal Tawfiq, a Sunni officer who had commanded the 9th Division in Baghdad, to head the new command. For Maliki, the new command was a way of balancing, quote, "the Kurd dominance of political and military elements in Mosul," end quote, a dynamic that he had complained about to Petraeus and Crocker since September. For coalition commanders, the new Operations Command was a badly needed structure for unifying the effort of the 2 Iraqi divisions and various police forces spread across Nineveh. Petraeus also noted that the move would, quote, "help reassure Arabs in Mosul that Kurds are not running the province," end quote, though with the governorship, deputy governorship, provincial council, and police chief posts in the hands of the Kurdish Democratic Party, or KDP, and its allies, the Mosul Arabs' perception of Kurdish control was not wrong. As 2007 ended, coalition leaders unanimously judged that with a heavy AQI presence and a smoldering Arab-Kurd conflict, Nineveh province would require a full-scale offensive of its own. Monitoring the Sadirist freeze. As the coalition commanders pressed their operations against AQI, they monitored Shia militant activities to gauge the effect that Muqtada Sadr's freeze on JAM operations would have on the security situation. Before the late August Karbala violence and Sadr's damage-controlling response, MNFI had estimated that Shia militant groups were responsible for 2/3 of all attacks on coalition troops in Baghdad, and in the month of July alone, explosively formed penetrator, or EFP, attacks had killed 23 coalition troops and wounded another 89. The weeks following the freeze declaration seemed to offer hope that political efforts could make Sadr and his organization cease all or most of their attacks. On September 16th, senior Sadrist parliamentarian Baha al-Araji told Petraeus that Sadr was, quote, "now open to dialogue with the coalition," end quote. For his part, Prime Minister Maliki told Petraeus that low-level U.S. outreach to Sadrists in Baghdad seemed to be gaining traction, and asked that MNFI, quote, calm down, end quote, its raids against targets in Sadr city in order to encourage political reconciliation. Petraeus answered that he would be glad to do so, quote, if there is a reciprocal calming down of EFPs and indirect fire, end quote. The fall 2007 period between Sadr's JAM freeze announcement was marked by the same disconnect between the coalition and the Maliki government that had characterized each side's approach to the Shia militant problem since late 2006. While Maliki continued to reach out to Asaib al-Haq, or AAH, and other special groups in hopes of using them as a political counterweight against Sadr and, quote, mainstream JAM, end quote, whom Maliki considered more threatening than the special groups, MNFI pursued the exact opposite course. Petraeus and other U.S. commanders intended to use Sadr's freeze as a means of splitting the Sadr movement and driving a wedge between those who were, quote, mainstream JAM, end quote, followers of Sadr, and those in the special groups that continued attacks against the coalition and the ISF in defiance of Sadr's instructions. Throughout fall 2007, Petraeus and other coalition spokesmen made frequent public statements clarifying that the coalition did not consider Sadr and his obedient followers to be enemies, while Petraeus continued to order intense targeted operations against the special groups that Maliki was trying to entice into politics under the auspices of his Dawa party. As Maliki and his advisors saw it, the special groups, especially the imprisoned Qais al-Ghazali, were potentially reliable partners for the Maliki government, while the erratic Sadr was immature and troublesome. In mid-October, Maliki's office requested that MNFI release 40, quote, reconcilable, end quote, Shia militants from coalition detention centers. Petraeus responded by authorizing the release of 9 that coalition officials deemed safe. Maliki and his advisors also wanted MNFI to remove a number of prominent special groups' leaders from coalition target lists, but reluctant coalition commanders hesitated, given the special groups' continued attacks on coalition troops. On October 21st, the coalition's operations against the special groups collided with Maliki's outreach efforts when U.S. troops conducting a raid against a special group's target in Sadr city became engaged in a large-scale firefight. U.S. forces killed an estimated 49 special groups fighters in a battle that required airstrikes before the raiding party could be extricated. Pro-militia media outlets immediately claimed the coalition troops had killed only 15 people, all civilians and some of them children. An infuriated Maliki and other Shia politicians publicly denounced the raid and MNFI's, quote, lack of regard for Iraqi sovereignty, end quote, showing that the coalition's operations against the special groups remained politically sensitive. Even more politically sensitive were the coalition's activities against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, or IRGC Quds Force, which had continued its lethal assistance to the special groups and other Shia militant proxies. On September 20th, in the Kurdish city of Sulaimania, coalition troops captured an undercover Quds Force officer, and the Iranian regime protested by closing several border crossing points with Kurdistan. The following month, more evidence of the Quds Force's activities in Iraq came to light when U.S. troops in Diyala uncovered a cache of 280 fully or partially assembled EFPs and at least 300 pounds of plastic explosives with January 2007 Iranian manufacturing labels, all transported from Iran by a JAM member. The Quds Force activity presented a problem for the U.S. diplomatic initiative to engage in trilateral security talks with the Iraqis and Iranians in Baghdad. As a result, Petraeus noted to Iraqi leaders, quote, we believe the caches were established prior to the Iranian leaders pledging that they would stop the arming, training, and funding of Iraqi militia extremists, end quote. He added that he and other coalition officials, quote, hoped that the Iranian leadership is adhering to the commitment they made to Prime Minister Maliki in July, and that we welcome the next round of sub-ambassadorial talks with Iranian representatives, end quote. On November 9th, in a goodwill gesture meant to support the trilateral talks, Petraeus and Crocker released 9 Iranian detainees deemed as no security risk by coalition officials to Iraqi government custody so they could be returned to the Iranian government. 11 days later, 5 of the Iranian men were captured attempting to cross back into Iraq, for which they gave the unlikely explanation that Iranian officials had refused to take them back into Iran and had transported them back to the Iraqi border. Diwania, Poland, and the Special Groups. The Special Groups' activities were intensifying as well, partly in response to a new and unexpected assertiveness from the Polish coalition contingent. On September 25th, the MNDCS commander, Polish Major General Tadeusz Buk, reversed his command's long-standing caution in Diwania and launched Operation Oil Drop to emplace a second joint security station inside the city and extend the Polish and ISF presence there. In this operation, Buk partnered with 8th Iraqi Army Division Commander Major General Otman al-Ghanimi. Both generals were assisted by a small team of U.S. Marines whom Petraeus had assigned to Diwania to create a local force of anti-JAM Shia tribal auxiliaries, including Captain Seth Moulton, a future U.S. congressman, Captain Ann Gilderoy, and Staff Sergeant Alex Lemon. Together, the Polish general, the Iraqi general, and the young Marines put into motion an operation to clear the city of its JAM cells, already under pressure following al-Ghanimi's operations of spring and summer 2007. In an assault that seemed an apparent response to Operation Oil Drop, on October 2nd, an Iranian-sponsored Special Groups cell attacked the Polish ambassador in the Baghdad neighborhood of Karada, hitting his convoy with several EFPs. The wounded ambassador was evacuated to a U.S. military hospital in Germany. The assassination attempt was clearly meant to intimidate the Poles into ceasing their Diwania operations. 2 weeks later, Special Groups fighters attacked Buk's troops in Diwania, wounding 7 American and Polish soldiers and killing 4 Iraqi civilians in several days of rocket and mortar attacks that JAM-friendly media outlets attempted to attribute to coalition airstrikes. During the same week, Special Groups fighters bombarded the U.S. Embassy's regional office in Hilla, but caused no casualties. Back in the Baghdad area, on October 28th, a Special Groups cell abducted 8 Sunni sheikhs from a nearby area of Diyala, but General Tawfiq, soon to be assigned as the Nineveh operations commander, and troops from his 9th Iraqi Division rescued the sheikhs the following day, though not before one of the hostages was killed. On the same day as the rescue, Brigadier General Jeffrey Dorko, commander of the Gulf Region Division of the Army Corps of Engineers and responsible for most of the coalition's construction projects, was seriously wounded by an IED that hit his convoy as it passed through northern Baghdad. In what was likely a Special Groups EFP attack, Dorko became the highest-ranking U.S. officer wounded in the Iraq War. Much of the increased Special Groups activity like this in central and southern Iraq was the handiwork of Akram Kabi and AAH, the militant group commanded by the imprisoned Qais al-Khazali. At the time, MNFI incorrectly associated the group with a new Special Groups-affiliated political party in Nasiriyah, the Iraqi National Gathering. MNFI officials did correctly guess that Kabi and AAH were splinter groups that, quote, seemed to be rejecting Muqtada al-Sadr and reaching out to Hezbollah and Syria along the lines of Arab identity, end quote, though they again misjudged that the Iranian-allied AAH were, quote, distancing themselves from overt Iranian connections, end quote. General Buk believed the Special Groups attacks against the Polish ambassador and against his base camp in Diwania also were meant to influence the Polish elections to be held in October in much the same way the March 2004 Madrid terrorist attack had influenced the Spanish elections and had led to the withdrawal of the Spanish military contingent from Iraq. Unfolding events supported Buk's theory. Elections in Poland resulted in a change of government to the anti-Iraq War Party of Donald Tusk. On November 14th, General Othman launched the ISF-led Operation Lion's Pounce to continue pressure against JAM elements in Diwania. 2 days later, Poland had a new government and a new defense minister who promptly announced on November 17th that Poland would withdraw from its combat mission within months. Evidence continued to emerge of active Iranian regime sponsorship of AAH and other militant groups. On November 17th, coalition troops captured a cell of militants, possibly from AAH, that had returned from Iran in late October after undergoing Quds Force training in explosives, sniper, and other militant activities. Under questioning, The men admitted to crossing the border east of Amara and being escorted by Quds Force officers to a training camp near Tehran. The following day, November 18th, Special Groups members simultaneously attacked several U.S. bases in the Baghdad area by firing large oxygen cylinders mounted on 107mm rocket mortars and filled with bulk explosives and ball bearings. It was the first use of an Iranian-designed weapon that coalition troops eventually named the Improvised Rocket-Assisted Munition, or IRAM, and whose design indicated that it was intended to cause mass casualties. The IRAM's bulkiness meant that it had to be fired from a range of no more than 200 meters, indicating that the special groups who fired no fewer than 31 of them on November 18th had been able to come extremely close to the perimeter of U.S. bases. The IRAMs wounded 12 U.S. soldiers and damaged or destroyed 24 vehicles. The special groups' attacks were not always against coalition troops or political enemies. On November 23rd, Special Groups members bombed East Baghdad's Shorja market, killing 8 fellow Shia in an attack. The Shia militants perversely intended to blame AQI to justify the Special Groups' presence in Shia neighborhoods. When 4 Special Groups members were arrested shortly after the bombing, they tested positive for handling the type of explosive used in the attack and confessed to having carried out the attack under orders from a Special Groups leader. Quote, "We believe the special groups are finding their criminal activities under ever more scrutiny and are trying to justify the need for militia security, and we think they thought they could get away with blaming AQI for the attack," end quote, Petraeus explained to Gates on November 25th. Fragmentation of the Shia militants. Despite the continued special groups activity, the solderist freeze on JAM activities resulted in fewer than 40 EFP attacks in November, roughly half the number carried out in June. Quote, "The solderist interlocutors we are engaging claim that the decrease in violence toward the coalition forces, or CF, and ISF reflects good intentions in following Sadr's ceasefire, that the solderist trend is a nationalist party with wide support at the grassroots, and that they are committed to fighting Iranian influence over Iraq," end quote, Petraeus reported on November 9th. It was an opening that the MNFI commander was eager to exploit. Quote, "As I have repeatedly observed, we cannot kill our way out of the JAM problem," end quote, he wrote to Gates, quote, "and I don't think we need to, given the increasing sense of extremist rejection," end quote. By late November, the special group's disregard for Sadr's freeze order led Petraeus to conclude that, quote, "JAM no longer exists as a relatively unified entity, and we are working hard to keep it fragmented while peeling away reconcilable elements, similar to what we have done with AQI and the Sunni insurgency. The military arm of the Sadrists is fractured and relatively incoherent, and Sadr himself is being intimidated by his affiliates. Exposing and stopping Iranian influence and destroying the special groups without reunifying JAM will require a nuanced approach, reaching out to reconcilables and hammering irreconcilables quietly, all the while keeping the government of Iraq, or GOI, on our side, and the larger strategic context involving Iran in mind," end quote. In part, the disarray inside the Sadrist militant movement resulted from Sadr's absence and his failure to manage his own organization. He returned to Iraq through the Maizen marshes in early October to try to impose some order over his followers, but by early November he left for Iran again, claiming he would enter a program of additional religious training, presumably so he could claim Ayatollah status at some future point. However, the Sadrist issues also were the culmination of the fissures between Sadr and his senior lieutenants, such as Ghazali, in the wake of their defeat in Najaf in 2004. One senior Shia militant leader in coalition detention, a former Sadr lieutenant who had been involved in the Karbala Provincial Joint Coordination Center, or PJCC, attack, described to coalition officials in late 2007 the reason that so many special groups leaders like Ghazali and Kabi had chosen to break from Sadr. Quote, "He, Moqtada, himself is not stable, but he is constantly changing his mind, and that reflects on his followers. One day he will tell you that the American forces, or CF, are an occupying force, and he will tell you that we should resist by political means. Then he will draw back from that conclusion and tell you that we must resist by military means. This mind changing creates too much waste, obstacles, and hardships because you do not understand his right, clear thinking in order to dialogue or converse with him. We believe that this problem is much greater than if he had a negative assumption or understanding of things. He has demonstrated through time that he is not focused, organized, or competent. He does not take advice from others and often acts unilaterally and makes decisions on his own on matters which he is not knowledgeable on. As a result, two distinct sides have formed within the Soderist movement. There is Moqtada and those who are loyal to him as the leader of the movement and representative of their political interests. Then there is the collection of former associates and supporters of Moqtada who still subscribe to the teachings and philosophy of the late Muhammad al-Sadr, but have determined that Moqtada is not an appropriate leader or the proper successor to his father. End quote. In a number of ways, Moqtada Sadr had failed to continue his father's practices and ideas, becoming, quote, more dictatorial and controlling in his approach, end quote, the detained militant leader said, adding that Sadr was a self-centered leader unconcerned with the welfare of his many followers. He had seen this side of Sadr's character firsthand while hiding Sadr in Baghdad after the August 2004 Battle of Najaf, and had, quote, decided to part ways with Moqtada Sadr strategically, end quote. The militant leader also charged that Sadr had failed to support the Najaf Hausa, Shia religious colleges, in their competition with the Iranian regime's religious center in Qom, thereby creating a, quote, strategic danger, end quote, of deep Iranian influence over Shia Iraq. In December, coalition leaders thought Sadr appeared to be preparing for a violent power struggle with those Sadrist militant leaders who had challenged his leadership. In early December, Interior Minister Jawad Ballani reported to Petraeus that, quote, mainstream JAM members are beginning to bring in information about JAM special groups activity, end quote. A few days later, Sadrist representatives in Baghdad told journalists that Sadr was, quote, happy with the results of his ceasefire and may even seek to make it permanent, while emphasizing his organization's social role over its armed wing, end quote. A JAM commander in southern Iraq added, quote, we listen to his orders, even if he were to decide to abolish JAM. He understands our interests more than ourselves, end quote. As Sadr's militant followers awaited his instructions, the special groups struck a serious blow against the ISF in the mid-Euphrates region on December 9th when they assassinated Babil Province Police Chief Qais al-Mamouri, a nationalist Shia officer who had used his highly capable Special Weapons and Tactics, or SWAT battalion, against both AQI and Shia militant targets for several years. A special groups cell from Sadr City orchestrated the attack, which was carried out with an array of 5 Iranian-provided EFPs. Within days, coalition special operators struck back by capturing several special groups leaders who had received advanced Quds Force training in Iran. By December 23rd, the coalition had detained 8 of the 16 special groups leaders and had begun interrogating them to gain information that could be used in the pending trilateral talks with the Iranians and Iraqi government. 4 days later, coalition special operators carried out another raid near Kut. 11 Shia militants died in the firefight that followed. Sadr's apparent response to this flurry of special groups and special operations activity encouraged coalition leaders. The week after the Kut firefight, Petraeus reported to Gates, quote, Sadr is upset with the Iranian-supported special groups that continue to defy his ceasefire order. He may be on the verge of authorizing their targeting by his own elements, end quote. The same week, Sadrist representatives met with Islamic Supreme Council of Iraq, or ISCI, leaders in Nasiriyah to solidify an October ceasefire between Sadr and Abdul Aziz al-Hakim's ISCI, after which clerics loyal to Sadr during Friday's sermons on January 4th called on his followers to, quote, respect the ceasefire, end quote, and make peace with rival factions. However, on the diplomatic level, the situation was less encouraging. Any hope for the talks faded as it became apparent the Iranians did not intend to continue them. The talks, originally scheduled for August, had been postponed repeatedly, and after setting dates of December 18th and then December 28th, the Iranians backed out of the meetings again, with no indication they would return. Some Iraqi leaders believed the December 3rd public release of the U.S. National Intelligence Estimate, which concluded that the Iranian regime had halted its nuclear weapons program, had relieved international pressure on the Iranians, who had consequently seen no reason to return to the negotiations in Baghdad. Iraqi Foreign Minister Hoshyar Zabari also believed the intelligence estimate's publication had emboldened the Iranian regime and would lead to increased assertiveness by both the Iranians and Syrians. The Iranian regime's posture in early 2008 indicated no interest in diplomatic engagement with the United States in Iraq, as Petraeus noted on January 13th. Quote, "The tripartite talks between the United States, Iran, and Iraq are again on hold. No date has been negotiated, and the Iranians have spent the week criticizing President Bush's Middle East trip." End quote. The expected next round of trilateral talks would never take place. The Iraqi Surge, page 278. General Dubik at Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI. By fall 2007, the increasing pressure on AQI and other militants came not just from coalition troops in the awakening, but also from a large-scale expansion of the Iraqi security forces and an improvement in their capabilities. The dramatic expansion coincided with a significant change in the coalition's effort to develop Iraqi forces. Although Lieutenant General James Dubik's MNSTCI was a peer headquarters to Odierno's MNCI, Dubik arrived in Iraq in June 2007 with the view that the MNCI mission should have primacy over that of his own command. Under Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey, MNSTCI had followed its own campaign plan, setting priorities for resources and areas of Iraq that were not strictly connected to MNCI's ongoing war against AQI and the Shia militant groups. As Dubik saw it, there could be no transition to the ISF unless MNCI could succeed in improving the overall security situation, and his command should therefore be in a supporting role to MNCI's campaign plan, rather than following a campaign plan of its own. Beginning in the summer of 2007, Dubik and MNSTCI let MNCI's plan for offensive operations drive the creation and replenishment of ISF units. By specifically targeting those ISF units who would play a role in upcoming MNCI operations, MNSTCI would work to provide the Iraqi forces required to maintain momentum in areas of Iraq where MNCI's decisive operations were taking place. MNSTCI would no longer focus on transitioning to an Iraqi lead in security affairs, but would focus with MNCI on repairing the security situation itself. Dubik rejected what he regarded as a, quote, false dilemma, end quote, of quality versus quantity. A focus on quantity would result in an ISF composed of, quote, a whole bunch of people that were worthless on the battlefield, end quote, he judged, while an overemphasis on quality would result in a campaign timeline, quote, so long that we would not be able to contribute to the counteroffensive and achieve the effects that we knew we needed to achieve on the timeline that General Petraeus had set for us, end quote. Instead, Dubik focused on sufficiency. Quote, what is good enough to create the combat power necessary relative to the enemy? If it was good enough, we fielded it, and we augmented good enough with iterative quality improvements, end quote. Determining what constituted sufficiency was a subjective matter, and Dubik's perspective faced challenges created by Iraqi priorities, the bureaucratic foreign military sales program, and Washington's desire to reduce spending. Dubik also believed the coalition's separate efforts to generate tactical forces and to mentor the security ministries needed to be combined into one effort to build an entire defense and police, quote, enterprise, end quote, in which the tactical forces on Iraqi streets reflected a coherent national strategy, with ministries that could plan and sustain a security campaign. Dubik's tenure led to a dramatic increase in the size of the Iraqi security forces. After taking command, he commissioned several studies to determine the proper size of the ISF for securing the country and polled his superiors and the ministers of defense and interior on the question. The figure that emerged was an ISF with an end strength between 600,000 and 650,000, very different from the 380,000 evenly split between military and police, which MNFI and MNSTCI had previously set as the goal for the ISF. Dubik's raising of the Iraqi forces' end strength coincided with an, quote, Iraqi surge, end quote, that resulted in a net increase of more than 106,000 Iraqi soldiers and police over the course of 2007. Quote, that is a substantial growth for any country, let alone one in the middle of a tough war, lacking mature institutional structures and hampered by an inefficient, marginally capable government, end quote, Petraeus observed on December 23rd, adding that, quote, quantity has a quality all its own in a COIN fight, end quote. Under MNSTCI's plans, the rapid increase of 2007 would continue into 2008, when the Iraqi army would grow by another 41,000 men. The additional troops would enable the Iraqis to staff their 13 existing divisions at close to Petraeus's and Dubik's goal of 120%, with some select units at 130%. The increase in 2008 would also allow for the creation of 24 new battalions and 5 new brigade headquarters. The vast expansion of Iraqi troops came partly from a significant increase in Iraqi training capacity. In addition to the large combat training center at Basmaya east of Baghdad, MNSTCI began creating training centers for each Iraqi division, with a mix of Iraqi and coalition trainers, including a small but important contingent from NATO. Between March and November 2007, 53,000 soldiers were trained at these and other locations, increasing the assigned strength of non-commissioned officers, or NCOs, in the Iraqi army from 33% to 43%, and that of officers from 43% to 57%. The average daily strength of the Iraqi divisions also rose to 77%, a 10% increase since June. One important change was that, under Dubik's guidance, MNSTCI focused not just on generating new Iraqi units, but also on replenishing existing ones that had been much reduced through combat and other attrition. By establishing the, quote, second production line, end quote, of replacements for existing units, Dubik aimed to raise the effectiveness and confidence of Iraqi units that in some cases had been worn down by constant combat, losing much of their manpower and their tactical skills as a result. This change also enabled MNSTCI to accelerate toward its goal of 120% staffing of existing Iraqi units, even as new formations were being built. The awakening helped contribute to the overall ISF expansion as well by providing Sunni recruits, mainly police, in Sunni-majority areas where ISF recruiting had been slow and unpopular before 2007. The integration of Sunnis into the Iraqi police allowed MNSTCI to reopen the Habaniya Police Academy and graduate a class of 537 in August 2007, a reversal from 2 years earlier when the academy had been closed for lack of volunteers. The influx of Sunnis spread to Baghdad as well, where they constituted most of the 9,000 new police recruits in the city in January 2008. The new ISF troops and units were expensive, requiring an outlay of $5.7 billion by the Iraqi government in 2007, but even this barely kept pace with the ISF expansion. The Ministry of Defense spent a full $1.1 billion through the U.S. Foreign Military Sales, or FMS, program to equip its units in 2007, but the Interior Ministry spent nothing through its own FMS accounts for the year, as it had to divert large sums of money to pay salaries for new police officers. MNSTCI considered the Interior Ministry too inefficient to spend FMS funds for the time being in any case. Quote, our priority was the Army initially, then the police, end quote, Dubik recalled later. Quote, with the police, we had to get the ministry working better and place the national police on a reform agenda. Otherwise, any money spent would have been wasted, end quote. This approach collided with differing priorities in the United States. As U.S. leaders in Baghdad planned for the training and equipping of the expanded ISF in 2008, they found themselves in a debate with officials in Washington and at U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, who favored reducing or postponing the $3 billion the United States had planned to contribute to the Iraqi defense budget in 2008, that would be in addition to the $8 billion the Iraqi government was able to muster. Gates eventually decided this dispute in MNFI's favor, but as violence ebbed in Iraq, U.S. agencies were beginning to question U.S. expenditures in the country precisely when Petraeus, Odierno, and Dubik aimed to bolster the ISF to take over territory from departing U.S. units. In the longer term, the Iraqi government's rising oil revenue and defense expenditures would theoretically make U.S. spending for the ISF unnecessary. But in 2007 and 2008, there was a funding gap to be bridged, and the U.S. generals in Baghdad believed their Iraqi counterparts were increasingly unwilling to bridge it, regardless of the strategic consequences. As pressure built to equip the growing Iraqi army, Iraqi leaders were frustrated by the slowness of the U.S. foreign military sales system to deliver weapons systems, vehicles, and other equipment Iraqi commanders required immediately for the ongoing war against AQI and other insurgent groups. In mid-2007, DoD took an average of 5 months just to approve Iraqi purchase requests, with the actual delivery of equipment taking months longer. Quote, FMS is a peacetime mechanism and not really suited for wartime speed, end quote, Crocker noted to a visiting congressional delegation. Through considerable personal attention to the problem inside the Pentagon, Gates and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Admiral Mike Mullen were able to cut the FMS request timeline from 5 months to 2.5 months. But even so, delays in awarding contracts and in production eroded Iraqi confidence in the system. In one high-profile case, the FMS contract for new Harris radios for the ISF stalled due to DoD's contracting regulations. The radios, which the MNFI commander deemed critical to ISF capabilities, were scheduled for delivery to Iraq in November 2007, but another vendor protested the award of the contract and initiated a bureaucratic process that delayed delivery for more than 3 months. Over time, MNSTCI came to rely on FMS for less urgent equipment needs that could be programmed over a greater length of time, and to use the Iraqi Security Force Fund to direct purchase items that the ISF needed in a more timely manner. In addition to the bureaucratic demands of the FMS process, there were self-imposed U.S. constraints, such as the U.S. failure to grant Iraq, quote, dependable undertaking status, end quote, a category that allowed countries to pay for their equipment purchases in installments. Leaving Iraq out of this category meant that the Iraqi security ministries were forced to pay in full for any equipment before the U.S. government would deliver it. At MNSTCI, Dubik warned that the failure to grant the Iraqi government dependable undertaking status was a, quote, strategic hindrance, end quote, that encouraged the Iraqis to purchase arms from other countries that would let them pay over time. In the view of Petraeus and other senior leaders in Baghdad, the U.S. handling of the FMS problem was especially short-sighted because equipment was one of the 2 main limiting factors in building new Iraqi units, along with the development of Iraqi military leaders. Iraqi Minister of Defense Abdel Qadir al-Mufreji expressed a preference for U.S. military hardware such as the M1 tank, which he believed would raise the prestige of the Iraqi army and mark a break with Soviet-era equipment. By late 2007, Mufreji was, quote, shopping for other weapons suppliers due to the time required for FMS deliveries, end quote, Petraeus reported. In arms deals with Serbia, Ukraine, and China, the Iraqis ordered 380,000 assault rifles, 110,000 pistols, and over 27,000 machine guns. They sought second-hand helicopters and heavy mortars from Serbia as well. While buying from these countries allowed the Iraqis to get equipment and weapons into their hands more quickly, the result was a mix of different models of hardware that made maintenance and logistics more difficult. Petraeus encouraged Mufreji and other Iraqi leaders to, quote, buy for the long term, end quote, and build the Iraqi army around American-made weapons, vehicles, and aircraft rather than, quote, get deflected by apparent bargains from Central Europe, end quote. One idea Dubik, Odierno, and Petraeus formulated to equip the Iraqi army and police with U.S. hardware was to accelerate greatly the delivery of American up-armored high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, or HMMWVs, to the ISF by transferring the vehicles as U.S. units in Iraq began to receive deliveries of mine-resistant ambush-protected, or MRAP, vehicles. Handing the displaced up-armored HMMWVs to Iraqi units would be a welcome change for Iraqi troops that had generally faced the IED threat with soft-skinned vehicles with little protection, and the transfer accordingly promised to increase ISF units' confidence, capability, and operational tempo. Petraeus hoped to transfer 8,500 of the HMMWVs to the Iraqis in 2008, with the Iraqi government paying a nominal fee of $1,000 per vehicle. When defense officials in the United States insisted on charging the Iraqis $11,000 per vehicle, however, the Iraqis could only afford to buy about half the 8,500 vehicles in 2008, leaving the rest to be purchased in 2009. In ways that frustrated Petraeus and other U.S. commanders in Baghdad, the policy change slowed the effort to increase the Iraqi troops' mobility and survivability, and further undermined senior Iraqi leaders' confidence in the U.S. government's commitment to equip the ISF. It also slowed Dubik's plans to use the unwanted U.S. HMMWVs to give the Iraqi army and police a coherent maintenance program in which drivers, mechanics, and maintenance supervisors throughout the ISF could be trained on the same standard system, with the security ministries using a common vehicle system in their budgeting and staffing. Aside from the equipping of the ISF, there were problems within the Iraqi security structure. The sectarian power struggle that had manifested itself in incidents such as the assassination of Lieutenant General Amr Hashimi in late 2006 had partially receded by late 2007, but assassinations still occasionally took place. In one high-profile case, the Shia deputy commandant of the Iraqi military academy in Baghdad kidnapped and murdered his own commandant, then later kidnapped but did not kill the murdered commandant's successor. When the deputy commandant's role was uncovered, the Ministry of Defense dispatched Iraqi Special Operations Forces to detain him on September 25th. Another problem that bore watching was Prime Minister Maliki's attempt to exert control over the Iraqi army and police by proliferating regional operations commands. Using the Baghdad Operations Command as his precedent, Maliki created other regional commands in Basra, Diyala, the Mid-Euphrates region, and Nineveh, and others would follow. Initially, coalition leaders welcomed the idea of regional commands that could create unity of Iraqi effort, but their enthusiasm faded as Maliki began to use the new headquarters to bypass the formal chain of command. Over time, coalition commanders bristled as Maliki began issuing orders to tactical units through the politically connected General Farouk al-Araji and the Office of the Commander-in-Chief, or OCINC, rather than through the Iraqi Joint Forces Command. Coalition officials noted it was a practice resembling the operating mode of the Saddam Hussein regime, and a signal that Maliki might be creating a structure to politicize the Iraqi military as the Ba'ath Party had done. Petraeus shared these concerns, but was reluctant to wrestle Maliki over control of the Iraqi military in the midst of a difficult campaign. The MNFI commander preferred to embed coalition officers as advisors within the OCINC and the regional commands to keep a watchful eye on their behavior instead. MNFI would then try to undo Maliki's consolidation of control once the crisis of the insurgency had passed. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 6, Part 3. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Koebel. Chapter 6, Part 3. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. The Jones Commission and the National Police. During the Iraqi surge year, the Interior Ministry remained a problem, with a significant portion of its police forces either ineffective or divided by sectarian behavior. Partly in reaction to coalition reports about the ministry's destructive sectarian role in late 2006, the U.S. Congress in 2007 formed an independent commission of former military officers and senior defense and security officials led by retired Marine General James L. Jones, the former NATO commander and future national security advisor. After months of examination, the Jones Commission released a detailed report on the state of the ISF on September 6, 2007, just 5 days before the Petraeus-Crocker congressional hearings. Among its general findings, the report found that the Iraqi army was gradually improving but not ready to operate independently. The commission also noted several major areas in which the Interior Ministry required urgent reforms in order to produce effective police. Its most striking finding stated that the national police were hopelessly sectarian and should be disbanded. Quote, "The national police have proven operationally ineffective. Sectarianism in its units undermines its ability to provide security. The force is not viable in its current form. The National Police should be disbanded and reorganized. It should become a much smaller organization under a different name with responsibility for highly specialized police tasks. End quote. The Jones Commission's recommendation to do away with the National Police, which at that time numbered more than 30,000, received a great deal of attention in the United States, but it was an idea with which Petraeus strongly disagreed. Speaking to his senior advisors in Baghdad, the MNFI commander argued that the United States already should have learned the folly of disbanding large security organizations in Iraq. As bad as the National Police might be, Petraeus judged, it would be better to reform it than to put tens of thousands of armed men out of work, as had been done in 2003. To formulate an alternative to the Jones Commission's recommendations, Petraeus and Dubik pressed Interior Minister Jawad Billani to present his own plan for reforming his ministry and the National Police with extensive coalition input. Dubik used the Jones Commission report as leverage to push Billani and other Iraqis to accept politically difficult reforms, showing that if the reforms did not come, the U.S. government in Washington was certain to cut off funding and assistance to the Interior Ministry. This pressure forced Billani and the Maliki government to institute some of the coalition's recommendations, but progress was slow and inconsistent. As Dubik pressed Billani to make these changes, Petraeus tapped Colonel H.R. McMaster to conduct a 2-month countrywide inspection of the Interior Ministry and recommend additional ways to reform it. Going far deeper into the ministry's operations than the Jones Commission had done, McMaster found that corruption and sectarianism thrived inside the ministry mainly because of the political pressure that Iraq's major parties placed on it. The ministry and its police forces had become a battlefield among the warring parties, a fact that the coalition's capacity-building efforts had naively failed to recognize. The sectarian takeover of the ministry had taken place under the eyes of hundreds of coalition advisors who had done little to stop it, McMaster noted. The worst actors took advantage of the absence of written policies for most of the ministry's activities, creating a gray area in which there were few explicit prohibitions against corrupt, sectarian, and nepotistic behaviors, an underestimated factor in the legalistic Iraqi government system. The ministry's outdated bureaucracy created room for large-scale corruption within its vast budget that could not be easily traced. Against this backdrop, the influence of the Badr Corps was particularly negative because the Badr Corps officers who had infiltrated senior ministry positions under Bayan Jabr continued to use the ministry's troops and resources to implement a sectarian agenda. McMaster also found that there already were a small cadre of reform-minded officials inside the ministry, and if they could be insulated from political pressure, they might have a chance to institute reforms. As Dubik also noted, McMaster discovered that Interior Minister Billani quietly had begun to purge sectarian officials such as Bashir Nasser al-Wandi, the infamous engineer Ahmed, shifting some of them to powerless jobs or firing them altogether. In addition, many Interior Ministry officers had served in the Iraqi army during the Iran-Iraq War and resented the ministry's Badr Corps appointees, most of whom had fought on the Iranian side. These officers were glad to see some of the Badr Corps men sidelined within the ministry and quietly told McMaster so. The McMaster report concluded that the coalition needed to make dramatic changes, exerting its advantage over the ministry, making its security assistance conditional on appropriate behavior, and strongly supporting the ministry's reformers if the Iraqi police were to be salvaged. As McMaster delivered his findings, Dubik saw additional ways the coalition might change its approach and improve the National Police, working closely with National Police Commander Lieutenant General Hussein al-Awadi as he did so. In early November, the final National Police unit completed its, quote, re-bluing, end quote, training and returned to operations in the Baghdad area, where the National Police no longer played as destabilizing a role as they had done in 2006. Re-bluing was a process where each National Police unit was pulled from security duties and put through a 3 to 4 week program that involved vetting its personnel and retraining in democratic policing and respect for human rights. Many of the units were renamed, and officers were issued new digital camouflage in yet another effort to rebrand the troubled organization. Also, in early November, a newly arrived contingent of Italian carabinieri operating under Dubik's NATO element at MNSTCI began retraining national police units to operate as a paramilitary gendarme-type force, a process that Dubik and other coalition commanders hoped would help curb the organization's sectarian activities when deployed as reinforcements for local police. At the same time, General Awadi removed the commander of the notorious Wolf Brigade, making him the 10th National Police Brigade commander to be replaced in 2007, and meaning that all 9 of the organization's brigades had seen their commanders replaced, one of them twice. That the diminutive Awadi was bold enough to fire politically well-connected sectarian commanders surprised coalition leaders. At one point in early 2007, coalition commanders misjudged Awadi as a Shia sectarian responsible for some of the National Police's destructive behavior, and had even briefly put him on Petraeus's notorious, quote, top 20 sectarian actors, end quote, list. Not until working more closely with Awadi to institute reforms in fall 2007 did the general's coalition partners fully realize that he and many other senior Shia officers with an Iraqi army background were nationalists who had been constrained by sectarian political pressure from 2004 onward. Once the coalition helped provide Awadi political top cover, he had been quick to purge many of the sectarian commanders who had caused such trouble in Baghdad in 2006. Planning for Drawdown, page 286. As the Iraqi security forces continued their expansion in late 2007, coalition commanders already were planning for the reduction of their own troops. The surge was a temporary initiative, and whatever the exact numbers or timeline, MNFI would need to prepare for its orderly conclusion, though Petraeus and Odierno were loath to signal publicly that the coalition troops who were pressuring AQI and the Shia militias would soon begin to leave. The Joint Campaign Plan of June 2007 had assumed that the United States would maintain 20 BCTs in Iraq only through March 2008, though with the Army's extension of unit deployments and individual augmentees from 12 to 15 months, the endpoint of the surge could stretch to June 2008. As early as June 2007, Odierno judged that conditions likely would allow for a reduction of U.S. troops beginning in December 2007, while Petraeus believed a reduction of approximately 30,000 U.S. troops would be warranted by mid-2008. Together, MNFI and MNCI planned for a gradual reduction of U.S. brigades beginning in December 2007, reaching the pre-surge level of 15 in July 2008. Upon reaching 15 brigades, the force level would remain steady for a period of several months as commanders judged whether the security progress of the surge could be sustained with a smaller force. U.S. forces in Iraq at that point would number 137,000, higher than the pre-surge troop total due to the addition of a division headquarters, combat aviation brigade, and a larger number of combat support troops than before the surge. There were also 2 non-standard brigade headquarters that controlled almost no subordinate forces but assisted with governance and ISF development in select areas where security had improved. MNCI's concept was for U.S. forces to thin out across the country rather than disappear from any particular area in order to maintain situational awareness and to continue the partnering of U.S. units with ISF counterparts at lower echelons. Drawing down by 30,000 troops would be a complex undertaking that depended on a variety of physical factors and policy considerations. Some were straightforward, such as the U.S. Army component of CENTCOM, or U.S. Army Central, or ARCENT's, capacity to process only 2.5 brigades per month through Kuwait. Others were more complicated, such as unanswered questions about which equipment should be turned over to the Iraqi security forces to enhance their capability and interoperability. MNCI would also have to plan how to administer not just the 15 BCTs, but also individual battalions, provincial reconstruction teams, combat support and combat service support units, and ISF formations to cover the country. Instead of closing bases as part of its drawdown scheme, MNCI would, quote, transition parts of each base by reducing the coalition fence line within the base simultaneous with conducting a partial handover to the ISF, end quote. In a larger sense, the end of the surge would mean a coalition return to the concept of transition to Iraqi control, the same process that had fallen apart in 2006. As Petraeus described it to British Defense Secretary Desmond Brown, the coalition would move over time from, quote, leading to partnering to overwatching, end quote, as the Iraqi forces continued to develop. Unlike the premature drawdown of 2006, the coalition hoped that transition to Iraqi control in 2008 would take place, quote, in a deliberate fashion and based on local conditions, end quote, according to an MNCI operations order of December 20th, 2007. The MNCI order presented two different operational concepts for transitioning security responsibility to the Iraqis and shifting U.S. forces to an overwatch role. In the first approach, military transition teams, or MITs, in a given area would double or even quadruple in size, as preserving security gains would fall on the shoulders of the ISF, U.S. advisors, and embedded provincial reconstruction teams. A prime example of this approach was in Ramadi, where Colonel John Charlton's 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division would not be backfilled after it departed Iraq in April 2008, and MNF West would lose 2 additional Marine infantry battalions elsewhere in Anbar the following month. The second Overwatch concept was one of, quote, scalable strike packages, end quote, in which Iraqi units would pair with embedded coalition advisors from the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force, or CJSOTF, who would receive priority of fires, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and lift assets, while local conventional units would provide a quick reaction force. MNCI considered Nasiriyah the prime example after Abu Lika's specialized police unit and its supporting CJSOTF advisors suppressed a JAM attempt to take over the city in June 2007. In December 2007, MNCI directed its subordinate units to develop scalable strike packages of their own using Iraqi Special Operations Forces and their CJSOTF advisors. No matter the approach, it was difficult to mitigate the impending rapid loss of 30,000 U.S. troops. By late 2007, one of Petraeus's biggest challenges was persuading coalition allies to maintain or even expand their troop presence as the United States reduced its own. Like the 2,000-strong Georgian Brigade that arrived at MNDC in late summer 2007, making the nation the 3rd largest contributor of troops to the coalition, Petraeus sought to convince others to increase their participation in the, quote, coalition of the willing, end quote. In October, MNFI hosted a conference of 35 partner countries in Bahrain, but it produced no new major troop commitments. Some countries' commitments to MNFI were contingent on domestic political developments. In mid-December, Kevin Rudd, Australia's newly elected Labour Prime Minister, informed Petraeus and Crocker that he would withdraw the Australian battle group in August 2008, though Australia would consider providing advisors to build Iraq logistics capacity after that time. Similarly, on November 17th, the Polish defense minister announced that his country would withdraw its 900-man contingent in MNDCS in 2008, a development Petraeus believed might endanger the gains against JAM in Diwania and put Camp Echo outside the city at risk. The Poles also sought an accelerated relief of their responsibilities through the early transfer of Qadisiyah province to provincial Iraqi control, or PIC, but Petraeus replied to the Polish ambassador that Qadisiyah would, quote, PIC when the conditions are right to do so and not when it is politically convenient for the Polish government, end quote. The promise of logistical assistance from MNCI for the Polish redeployment, coupled with a reminder of the agreement between Bush and the Polish government, helped convince Polish leaders to maintain responsibility for MNDCS until October 1, 2008. Gains with partner nations proved insufficient, and by the end of 2007, U.S. commanders could see that within months, U.S. units would have to expand farther into southern Iraq to cover areas left open by vacating allies. A diminishing number of U.S. troops would be required to hold more territory than ever before. Iraqi Political Tensions and Progress, page 288. The strategic purpose of the surge had been not just to defeat AQI and other major insurgent groups, but also to create conditions in which the Iraqi political factions would reconcile and use politics rather than violence to pursue their political goals. As the security goals of the surge appeared to come closer to fruition in summer and fall 2007, the political goals remained elusive. Kurdish-Arab tensions simmered, with the governing parties deeply divided over the question of Kirkuk and the future relationship between the Kurdistan regional government and the government in Baghdad. The awakening offered a political opening against the Sunni insurgency, but Maliki and other Shia leaders were reluctant to partner with a movement that they considered infiltrated by Baathists and sectarian enemies. The Sunni parliamentary bloc remained outside the government altogether, leaving most of Iraq's Sunni electorate without representatives in the Iraqi cabinet. The large Sadrist bloc remained in opposition to the government as well. As these major political groupings jostled for political power in the Green Zone and in provincial councils, their disputes often fueled violent clashes among their various militias or security forces on the street, and they often seemed more concerned with fighting one another than fighting the worst of the terrorist groups. A few major political disputes stood out. The fate of Saddam's former senior deputies became a Sunni-Shia political divide when Maliki and other Shia leaders pressed MNFI to allow the execution of the men sentenced to death by an Iraqi court for the 1988 chemical weapons attacks against Kurds in Halabja. The coalition had agreed to the execution of Ali Hassan al-Majid, also known as Chemical Ali, after Jalal Talabani and his vice presidents had agreed to sign the execution warrant. A dispute arose, however, when Maliki pressed to execute former Minister of Defense General Sultan Hashim, the Mosul native who had signed the 1991 ceasefire agreement with General Norman Schwarzkopf and who had surrendered to Petraeus in Mosul in 2003. Many Iraqi Sunnis considered Hashim blameless in the 1988 war crime and looked on him as a potential Sunni political leader. Sunni opposition to his execution was broad. As a result, President Talabani and others had declined to sign his execution order rather than anger the Sunni political parties with what they would consider a sectarian killing. Nevertheless, Maliki pressed MNFI to release Hashim from coalition detention so that the death sentence could be carried out, something Petraeus and Crocker refused to do without the full approval of Talabani and his vice presidents. The coalition had hoped to encourage the Sunni bloc's return to Maliki's government in fall 2007, but Maliki's ongoing dispute with Vice President Tariq Hashimi and other senior Sunni politicians thwarted this idea. Maliki considered Hashimi a recalcitrant sectarian linked to terrorist groups, and Hashimi had reciprocal feelings about Maliki. Some of Maliki's distrust of the top Sunni parliamentary leaders seemed warranted when coalition troops raided Sunni leader Adnan Dulaimi's residence in the Green Zone the following month to arrest one of his aides for murder and found Dulaimi's bodyguards with a car bomb at the house. Quote, "The incident has created political problems and is likely to heighten sectarian tensions and farther increase the divide between the government of Prime Minister Maliki and the Sunni Tawafuk alliance," end quote, Petraeus noted dryly. For its part, the coalition occasionally considered Hashimi difficult to deal with as well, and Petraeus sometimes withheld coalition airlift support for Hashimi in response to his public criticism of the coalition and of Maliki. As Sheikh Ahmed Abu Risha and the Anbar Awakening grew in prominence in fall 2007, both U.S. officials and Maliki considered giving the awakening the power to name Sunni ministers to fill the cabinet positions Hashimi and the Sunni parliamentary bloc had abandoned earlier in the year. Quote, "We are going to reduce our support for Vice President or VP Hashimi and see how Sheikh Ahmed performs in a more high-profile role for a while," end quote, Petraeus reported in early October. Quote, "We need to find some Sunni leaders able to bring the Sunni community along the road to reconciliation, and our early impressions are that Sheikh Ahmed may fill such a role," end quote. Petraeus was reacting partially to a budding intra-Sunni power struggle between the Awakening and Hashimi's Iraqi Islamic Party, the latter of which dominated the Sunni bloc in parliament. In early 2008, 300 sheikhs in the Awakening met in Ramadi to elect a central committee and announced they would form a political party called Sahawa al-Iraq. The new political challenge had the potential to create intra-Sunni political violence. Quote, "Our message is that both parties have a right to exist, and threats or acts of violence are unacceptable," end quote, Petraeus noted. The intense rivalry among the major parties spilled over into the coalition's detainee releases, as the major political leaders vied to preside over the frequent detainee release ceremonies in order to claim credit for extricating Iraqis from coalition custody. After Vice Presidents Tariq Hashimi and Adel Abdel Mahdi presided over release ceremonies in October, MNFI held one on November 8th at which Maliki presided. Quote, "Hopefully this ceremony, larger than the one at which VP Tariq Hashimi presided, will help compensate the PM's distress over the goodwill received by the Iraqi vice presidents when they hosted previous detainee release ceremonies," end quote, Petraeus commented. Perhaps carried away by the emotion of the event, Maliki mentioned to Odierno the following day that he was considering declaring a general amnesty for those in detention, an ill-formed idea that alarmed coalition leaders who knew their detention centers still held thousands of hardcore fighters. The Turkey Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, crisis. Signs of political discord between Shia and Sunni parties in Baghdad were eclipsed by the flaring of ethnic warfare in northern Iraq. The coalition found itself in fall 2007 with yet another conflict on its hands when the decades-long war between Turkey and the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, broke out again. From its bases inside Iraqi Kurdistan, the PKK had launched intermittent attacks against Turkey even before 2003, but the conflict had slackened until several high-profile violent events occurred in 2007. On May 22nd, a suspected PKK suicide bomber killed 8 people in Ankara, after which Turkish leaders threatened to invade Iraqi Kurdistan to root out the PKK and even to attack Masoud Barzani and the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, whom Turkey blamed for harboring the PKK. Barzani responded by declaring that the Peshmerga would resist any Turkish incursion. Turkish troops shelled PKK positions inside Iraq and even briefly crossed into Iraq in, quote, hot pursuit, end quote, of PKK fighters. After an October battle left dozens of Turkish soldiers and PKK fighters dead, the Turkish parliament authorized its military to use, quote, every kind of measure, end quote, against the PKK, including ground operations inside Iraq. Under threat of Turkish attack, Barzani wrote to Petraeus, warning that he would recall Kurdish troops from Iraq to defend the Kurdistan region if necessary. Since Kurdish troops were a key part of Operation Fard al-Qanun and the ongoing operations in Nineveh and Salahuddin, their withdrawal would put the security of those provinces and Baghdad at risk. After further bloodshed, Petraeus and Crocker found themselves, quote, in a difficult position with our Iraqi partners and our Turkish NATO allies, end quote, as the general put it. Iraqi leaders in Baghdad and Erbil, the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan, protested to U.S. counterparts that Turkey was illegally invading their country, while Turkish leaders in Ankara protested that MNFI had done nothing to prevent the PKK from using Iraq as a base from which to attack Turkey. The situation worsened when Kurdish Peshmerga took several Turkish soldiers who had crossed into Iraq hostage, a crisis that Petraeus diffused by taking custody of the Turks and personally returning them to the Turkish army on November 3rd. The Turkish attacks had a significant political impact both in Iraqi Kurdistan and in Baghdad. The Turkish bombing campaign angered the Kurdish public and made it difficult for Kurdish leaders to back down. It also forced Barzani to declare that Turkey's actions violated Iraqi sovereignty, a surprising claim for a Kurdish separatist to make. In Baghdad, the Kurdish parties began to indicate to Maliki and other Iraqi leaders that if the Iraqi government did not resist future Turkish incursions into Iraq, the Kurdish alliance would withdraw from the Maliki government, causing its collapse. The crisis thus threatened to leave Iraq without a prime minister and a government, and leave MNFI without Iraqi government partners, in the midst of the fragile security gains of the surge. Petraeus's preferred solution to the crisis was for U.S. leaders to force Turkish representatives to negotiate with the KDP, which had fought a civil war against the PKK in the 1990s and had no fondness for the party. Before diplomacy could be given a chance to work, however, the Turks expanded their operations into a full-scale air campaign against the PKK on December 16th. Turkish military leaders, eager to signal that they had American support, announced that the United States had opened Iraqi airspace to Turkish attack aircraft and had provided Turkey with targeting intelligence against the PKK. In fact, The U.S. European Command and MNFI had indeed coordinated with the Turkish General Staff on the operation in order to restrict its potential damage, but when the bombing actually began, Turkish leaders gave U.S. counterparts a mere 30 minutes' notice. The Turkish airstrikes also extended far beyond the area MNFI had agreed could be struck, and angry Kurdish leaders reported to MNFI that the first airstrikes had killed some Iraqi Kurdish civilians. The following day, PKK spokesmen warned, quote, "If colonialist powers in Kurdistan are continued to be supported, it should be known that the Kurdish people have the power to spoil the balances in the Middle East and hurt the interests of Western powers." End quote. A letter from the PKK to Petraeus 3 days earlier had been far more conciliatory, asking Petraeus and U.S. leaders to broker a political resolution to the conflict, but lacking policy guidance from Washington, Petraeus did not reply. Quote, "It would be most helpful if the Turks would employ some constructive ambiguity and at the least remain quiet about any strikes they conduct," end quote, Petraeus wrote to Gates on December 23rd. He added, quote, "Given the minimal amount of damage we assess they have inflicted on the PKK to date, the better solution is to pressure the Turks to stand down altogether and refocus on a broad, politically led strategy against the PKK." End quote. For the time being, however, the Turks and the PKK remained on a war footing, and the coalition remained braced to deal with the political repercussions. Political crisis and Prime Minister Maliki. The crisis in the north came at a time when political tensions between Prime Minister Maliki and the other parties in his government were near the breaking point. A significant factor in the infighting among the major parties was the tendency for Maliki and his personal advisors to make decisions in a secretive, insular fashion without consulting the other parties in the government. The Prime Minister, a deeply distrustful man who had come of age as an exiled Dawa Party member under constant threat from Saddam's intelligence apparatus, tended to interpret political events as conspiracies and viewed the other parties in his national unity government as potential enemies rather than partners. Before the Turkish campaign against the PKK began, he had begun to take steps in October to curb the KDP's political dominance of Nineveh province. At the same time, an early October Sadr Hakim truce that the coalition welcomed as a way of suppressing intra-Shia violence seemed to strike Maliki as a potential Sadrist ISCI alliance against Maliki and Dawa. By late October, Petraeus noted, quote, "Unfortunately, we are beginning to see some suspicion of ISCI and VP Adil Mahdi akin to the suspicion once reserved for VP Hashimi." End quote. For their part, the other parties complained to coalition leaders that Maliki had cut them out of the decision-making process and had refused to abide by an agreement among the parties to use a 3+1 arrangement, in which major policy choices would come from consensus among the Prime Minister, President Talabani, and Iraq's 2 vice presidents. Matters started to come to a head in mid-December as ISCI and the Kurdish parties began to raise the idea that the Iraqi parliament should vote Maliki out of office. On December 16th, the same day that Turkey launched its air campaign against the PKK in Iraqi Kurdistan, Petraeus reported to Gates that Kurdish leaders had, quote, "presented a long array of grievances and frustrations with the exclusive and conspiratorial Maliki inner circle," end quote. 3 days later, on December 19th, several of the same leaders met with visiting Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice in Baghdad and asked for U.S. support for a parliamentary vote to remove Maliki as prime minister. Rice threw cold water on the idea, however, and told the Iraqi leaders that they should look instead to, quote, "implementation of the 3+1 concept and true leadership of the Iraqi government to capitalize on the improvements in security that the surge has brought," end quote. The matter did not end there. On December 23rd, Petraeus reported to Washington that almost all of Iraq's major political groups continued to move toward Maliki's ouster. The Kurdish parties were, quote, "increasingly frustrated with what its members perceived as Maliki's ineffective leadership and isolated decision-making," end quote, and considered withdrawing from the government. Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani and other religious leaders in Najaf were, quote, "worried about their reputation being tarnished by the GOI's ineffectiveness," end quote, while Kurdish leaders and the Iraqi Islamic Party were on the verge of forming an alliance. The political pressure took its toll on Maliki, who physically collapsed on December 29th and was evacuated to London by the coalition to seek medical treatment for exhaustion and dehydration. Quote, "At this point, we don't have any additional evidence that planning for a putsch has progressed," end quote, Petraeus noted on December 30th, though he reported the following week that Vice President Mahdi was traveling to Tehran, seeking Iranian support for Maliki's ouster, while Abdul Aziz al-Hakim visited Ayatollah Sistani in Najaf, probably asking for the same. The UN Security Council Resolution, or UNSCR, rollover. In actuality, coalition leaders had mixed feelings about the prospect of Maliki's replacement. Rice and others were wary of recreating the government vacuum of early 2006, when, for 5 months, Iraq had gone without political leadership and the government machinery ground to a halt. U.S. officials in Baghdad also had seen worrying signs that Maliki and his Dawa allies were becoming authoritarian and difficult to deal with, especially on issues related to the U.S.-Iraqi security and political relationship. When the time came in late 2007 to renew the UN Security Council resolution, or UNSCR, that authorized MNFI's presence in Iraq, U.S. officials in Baghdad found themselves negotiating not with Iraqi ministers, but with Maliki's Dawa Party advisors, who appeared to discount the U.S. military's role in tamping down the Iraqi insurgency and displayed an ill-informed distrust of common international legal language. Across several weeks of negotiations, the Dawa men started by, quote, dredging up language from the Amman letter of October 2006, end quote, and declaring that they expected the terms under which MNFI operated to be significantly restricted to reflect, quote, the progress that has been made over the past year, end quote. As the talks proceeded, Maliki's advisors insisted that the Iraqi government be given, quote, all functions and authorities concerning detention, arrest, and imprisonment, end quote, which would have prevented coalition units from detaining anyone in Iraq. Only after some dramatic confrontations that Petraeus described as, quote, contentious, end quote, did the Maliki government agree to allow the UNSCR to go forward for approval on December 19th. The UNSCR, quote, was in question until a few hours before the vote, with Iraqi officials rejecting language in the resolution that suggested their security forces be subjected to international law, end quote, Petraeus reported. The general added that the resolution was adopted only after Rice assured Maliki that the resolution's language did not undermine Iraqi control of its security forces. The process left U.S. officials concerned that American plans to negotiate a strategic partnership and bilateral security agreement with the Maliki government in 2008 could run into similar problems. The vast improvement in security during the course of 2007 had not yet made relations among the Iraqi political parties or between the United States and the Iraqi government much easier. The first year of the surge. General Petraeus's analysis. As 2007 ended, Petraeus took stock of the changed situation in Iraq since the surge had begun almost 11 months earlier. By December 2007, the average number of violent incidents per week in Iraq dropped to less than 40% of the peak violence of June 2007 and was on par with the level of violence of early 2005. High-profile bombings had fallen to less than one-third of the June 2007 peak. The number of civilian deaths had fallen to 1/6 the peak total of November 2006, when more than 3,000 civilian deaths had been recorded. In their internal reporting, the coalition commands estimated that over 7,400 enemy fighters had been killed in 2007, compared to about 5,000 in 2006. Conversely, 2007 had been the deadliest year of the war for U.S. troops, with 864 killed, compared to 770 in 2006, but losses had been dropping steadily since the summer. 22 U.S. troops had been lost in December 2007, 7 of them non-battle deaths, the second lowest monthly total since the beginning of the war. Among ISF units, 2,452 Iraqi troops and police were killed in 2007, a slight decrease from the 2,590 killed in 2006. Quote, in many ways, we spent 2007 creating a new situation, one of reduced violence, that replaced the horrific existence most Iraqis bore for the past 12 to 18 months. Now we obviously need to make the most of the new situation, end quote, Petraeus noted as December ended. On January 6, 2008, the MNFI commander wrote to Gates to report these figures and to reflect on the dynamics that caused such significant improvements in the security situation. He began by writing, quote, "The past 12 months were made possible by the courageous decision in early December 2006 by General Casey and Ambassador Khalilzad to state that the strategy at the time was not working. This acknowledgement paved the way for the surge, ours and the Iraqis, and for the change in strategy that made securing the population the central tenet." End quote. It was a backhanded compliment, considering that Petraeus understood Casey had not agreed that the transition plan needed to be abandoned. Moving to security arrangements, Petraeus noted that by living in Iraqi communities alongside the ISF, quote, "We not only improved security, we also fostered and supported movements in local communities to reject AQI," end quote. As Iraqi tribal leaders had come forward willing to turn against AQI, coalition units had been flexible enough to exploit the opportunity that the awakening presented. Quote, "With experienced leaders like Ray Odierno at the helms of our units, our elements made the most of the situations that developed, validating Seneca's observation that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity," end quote, Petraeus observed. The coalition had also been able to bring local political and economic initiatives to bear along while cleaning and holding AQI sanctuaries on a large scale. Quote, "Successful counter-terrorist/counterinsurgency operations on the scale of those in Iraq require conventional forces and special forces all working together and augmented by host nation forces and support of local communities," end quote, Petraeus wrote. A few other factors had contributed to the improvement in security. AQI had exhibited, quote, "genuine tone deafness," end quote, about the Iraqi population's disapproval of their brutal tactics and ideology, Petraeus noted, making it easier for the coalition and the Iraqi government to sway public opinion against the terrorist group. The Soderist ceasefire had been an important development as well, though Petraeus noted that, quote, "We remain very wary of the assistance the Quds Force continues to provide," end quote, and that MNFI would not be, quote, "handing out any badges for good behavior to Tehran anytime soon," end quote. Looking ahead in 2008, Petraeus judged that although coalition forces had done considerable damage to AQI, more remained to be done because the group was, quote, "far from finished," end quote, and remained, quote, "the most serious near-term threat to Iraq," end quote. Where the Shia militant groups were concerned, MNFI would, quote, "continue to quietly target members of the JAM special groups, to contribute to additional fissures in the Sadr organization, and to cultivate the seeds of a Shia awakening by increasing that community's recognition that special group extremists are the long-term threat to security and the rule of law in Iraq," end quote. In 2008, Petraeus and MNFI would seek to replicate the effect of the Sunni awakening among the Shia militant groups' constituencies, based on his judgment that, quote, "the same power of the people that made such a profound change in the Sunni communities is present and waiting to be activated, and we have some reason to believe that the basic sensibility of the Iraqi people will lead them to a broader rejection of bad behavior," end quote. Also in 2008, Petraeus reported coalition leaders and units would aim to increase the capacity of the Iraqi government to try to consolidate the year's security gains. Quote, "Given that much of 2007's progress was based on the Iraqi people rejecting extremism, we'll have to work with the GOI, or Federal Government of Iraq, and use all of our available means to help the government deliver basic services, job training, and employment to those same people to cement the security gains we've made together," end quote, he noted. For that reason, quote, "there will be a need in 2008 for additional aid, advisors, and capacity building efforts in the coming year," end quote. Petraeus's report indicated the growing sense inside the coalition headquarters that the coalition's position was growing stronger week by week. Conversely, for AQI and its allied insurgent groups, the situation bin Laden had described as, quote, "pitch black" and, quote, "darkness" in October 2007 had become even bleaker by year's end. AQI had lost thousands more fighters killed and captured. The awakening had become the dominant force in former insurgent strongholds, such as the Hawija and Arab Jabur, and the insurgency's overall prospects looked dim. Across central and northern Iraq, AQI remained strong only in Mosul and its environs, and coalition commanders already were planning a large-scale offensive led by U.S. forces to drive AQI out of Mosul before the departure of the surge brigades. However, as events transpired, it was an offensive that would never take place. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. The Darkness Has Become Pitch Black. Read by adamkoebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 7, Part 1. Enabling the Surge, 2007 to 2008. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 2, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by adamkoebel. Chapter 7, Part 1. Enabling the Surge, 2007 to 2008. Chapter 7. Enabling the Surge, 2007 to 2008. Page 307. The increase in U.S. forces' operational tempo and effectiveness that General David Petraeus noted in his January 2008 retrospective on the first year of the surge could not have taken place without the addition of thousands of support forces and significant changes in the way the United States prosecuted its campaign in Iraq. The surge in Iraq was substantially more than just the deployment of 21,000 additional combat troops and roughly 8,000 support troops that accompanied them. Several major supporting factors enabled the coalition's combat forces to conduct the security operations of the surge campaign and to pivot into large-scale stabilization activities that helped tamp down Iraq's sectarian civil war. The campaign of 2007 to 2008 was enabled by an unusual level of U.S. civil-military unity of effort and focus from the strategic to the tactical levels. The fielding and maturation of a series of technological enablers and innovative practices greatly enhanced coalition and Iraqi units' ability to engage in close fights with enemy groups and to survive the improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, that had become the most common enemy weapon. The coalition's intelligence capabilities had matured as well, with thousands of intelligence professionals gaining the experience and knowledge base needed to support counterinsurgency and stabilization operations. Coalition units also enjoyed access to sophisticated intelligence resources at lower echelons than ever before, giving tactical U.S. units an unprecedented advantage in their local operations. The idea of, quote, money as a weapon system, end quote, took root at all levels of the coalition's operations, enabling both the spread of the awakening and the dismantling of important portions of the insurgency's finances. Finally, the coalition was able largely to regain control of its own detention centers, though the results of its rehabilitation programs were mixed. By early 2008, Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI, and its units were operating with new capabilities and new ways of integrating them that gave the operations of the surge campaign a different look and feel than those that had preceded them. Generating Unity of Effort. Page 307. The Civil-Military Campaign Plan. Beyond additional troops, implementing the new strategy in 2007 and 2008 required strategic coherence, active leadership, and an uncommon degree of U.S. civil-military cooperation. President George W. Bush's level of direct involvement in the Iraq campaign had grown over time, as had his direct interaction with senior U.S. officials in Baghdad. By the onset of the surge, the president had instituted regular, typically bi-weekly meetings of the National Security Council, or NSC, Principals Committee on the situation in Iraq that featured the MNFI commander and the U.S. ambassador reporting via video teleconference from Baghdad, and often included the U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, commander as well. Throughout the surge, Petraeus and Ambassador Ryan Crocker were able to offer their unfiltered updates on the situation directly to the NSC principals and often received immediate guidance. This arrangement, which had begun when General George Casey Jr. was in command of Baghdad, was a significant change to the traditional procedure in which the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff represented the views of field commanders in NSC meetings. Having the top U.S. military commander and diplomat in Iraq report to the NSC principals as a team also enabled Petraeus and Crocker to keep their respective home agencies' military and diplomatic activities aligned in a way that had been impossible to do in the early years of the war. With the support of Bush and Gates, Petraeus aimed to ensure that MNFI's security operations supported the larger political goals of the president's new way forward. The Joint Strategic Assessment Team, or JSAT, launched by Petraeus and Crocker in March 2007, provided the basis for a joint embassy and force campaign plan with a common mission statement and the political line of effort, rather than security, as the main effort. Petraeus and Crocker oversaw the execution and integration of the joint civil-military campaign plan from offices in Baghdad's Republican Palace that were separated only by a waiting room. The two men met daily to coordinate their activities. About every 6 weeks, they jointly chaired the Campaign Assessment and Synchronization Board, in which senior leaders from the military commands and the U.S. Embassy teamed up to examine each line of effort in the joint campaign plan, with coalition ambassadors and United Nations or UN representatives usually present. Petraeus and Crocker also met with Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki together several times a week, usually choreographing what each would say to the Iraqi leader beforehand, sometimes in a good cop, bad cop approach. Within the theater headquarters, Petraeus created or gave new emphasis to several staff elements to execute the surge. 3, in particular, were noteworthy for their contribution to the conduct of a comprehensive counterinsurgency campaign. Headed by a British Major General and a senior State Department officer, the Force Strategic Engagement Cell met with Sunni and Shia insurgents in an attempt to identify, quote, reconcilables, end quote, and bring them into some kind of accommodation with the Iraqi government. Petraeus had ordered the formation of this cell after he returned to Iraq in 2007, reflecting a tenet in his counterinsurgency guidance, quote, we must strive to make the reconcilables part of the solution, even as we identify, pursue, and kill, capture, or drive out the irreconcilables, end quote. Next, to help sort the reconcilables from irreconcilables, the strategic debriefing element that interrogated high-level detainees took on renewed importance, enabling the command to have extensive conversations with senior detainees and, in the process, map enemy networks and better gauge their motivations. Finally, the MNFI Information Operations, or IO, task force provided tailored media products as part of a psychological operations effort to influence attitudes in the Iraqi population and encourage rejection of violent extremists. These sophisticated information operations served as an important force multiplier. Taking guidance from Petraeus, the IO task force sought to, quote, turn our enemies' bankrupt messages, extremist ideologies, oppressive practices, and indiscriminate violence against them, end quote. The joint campaign plan also served to align and synchronize all the U.S. military and coalition efforts in theater with the MNFI strategic approach, as happened when the Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI, changed its objective in mid-2007 to partnering with and building Iraqi Security Force, or ISF, capacity to better align with MNCI, the main effort. At the same time, the shift in the theater strategy also served to synchronize the efforts of Special Operations Forces into the overall theater campaign. These organizations all participated in MNFI's daily battle update assessment, but Petraeus also gathered his senior commanders at weekly meetings in which the commanders of Multinational Force West, or MNFW, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Gulf Regional Division, the CENTCOM Joint Contracting Command, and Task Force 134 joined as well. These sessions complemented the senior commander's daily dialogue in the battle update assessment and were typically followed by detailed updates and planning sessions with Petraeus and key subordinate commanders. The Civilian Surge. Alongside the deployment of additional U.S. troops, 2007 and 2008 witnessed the deployment of a smaller but significant contingent of U.S. civilians to help execute the civil-military campaign in Iraq. However, across the U.S. government, coordination dilemmas, institutional cultures, and a lack of execution oversight or accountability meant that the civilian surge lagged behind the military deployment. An important component of Bush's New Way Forward strategy was to increase the number of civilians serving with Provincial Reconstruction Teams, or PRTs, in Iraq from about 100 civilians in early 2007 to over 450 by the end of the year. In addition to increasing the size of each team, the new PRT program, renamed Embedded Provincial Reconstruction Teams, or EPRTs, added personnel that specifically focused on facilitating reconciliation initiatives, economic development, and delivery of essential public services at district level and below. By the end of 2008, the State Department had a total of 14 EPRTs in Baghdad, Anbar, North Babil, and southern Diyala. The civilian staffing for this expansion of the PRT program was a source of friction. The State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, struggled to provide the Foreign Service officers, administrative personnel, and Arabic language interpreters to fill the new requirements. Diplomats who specialized in the Arab world were already fully committed, and the resulting shortfall had to be filled by the Department of Defense, or DoD, or by private sector experts hired as temporary State Department employees. By the time the second phase of the embedded PRTs came into theater, 99 of the 133 personnel on those teams were DoD military and civilians. Both Gates and Army Chief of Staff General Casey believed the small number of Foreign Service officers serving on the PRTs represented the State Department's lack of commitment to the Iraq campaign, a sentiment that Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice resented. The missions of the EPRTs evolved over time. Although the EPRTs were conceived to focus on sustainable, longer-term reconciliation, governance, and development projects, their priorities gradually shifted to more immediate stabilization activities that would tamp down attacks against coalition soldiers. Some EPRT leaders were uncomfortable answering directly to military commanders instead of the U.S. Embassy, though Rice recalled that, quote, "There was never any question that the PRTs would be run by the battlespace owner," end quote, and Crocker worked to enforce that arrangement. Additionally, the PRTs and EPRTs both had to rely on U.S. military forces for sustainment and security, particularly those that were co-located with U.S. military units. In general, shortfalls in the U.S. government civilian ranks in Iraq in 2007 and 2008 resulted in an increase in contractors providing services ranging from security to engineering and technical support, construction, economic development, and humanitarian assistance. DoD had the lion's share, with 149,000 DoD contract personnel in Iraq and another 30,300 elsewhere in the CENTCOM area of responsibility, though some of the latter supported operations in Afghanistan rather than Iraq. The State Department had approximately 6,700 contractors in Iraq, of which 2,300 were U.S. citizens, and about 40% of the department's total provided security. By mid-2007, USAID directly employed another 3,500 contractors, of which about 2,900 were Iraqis, and sponsored programs that employed another 75,000 Iraqis. The Departments of Justice, Homeland Security, Agriculture, Commerce, Transportation, and Treasury employed about 500 additional contractors among them. Throughout the surge, the number of U.S. employed contractors in Iraq exceeded the strength of U.S. military forces in the country, demonstrating the degree to which MNFI's operations depended on civilian manpower and support. Enabling the Close Fight, page 311. Improved coordination with Special Operations Forces. One of the central components of Petraeus' strategy was to use Special Operations Forces, or SOF, to strike at the generators of sectarian violence, namely Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and Shia militias, to help buy time and space for the political process to develop. By 2007, a combination of internal developments and improved relationships with conventional forces had enabled Special Operations Forces to fulfill their assigned mission to a degree that had not been possible previously. Better intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets, as well as revised tactics that sped up the organization's targeting cycle, led the number of monthly raids conducted in Iraq to jump from 18 in August 2004 to 300 in August 2006. The withering series of nightly attacks stunned its sectarian opponents, putting them into a reactive mode that helped tactical commanders regain the initiative on the battlefield, as well as operational leaders to advance the political process in Baghdad. Yet the commandos' crushing pace could not have been implemented without dramatically improved relations with the Army and Marine forces responsible for battle space across Iraq. While some coordination challenges remained, by and large, relations between the two elements had improved considerably from 2005 to 2006, which itself was a period of marked improvement from the beginning of the war. Many leaders on both sides benefited from trust established across multiple deployments to Iraq or Afghanistan, where the two elements learned how to best partner for synergistic effects. Officers who had been battalion commanders in 2003 and 2004 had returned in 2006 and 2007 as brigade staff officers and commanders, with similar increases in responsibility for more junior officers. Reflecting on that period, one Special Operations Task Force commander conceded, quote, "We really didn't mesh completely with the conventional war effort in Iraq until 2006 and 2007, end quote. By 2007, the effects of SOF's pace of intelligence-driven raids against high-value targets and the presence of conventional units often were mutually reinforcing, improving security while accruing additional intelligence to keep the enemy off balance. A symbiotic relationship had developed in most locations where each element provided its strengths, compensating for the other force's weaknesses. Conventional units provided quick reaction forces, logistics support, evacuation, and an understanding of the local battlefield, while SOF provided intelligence, precision strike capabilities, flexibility, and speed. In particular, when special operations elements shared their in-theater document exploitation capabilities and technical capabilities, conventional forces benefited greatly. Despite the progress, problems remained. There were still examples in 2007 of poorly coordinated SOF raids that produced collateral damage that set back conventional units' counterinsurgency efforts. In addition, there were problems coordinating priorities between rotating SOF elements that caused a lack of continuity and difficulties synchronizing the SOF effort with MNCI's priorities. While overall conventional SOF coordination was indeed getting better, there was still room for improvement. The counter-IED effort and mine-resistant ambush-protected, or MRAP, vehicles. From the outset of the surge, Gates placed heavy emphasis on efforts to counter the insurgents' use of IEDs, the weapon that caused a majority of coalition casualties. By late 2006, there were over 1,200 attacks and attempted attacks per week, and an average of over 50 IED explosions every day, despite more than 3 years of work by the U.S. military on countermeasures. IEDs had been the insurgents' weapon of choice because of their simple construction, the ready availability of the materials to make them, and their effectiveness against coalition forces' superior military systems and vehicles. In June 2003, commander of CENTCOM General John Abizaid had declared the IED to be his, quote, #1 threat, end quote. Almost 3 years later, in March 2006, Bush announced that defeating the IED threat was a top priority. From 2005 until the spring of 2008, IEDs were responsible for well over half of U.S. fatalities in Iraq, and the IED challenge seized media and public attention. In 2007, counter-IED efforts matured to such a degree when complemented by the rapid fielding of vehicles with more effective armor protection that they constituted an essential enabler for the surge of forces. What began as an ad hoc 12-member Army counter-IED task force in 2003 evolved by 2006 into the Joint Improvised Explosive Device Defeat Organization, or JIEDDO, a large DoD subagency whose mission was to, quote, defeat the device, attack the network, and train the force, end quote, by disseminating effective counter-IED tactics, techniques, and procedures to units in the field. By 2007, JIEDDO had a staff of 3,100 and an annual budget of over $4 billion. Under retired Army General Montgomery Meigs, JIEDDO and its predecessor organizations pursued an approach dubbed, quote, left of boom, end quote, that, consistent with the U.S. Army's preference for initiative and offensive action, focused on attacking the networks of bomb builders and facilitators in order to find IEDs and prevent them from exploding. While JIEDDO's early years involved many of the growing pains experienced by newly formed government organizations, by the surge period, the group was having an operational level effect. Between January 2007 and June 2009, from the time the surge was announced to the withdrawal of coalition forces from Iraq's cities, JIEDDO launched 29 different initiatives to counter IEDs, often pushing technical assets down to the brigade level or below in order to enable ground commanders in the tactical fight. Technical advances in IED forensics were some of the most effective initiatives, linking those responsible for the deadly weapons to their progeny with enough confidence to be able to arrest and detain the builders in addition to the triggermen. During the surge, the original IED forensics cell, the Combined Explosives Cell, or CEXC, grew into multiple cells that served as crime scene investigation type teams for the counter IED fight. CEXC teams consisted of intelligence, law enforcement, and explosives experts, as well as electrical engineers, information technology experts, and intelligence analysts who investigated IED incidents and surveyed post-blast sites for fingerprints, telltale signs of specific bomb makers, and unique aspects of how devices were employed. The counter-IED effort also brought new emphasis on Shia militants sponsored by the Iranian regime. JIEDDO funded additional personnel in Iraq from the Defense Intelligence Agency's Joint Intelligence Task Force Combating Terrorism to provide advanced analysis and actionable intelligence about Iranian-sponsored militant groups employing IEDs that contained EFPs. An important part of JIEDDO's operations was the Counter-IED Operations and Integration Center, or COIC, which reached full capability in 2007 as a supporting element to General Raymond T. Odierno's 3rd Corps headquarters after the Corps assumed duties as MNCI. The COIC provided essential intelligence for attacking networks of IED makers, trainers, and financiers, and maintaining awareness of IED developments worldwide. Under its director, Colonel James B. Hickey, the COIC generated unique analyses of attack trends and helped shed important light on the operational posture and intentions of the coalition's enemies. The COIC played a major role in 2007 and 2008 by helping Odierno and an adaptive MNCI make tough choices about how to employ forces and their relationship to key terrain and a thinking enemy. Even so, when 18th Airborne Corps Headquarters assumed the MNCI mission from 3rd Corps in early 2008, the COIC was dissolved, and its functions migrated to other MNCI staff sections or to JIEDDO. The integration of U.S. and multinational counter-IED capabilities fell to Combined Joint Task Force, or CJTF, Troy. Initially established in 2005, Task Force Troy was staffed by Joint Service Explosive Ordnance Disposal, or EOD, technicians and a diverse group of subject matter experts, including some from the United Kingdom, or UK, and Australia, who brought a depth of EOD and electronic warfare expertise to the task. With teams in direct support of multinational divisions and combat brigades, CJTF Troy conducted weapons technical intelligence collection and exploitation to defeat IED networks. It also disseminated actionable intelligence and kept coalition and Iraqi units informed about new counter-IED tactics, techniques, and procedures. Task Force Observe, Detect, Identify, and Neutralize, or ODIN, represented another counter-IED innovation during the surge. In 2006, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army General Richard Cody, who had overseen the creation of the Joint IED Defeat Organization, saw a critical requirement to, quote, win back the roads, end quote, from IEDs and help improve the coalition and Iraqi units' freedom of movement. The result was the creation of Task Force, or TF Odin, an aviation battalion equipped and outfitted to, quote, improve the detection of roadside bombs before they exploded, and to strike more adversaries safely from a distance, end quote. The TF Odin Battalion consisted of 3 companies, each with different platforms and equipment to detect and destroy IEDs before coalition troops encountered them. These included C-12 Cessnas refitted for aerial reconnaissance and real-time imagery transmission, the Warrior Alpha and Shadow unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, and the Constant Hawk forensic backtracking system capable of detecting the point of origin for IED attacks. After fielding at Fort Hood, Texas, Task Force Odin deployed to Camp Spiker near Tikrit in July 2007 to support of commanders at the brigade level and below. The push for MRAPs. Decreasing the vulnerability of the armored vehicles used by the coalition proved one of the most difficult challenges to the counter-IED effort. Through 2007, the United States and its allies relied heavily upon high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicles, or HMMWVs, for daily operations, but its basic chassis and frame offered limited ability to improve protection against IEDs. As the basic vehicle had been retrofitted as much as possible with armored shields, improved doors, and better floor armor, any further improvements in protection would require the fielding of an entirely new vehicle. Soon after Gates became the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, he reviewed the programs that aimed to replace the HMMWV and was shocked by what he felt was a lack of progress. After Gates ordered the process accelerated, the search quickly settled on the MRAP vehicle as the best alternative. MRAPs were armored trucks based on South African vehicles used in conflicts in Angola and Rhodesia that had a V-shaped hull designed to channel the blast from landmines or IEDs away from the crew compartment. Gates believed the program to replace the HMMWV with a more survivable vehicle had languished in the Pentagon from 2004 to 2006, primarily due to what he called, quote, next war-itis, end quote, a focus on preparing for hypothetical future wars rather than winning the current war in Iraq. To a degree, this resistance was a legacy of the 1986 Goldwater-Nichols Defense Reform Act, in which the uniformed services focused on organizing, training, and equipping forces for future conflicts, while regional combatant commanders had responsibility for conducting contingency operations. That divergence in purpose gave the service headquarters bureaucracies little incentive to modify their programs for current operations. To complicate matters further, the framers of Goldwater-Nichols had envisioned that future demands on the force would consist of discrete, short-duration contingencies, rather than the extended conflict of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Faced with limited budgets, the institutional Army and Marines experienced considerable tension between the demand to field a vehicle such as the MRAP, which might only be useful for the conflict in Iraq, and developing future combat systems that might be needed to fight a peer competitor. The procurement and sustainment costs made funding both priorities impossible, even with the supplemental appropriations received from Congress. Indeed, the Army's program to field a new reconnaissance helicopter, the Comanche, had already collapsed under the weight of budgetary pressures, and by 2009, the Army's new armored vehicle program would also be canceled. Prior to the surge, this tension between current and future needs had been lessened somewhat by CJTF-7 and MNFI's campaign plans, which set concrete, even if shifting, dates for troop withdrawals and a transition of security to Iraqi authorities. Bush's decision to surge forces to Iraq and his demand that the war had to be won effectively resolved the tension in favor of developing a new vehicle capable of surviving IEDs and ambushes in Iraq and Afghanistan. Fielding MRAPs in Iraq quickly became a priority for both Gates and Petraeus because they provided a compounding effect on the battlefield. In addition to being much more effective against the IED threat than other combat vehicles, once fielded in Iraq, the MRAPs would free up thousands of HMMWVs that MNFI could transfer to the Iraqi security forces to replace the ISF's ubiquitous light-skinned commercial pickup trucks. Coalition and Iraqi commanders alike believed the introduction of armored HMMWVs to the ISF would improve Iraqi troops' survivability, freedom of movement, and willingness to patrol. Once MRAPs began to arrive in Iraq, the advantage of the level of protection they provided became evident quickly. In January 2008, Petraeus notified Gates that, quote, 10 MRAPs have been struck by IEDs to date, and every soldier has walked away, end quote, with only minor injuries. The MRAP was not invincible. On April 12, 2008, the first U.S. soldier was killed in an MRAP when an EFP pierced his vehicle in Baghdad. Nevertheless, although EFP attacks increased by 40% between February and April 2008, deaths from IEDs decreased by 17% over the same period. When the first MRAPs arrived in Iraq in 2007, 60% of all U.S. casualties were a result of IEDs, but this rate plummeted to 5% by the end of 2008, when 10,000 of the vehicles had been fielded. Several U.S. government studies estimated the impact MRAPs would have had in Iraq had they been fielded when the Defense Department first received an urgent needs request from CENTCOM and MNFI in February 2005. At the lowest end, these studies estimated that speeding the fielding of MRAPs by 2 years likely would have reduced U.S. casualties by 50%. Other estimates ranged as high as an 80% reduction in casualties. The Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, or ISR, surge. In addition to MRAPs, Gates also played a decisive role in deploying additional intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets to Iraq during the surge. Writing in Foreign Affairs in 2009, Gates noted that it had been, quote, necessary to go outside the normal bureaucratic process, end quote, to counter IEDs, build MRAPs, and quickly expand ISR capability. By April 2008, Gates had doubled the ISR capacity in the Iraq theater of operations, but expressed his frustration that, quote, our services are still not moving aggressively in wartime to provide resources needed now on the battlefield, end quote. Accordingly, Gates created a new ISR task force to focus on getting additional ISR support to deployed forces and exploring, quote, more innovation and bold new ways, end quote, to assist the warfighter. These included small unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, blimps and aerostats, Predators, and Task Force Odin's C-12 aircraft. A program supplied by the National Security Agency, or NSA, also helped by speeding up the processing of the information collected by the additional ISR platforms arriving in Iraq. During 2003 to 2004, the operational commands in Iraq could count on at most 2 UAV systems to meet all of their full-motion video or FMV requirements, and most divisions and brigade combat teams, or BCTs, had no capability at all. By 2007 to 2008, MNCI had daily support from at least 12 FMV systems and was pushing them to the lowest possible echelon. This increase in ISR capability was most apparent at the BCT level. The BCTs of 2003 had little ISR or analytical capability of their own, but by 2007 to 2008, BCTs had 3 times the analytic capability and twice the human intelligence capability of a 2003 brigade combat team. Additionally, each BCT had an organic tactical UAV platoon that could provide 18 hours of full-motion video surveillance coverage a day, and BCTs could often count on additional FMV support from core assets allocated to support division operations. The U.S. brigades of 2007 to 2008 also had much greater bandwidth to handle internal communications needs and to link to higher echelon intelligence organizations. The decentralization of ISR assets and the increased connectivity among brigades, battalions, and companies enhanced commanders' agility while giving corps and higher echelons immediate visibility and support. As Petraeus reported to Gates, by 2007 these factors enabled Army BCTs to execute missions once solely reserved for SOF, including operations against high-value enemy targets. More robust ISR and other intelligence enablers pushed down to lower echelons also provided new support to non-traditional missions such as reconciliation, key leader engagements, border security, ISF development, and detainee release decisions. The units who were carrying out these tasks were among the largest consumers of intelligence information during the surge. Biometrics and population control. Like ISR, the fielding of biometric scanning capability to tactical units proved to be a valuable technological enabler for the coalition. In a campaign in which the enemy hid among the population, coalition units found the Iraqi insurgents' anonymity a constant challenge. The basic task of identifying Iraqis was often a murky proposition. Iraqi personnel identification documents were easily forged, while the coalition's sporadic attempts to track the Iraqi population by conducting censuses had sectarian and political implications that made the surveys difficult to perform. Census figures potentially affected the major political parties' claims to particular neighborhoods and could even jeopardize the party's shares of oil revenues. To identify persons of interest better, MNCI fielded biometric scanners as the surge began that were portable and simple enough for soldiers to use on the streets. These biometric tools allowed U.S. forces to scan fingerprints and irises during routine operations and then gradually build a personal identification database. Eventually, the coalition had the means to trace fingerprints found on IEDs and match them to biometric data gathered elsewhere, an effect that was compounded when JIEDDO was able to field remotely operated robots to defuse IEDs and at the same time collect biometric data, rather than having the data disappear upon detonation. By the end of the surge, the coalition had matched over 1,700 sets of fingerprints to those who had placed the IED. The use of biometrics had a palpable effect at the tactical level, where some U.S. officers noted that once enemy fighters lost their anonymity, they were quick to flee for fear of capture. Tracking Iraqi identity also extended to the ISF and awakening. As the coalition began to field M16 rifles to the Iraq military and police in 2007, each weapon was individually tagged to its Iraqi recipient's fingerprint and iris scan. Similarly, the coalition collected biometric data for all concerned local citizens, or CLCs, a policy which discouraged those irregular forces from returning to the insurgency. Additionally, as Prime Minister Maliki became concerned toward the end of the surge about the size and potential influence of the CLCs, Petraeus and Odierno tried to mitigate these concerns by showing that rather than constituting a, quote, hidden army, end quote, as Maliki feared, the CLCs were identifiable and controllable because their biometric data had been cataloged. The cataloging of Sunni irregulars was a tool that cut two ways. The gathering of the members' biometric data helped the coalition ensure their good behavior, and knowledge that the database existed helped allay Maliki's concern about the awakening in 2007 and 2008. As U.S. forces began withdrawing from Iraq later in the war, the data would also make it possible for Maliki government officials to track and purge some of the very people who had been most responsible for tamping down the Sunni insurgency. The Intelligence War, page 318. Innovations among operational and tactical commanders from 2005 to 2007 who learned on the job how to conduct counterinsurgency operations were equally matched by Army and Marine intelligence personnel who made creative adaptations to doctrine and policies in order to improve their contributions to the war effort. Specifically, organizations and leaders who had spent most of their professional lives training to fight massed armored formations of peer competitors retooled themselves to provide better understanding of the social fissures and political struggles that caused intercommunal violence and fueled Iraq's insurgent groups. By 2007, coalition intelligence leaders and analysts at all levels had begun to accumulate the experience and knowledge needed to understand the motivations and relationships among Iraq's various personalities, groups, and tribes. 4 years into the war, the coalition could draw on a large pool of civilians, military service members, and contractors who had served in intelligence roles ranging from the tactical to strategic levels. These professionals were far better equipped than they had been in 2003 and 2004 to support the full range of missions and tasks demanded by a counterinsurgency and stabilization campaign that varied from combat operations to political economic issues and security force development. As coalition intelligence leaders sought to optimize their organizational structure and resources, one approach that proved effective was the assignment of intelligence liaison officers, or LNOs, to counterpart organizations. The range of entities that received intelligence LNOs included the Kurdistan Regional Government, Iraqi National Intelligence Service, or INIS, Iraqi Operational Centers, National Operations Center and Baghdad Operations Command, Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS, and even some military transition teams, or MITs, operating with ISF. MNSTCI also assisted in the development of Iraqi intelligence capabilities within the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior, while helping to coordinate the activities of the INIS and the Iraqi National Security Advisor. At the tactical level, recommendations made in early 2005 to push intelligence capabilities to division and below bore fruit in 2007. Until that time, the core and division analysis and control elements were the main hubs of coalition intelligence, in keeping with the Army's traditional doctrinal perspective and reflective of the fact that the signal intelligence, imagery intelligence, and human intelligence capabilities and tools needed for targeting networked insurgent or terrorist organizations simply were not widely available before late 2006. Without those capabilities at division and brigade levels, it was difficult to develop targets and pursue the enemy across different coalition units' areas of operation, particularly because coalition unit boundaries did not match those of enemy networks. But as the coalition commands began to distribute integrated intelligence capabilities more broadly across the force, intelligence cells were able to develop and share good targeting sets across unit boundaries, resulting in more constant pressure on enemy groups. Even before the surge, the Army had recognized the need for dedicated military intelligence personnel at the lowest tactical level to support the coalition campaign's focus on enemy networks and population security. Tactical intelligence leaders often created ad hoc intelligence support teams to bring biometric, analytical, communications, mapping, and document exploitation systems to company and even platoon-level operations. By the time of the surge, these arrangements had become more formal. The BCTs of 2007 and later received national intelligence assets and capabilities to support tactical operations, and often even had national agency personnel such as cryptologists embedded at the brigade level, with connectivity back to their home agencies enabling them to bring intelligence directly to frontline units. These changes represented a significant shift for the U.S. intelligence community, especially the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA. The Iraq Study Group, or ISG, reported in December 2006 that DIA had fewer than 10 analysts with more than 2 years of experience in studying the Iraqi insurgency, and concluded that the U.S. intelligence community should implement, quote, a better personnel system to keep analytic expertise focused on the insurgency. They are not doing enough to map the insurgency, dissect it, and understand it on a national and provincial level, end quote. DIA's official response, quote, clarified, end quote, that instead of 10 DIA analysts who had studied the Iraq insurgency for more than 2 years, the number was closer to 20. In conjunction with the president's new way forward, the ISG report served as a wake-up call that led DIA and other national agencies to change their posture in Iraq. In early 2007, DIA Director Lieutenant General Michael Maples began committing additional DIA resources and personnel to Iraq, resulting in higher numbers of intelligence operators and analysts forward deployed at lower echelons. Under Maples's direction, DIA established a large forward presence of analytical support in Iraq, while nearly tripling the size of its Pentagon-based Iraq task force to provide enhanced reachback support and to build a cadre of experienced analysts who could rotate into the theater. Other agencies, such as National Geospatial Agency, National Ground Intelligence Center, and the NSA, followed suit. As an important enabler, DIA coordinated a unified intelligence operation over multiple time zones, managing the flow of personnel, support requirements, and work among Iraq, CENTCOM, and the national-level agencies. As these national agencies became integrated into collection and analytical structures in Iraq, they facilitated greatly increased reach-forward and reach-back capabilities, integrating the Iraq campaign into the national intelligence structure in a way it had not been before. Money as a weapons system. Page 319. Petraeus's campaign guidance to the force prominently featured the concept of money as an important enabler for commanders on the ground. Quote, money can be ammunition as the security situation improves, end quote, he noted, adding that commanders should, quote, use a targeting board process to ensure the greatest effect for each round expended and to ensure that each engagement using money contributes to the achievement of the unit's overall objectives, End quote. MNFI and its units benefited from a number of important financial initiatives during the surge. The Commander's Emergency Response Program. Before the surge, more than 90% of U.S. funds intended for Iraq's reconstruction had already been obligated, meaning that commanders had decided on what reconstruction projects to fund, and contracts had been awarded to complete those projects. As a result, the Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, hereafter referred to as CERP, took on greater importance for U.S. military units' local stabilization and reconstruction projects. Initially funded from the seized assets of Saddam Hussein's regime, CERP shifted to congressional funding over time. By summer 2006, over $2.8 billion in U.S. government funds were spent through CERP on a broad range of items, such as damage compensation, condolence payments for loss of life, medical expenses, infrastructure improvements, and local employment. As U.S. funding to rebuild Iraq dwindled, CERP funds filled the gap, evolving from small-scale disbursement into sometimes massive reconstruction projects. The money dispersed by CERP ranged from $25 to replace a window to $33 million for a hotel, office, and retail complex at Baghdad International Airport. In fiscal year 2007, U.S. units spent $915 million in CERP. Quote, "Every one of my commanders will tell you of the incredible veil that funding provided in their battle space," end quote, Petraeus reported to Gates in January 2008. CERP was also the vehicle that allowed the coalition to pay monthly stipends for the CLCs, while coalition leaders tried, ultimately unsuccessfully, to persuade the Maliki government to absorb them into the Iraqi security forces or other government jobs. The U.S. government spent approximately $300 million funding the CLCs through 2008, an amount that Petraeus believed paid for itself in fewer American troops killed or wounded, fewer lost or damaged vehicles, and more secure communities. Even so, CERP received sharp criticism from some important quarters. U.S. government development experts pointed out that, in some cases, short-term CERP projects undermined longer-term economic goals or skewed local economies. In addition, critics noted as CERP-funded projects became more costly and lengthy, problems with corruption and accountability also increased. Some military leaders believed CERP exacerbated intercommunal strife by creating a new source of competition and corruption. In some cases, projects were funded but never completed, leaving only shells of buildings or utilities infrastructure. Reports occasionally surfaced of U.S. military members misusing CERP funds or of CERP funds making their way to Iraqi insurgents. These were difficult developments for the U.S. Congress to overlook as the Iraqi government's own revenues grew to surpass $60 billion. Yet, while CERP had many long-term challenges, there was little doubt that in the short term it helped tamp down violence, as unemployed Iraqis queued up to work on projects as simple as picking up garbage, which helped remove hiding places for IEDs, or laying gravel to make newly established combat outposts more livable. As congressional reluctance to continue funding CERP in the 2008 National Defense Authorization Act began to develop, Petraeus expressed concern that its absence could hinder the projected U.S. military drawdown. Worried that CERP would dry up while it was still relied on heavily in the field, Petraeus advised Gates that, quote, "We have often talked about the value of CERP in cementing the gains won through hard kinetic fighting. One of our battalion commanders said recently that if money is ammunition, then we are black on ammunition," end quote. Congress eventually made provisions to keep CERP funds going through July 2008, but in light of the U.S. government's waning interest in spending money in Iraq, Petraeus encouraged the Iraqi government to supplement CERP and to establish a matching Iraqi-funded, quote, I-CERP, end quote, using the same U.S. procurement and disbursement policies already in existence. The Task Force for Business and Stability Operations. Along similar lines, DoD established the Task Force for Business and Stability Operations, or TFBSO, under Deputy Undersecretary of Defense Paul Brinkley in 2006. Brinkley was a former Silicon Valley executive and proponent of establishing a free market system in Iraq. Much like CERP, DoD envisioned TFBSO as a tool for economic growth that could improve Iraq's harsh economic conditions and create jobs for young Iraqis who might otherwise turn to militancy. In the post-World War II era, most of the U.S. government's major economic reconstruction programs in foreign countries were not orchestrated by DoD, but Brinkley argued that DoD's involvement in the Iraqi economy was necessary because economic improvements went hand in hand with improved security. In Brinkley's view, DoD was best suited to handle the economic side of Iraqi reconstruction because the lives of American soldiers were at risk if security did not improve, and because DoD was the largest industrial enterprise in the world. Brinkley encouraged private investment in Iraq by inviting American and other foreign industrialists to tour Iraq with U.S. military escorts and survey economic opportunities in the country. Brinkley focused on revitalizing Iraq's state-owned enterprises that had employed an estimated 200,000 Iraqis before 2003. Rather than attempt a, quote, shock therapy, end quote, model of quickly privatizing former state-owned businesses, an approach the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, had advocated in 2003, Brinkley implemented a gradual privatization process so that the effects of reopening Iraqi companies might improve security in the long term. TFBSO received approximately $103 million to revitalize state-owned enterprises in Iraq between 2007 and 2008, and finalized its first private investment deal in January 2008, working with the Iraqi Ministry of Defense to privatize 3 state-owned Iraqi cement factories valued at $3 billion and capable of creating 5,000 jobs. Although most investors in the cement plants were foreigners, TFBSO required all state-owned enterprise investments to include at least one Iraqi so that a business leadership base could be developed within Iraq. By late 2009, TFBSO reportedly had helped restart more than 60 Iraqi factories, creating approximately 250,000 jobs. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Enabling the Surge, 2007 to 2008. Read by Adam Koebel, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021.